in freedom, peace and unity. Hey, that's so. Arise, O compatriots, Nigeria call obey to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and might, one nation bound in freedom, in freedom, in freedom, peace and unity. Arise, my people, arise, my
Thank you, gentlemen, for joining me today, and thank you all the viewers that have arrived here, all two of you. I really appreciate you for joining us. The earlier conversation that was being had was about linking the transformation of Nigeria into an Islamic state and how it's going to affect the women. And the topics that we've got today, there are majorly three topics. The 618 million loan that the Nigerian government went and got to buy jet fighters from Italy. It's all good to have jet fighters, but how about people that will actually stop these people from kidnapping people? From my calculation, the Nigerian government could have recruited 100,000 soldiers and double the salary of the average salary of the voters, right? This in the soldiers to clear the north, but they didn't do that. They would rather buy jets to try to go and bomb people that they cannot find. That's why I say that these people, they are not serious. There's this question that is going on now that whether Nigeria is turning Islamic. That was the earlier conversation that was being had, because somebody, it turns out, that came to the House of Assembly to try to pass a law, which was a dangerous law to an extent. You can argue that that was a dangerous law given the context of Nigeria. Wants to pass a law to remove the personal aspect of Islamic law application as it is written in the constitution. He wants to take out the personal aspect, which is, in other words, trying to open it up to the entire population. That is crazy stuff. And how they can that one can even get into reading, I don't know, but it was rejected nonetheless. And it's something that should not come to the scene. I don't think many countries around the world that are Islamic, that have majority population, 70-80% population Islamic, they don't even have that. You know, they don't have Islamic law. They don't have Sharia law in those countries. So I don't know why a Nigerian would want to go and pass that law. This is part of the cultural thing that we do. We always want to overdo things, and it's not helping us. So that's our aspect. And then the final topic is about Africa, position geopolitically. When I say Africa, Nigeria is like a bystander because the African continent is so massive. Nigeria barely matters. And when you look at the geopolitics of the world, it just seems as if we don't matter, doesn't it? You see the South Africa, even South Africa tries sometimes to do something overseas and take Israel to court. The whole world is following South Africa. But do you see Nigeria there? No Nigerian is there. Nigerians are just absent from the world stage. We just go there and answer, present, sir, present, I'm here. That's all we seem to do. Do we matter? Should we matter? I believe we should matter. I think we have to matter. We have no choice. We are literally the only hope for the entire black population of the world. We're talking about in excess of about 1.4 billion people around the world. And Nigeria is the foremost nation in terms of being totally dominated by black people, the most populated black country. And at the same time, many black people around the world, as we know as black, are linked to the Nigerian space. Many of them that are in the diaspora today, including in America, that make up about 40 to 50 million, are tied to Nigeria genetically. In Brazil, they are tied to Nigeria genetically. Even the Bantus in South Africa are tied to Nigeria genetically. You can't even make it up. That's how important Nigeria is. Most Nigerians don't even understand some of all these things. The Bantu expansion started from the Mambila Plateau, somewhere in eastern Nigeria there, all the way to South Africa that they have there. Those Bantus you see in South Africa, most of their origins started in Nigeria. At least one of the theories says. Many of the African Americans, in short, American black people are linked to Nigeria. Nigeria is so important in so many ways. To West Africa, we are the major country in West Africa, ECOWAS. But on the world stage, it's like we don't exist at all. We literally don't exist. Let's face it. And this is why I was supporting the fact that maybe they should have made Bianca Ojuku the actual foreign minister, not minister of state, foreign minister. I don't even know how they have two like that. Why is she not the foreign minister? We need somebody that is going to be kicking doors down out there. Nigerians have taken a backseat for far too long. We need to be making ourselves present and make ourselves relevant in this world, because if nobody knows you are there, nobody cares about you. Look at the state of our country. So I don't want to go on too much about this. And I just thought I should introduce the topic like that. Um, so I'm going to try to interject less, but I would like to be asking specific questions if I feel like somebody's submission is has something that we the viewers may benefit from knowing, because some of all these questions I've never had people ask them. So I'm curious too. I want to know the answers to this thing. So that's why I ask these questions. And I'm glad I'm joined by some of the foremost minds in our circle. You know, if not now, it's one of the most deepest thinkers. That okay, oh my god, look at the English I just spoke. Aye, but it's okay. It's okay. We are forgiven. It's not, it's not my forefather's English. It's not my forefather's language. You see, he's one of the deepest thinkers, and he is very thoughtful. Whenever he wants to submit his opinions, apart from when you tell him not to build house in the village, but it's okay. We accept that too. Eme is a very, very analytical mind. I really thank you guys for joining us today. So I think we want to start from where the other guy stopped. If not now, is Nigeria turning Islamic? Because it was a heated debate that they were having, and I thought maybe it's worth asking that question. Um, do you think Nigeria is turning Islamic, and are we going to turn Islamic anytime soon? Is this something anybody should be worried about at all?
Hello, forefathers.
Yes, yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Welcome, welcome.
I think it's just a distraction, if you ask me, because
Mm,
I don't really see it happening. Because for you to pass a bill, the process that bills pass go through. So I believe that the intention is just to take our eyes away from more important things. Come to think of it, the time that this bill was being debated, there was no light in a particular region of the country.
hmm,
You tell me that serious lawmakers will forget something that is like a national emergency and be discussing trivial things. Because even if Nigeria turn Islamic, is he going to solve the problem we have as a country? If he's going to solve it, I will say, okay, turn Islamic and turn Nigeria to the best country in the whole world.
hmm. That's interesting. See, that's why I say you are a deep thinker because that's what matters, isn't it? Whether we do well.
Yeah.
And so because a lot of people like Kenny was very visceral about it. He was in a fighting mood about what you thought Islamic that it would never happen in my lifetime. And all the rest are like, okay, so but I like it, but how is it a distraction though? Because if they change that simple word, personal, all hell will break loose. So
No,
they could have.
why I said it's a distraction is that the person or the people that are sponsoring it know that it has no chance of becoming a law. They know.
Mm, yeah, it took the House of Assembly members to reject it too. Somebody, why did they even listen? They shouldn't have made it to hearing.
Exactly.
Can I jump in? Where's if not now? Why is it popping in and out? Why
Yeah.
can you people just change your background? You keep popping in and out to disappear on the screen. I mean,
Maybe it's because of the bill.
uh,
Yeah.
you see, this is where I won't be long here. This is where I may have to disagree with if not now, and many people that often said it's a distraction. The question will be distraction from what? Yes, if yes, you raise a valid point, which I will weigh in on later on in the week. What is the worst case scenario if Nigeria is got Islamatized? Is it going to change the price of rice? Is it going to change the price of petroleum? Is it going to change any? But saying it's a distraction. The question is distraction from what? From what? That's the question I keep asking us. This is an issue of the constitution. We will say it's a discretion, they will amend it, and it's going to stay there forever. And it will be practiced. Distraction from what then? That is the question I keep asking.
He said it's
From electricity that we don't have, and is there any plan to make electricity come into light? And so some people are not distracting this argument. I'm a little bit lost when people say it's a distraction. So maybe you need to help me and clear me well. What do you mean by distraction? Distraction from what? Please. I would like to understand what you mean by the distraction.
distraction because there are better talking points. There are better things that should be treated as priorities, which the government of the day is unable to fix. So, what then do you expect when such tribals are being brought to limelight and are made to attract national attention? Is to take people's mind away from the issues that they are unable to address.
You use the
So that
word it should take people's mind away
we'll be
from
having a
issues.
conversation
Yeah,
like
but
this.
what conversation are the people having? Are we having conversation on electricity? Are we not conversation? Are we pushing for electricity? Forget about we've had conversation over time. Father said talks about security day in, day out. I talk about electricity day in, day out. Some other people talk about this. So are we pushing for it? So they now threw this in to distract us. Are we pushing for it? Petroleum is 1,000 and something. And the people protesting, they now threw this thing
No,
into
no.
the mix. And as such, we now become disoriented. We now lost focus. So what is a distraction?
Um, you're Nigerian and you know where such clamor is going to gain traction. What section of the country is the clamor going to get traction from? You understand? And it is a way of making them feel like as if government is trying to do something that is going to, you know, make them happy or give them a sense, a better, how do I put, is it a better sense of belonging or I don't know what it is, but it's meant to pretend as if we're trying to do this thing for you people, which is not really what nobody needs. That's what I'm trying to say. It's just politics. Because, like you say, it's a constitutional
Everything
matter.
is sorry
It's
for
not
further.
going
You
to
are the
go, there's
moderator.
no way it's going to go
Apologies. Go on.
through. It's not going to pass through constitutional amendment. That particular point alone. It's not possible. but yet they allowed it to even come out for discussion.
Yeah, I think that the argument that is a distraction, I'm not sure we have to be careful about saying these are things are distractions, because if, let's say, the people that are supposed to guard against some of changes are not paying attention and seeing it as a distraction. Let's say you see it as a distraction and maybe somebody is not serious, they didn't go into the office that day to go and vote, and the ones that that take it seriously go and vote.
Go and vote.
Before you know it,
Exactly.
the law has changed.
The law has changed. So what's the
No,
distraction then?
the House of Rep alone, do they pass laws? They can amend
Yeah,
the
after
constitution.
they pass it, it goes to the Senate, and then when they approve it, is done.
It's done.
If it's a constitutional matter, even the Senate won't. Even after the Senate approve it, it's still not law. You still have to pass through two-thirds of the states.
But
Oh, that's a
if
fair
not now,
point,
I
isn't
don't.
it?
If it's
To tell of
actually
the
a
states.
constitutional matter, yeah.
It is
I
a constitutional matter. What
Then
they are about to amend is a constitutional matter.
even if the Senate passes it, it's still not law.
That's interesting.
That's why I'm
Electricity. It
wondering.
has
That
to
is
go
a
through the
tall
states. The
order.
states have to agree, don't they?
How do they think that is going to work?
Listen, it's gone through first. I don't know why we are kind of living in denial. The type of country and people we are dealing with.
But
Why are we
anyway,
living in
Well,
denial?
are they going to force the states to
elec-
agree to it? Most of the states, southern
electricity.
states, will reject
Listen,
it.
they are removing, they are fixing a clause. It's not about state, it's about businesses. They are changing a clause there, something personal to broaden it. And once it's changed and it broaden it, it applies to everyone. It applies to the sector they want it to apply to.
Electricity, I agree with
Listen,
you, but
I
if it's
understand what
going to
you're
be a
saying.
constitutional amendment, they said, according to what If Not Now is saying, that it has to go to the states for ratification. And I don't think any southern state will ratify such a thing. I think two-thirds has to agree to it. So it's almost impossible
Okay,
to
let me
come
ask
through.
you a question for further. You being the moderator, in the present context of Nigeria, what has not passed?
A bill to make police, state police, it hasn't passed. Bill to stop rich people from sending their children overseas never saw the light of day. So, as you can see,
You're laughing at yourself. You're laughing at your own
I'm
response.
trying to give you the list of things I remember that hasn't passed. No, so there are things that
Yeah,
hasn't passed in Nigeria.
because they are the big people. So how will it pass? They are the people.
Exactly. They make sure now it
It is
doesn't
our
pass.
system that is in abroad.
Electricity. On a serious note, my major concern, self, is that they've not really, the people that are sponsoring the bill have not really told me or Nigerians what, you know, how they intend to use those amendments to address the economic hardship in the country, to provide infrastructure, to take care of infrastructural deficit, to provide security. If those amendments they want to do, or the amendment in question, can solve those problems, you understand? Then we can begin to take it serious. By the way, if I have my way, self, I don't think there's anything that has to do with religion that should be, you know, should be found in that constitution.
Correct. Now you are speaking, if not
Nothing.
now. Now you are
Whether it's
speaking the truth.
Christianity, whether it's Islamic, whether it's traditional,
Whether
whatever.
it's tradition,
Yeah.
nothing.
Even when government officials gather to do government business, there should be nothing like prayer. No matter how the
Jefferson,
mistake they want
camera
to do it.
on. Yeah, please go ahead. This thing. I think If
No,
Not Now is making a solid
nothing.
point. I
Whatever
never
that
saw
has to do with
I didn't see the part of the states If Not Now. You see, this is why we like minds like you present. You know, I never saw that part that states have to actually ratify it before it becomes law. And there's no way other states will ever ratify it.
If
Not
not
while
now, are
Kede
you
is alive.
sure that the state will have to rectify it?
I
any,
100%
think
any
so.
sure.
amendment that has to do with the constitution itself. The states have to ratify it.
To
Okay.
Ted, I think to Ted of the states.
I will check on that. I will ask if the state have to rectify that
Can you guys hear
aspect
me?
of it.
Yeah, we can
Ready?
hear you in Jefferson. I think it's
Which state are you saying that it has to ratify what?
I think
In
to tell
Nigeria?
of the states have to ratify for constitutional amendment, isn't it?
No, not in Nigeria. You see, provided as soon as that House of Rep do this their nonsense hey and I and nonsense as soon as they agree on it, it's binding to every state. Have you forgotten that? Just the way they have
Um,
police policies
let me confirm that.
um, constitution, whatever they call it. As soon as they agreed in that Abuja, it will be applicable to every other person, regardless of your position on that. So once they agreed in that National Assembly, and that is why that National Assembly is a big deal. And these people, they are of greater number in the National Assembly. So whatever you do, whatever you
Can
ask
you
for
guys
in
hear
the
me?
state, they will now refer you to the National Assembly. They will ask you to go to the National Assembly because they know if you get there, you are bound to fail. Their people are more in number. And that is why for us to be smart enough to have maybe equal or more number outweighing theirs, it's the best way to go. The creation of additional states that will give you more representative in the National Assembly is the best way to deal with this thing now. If you leave it, there is nothing that the South is clamoring for that they are going to get it because they have over a higher number there.
From what I just checked just now, 24 states have to approve it.
Now,
For it to
24
become part
states.
of
No,
the.
have you forgotten? Have you forgotten that the middle belt that you and I know to be middle belt today, right? The middle belt, they are claiming that the middle belt is not central. And they now come to middle belt and begin to impose their own people in like a state like Nasarawa State. Nasarawa is 90% Christians, but their governor is a Muslim. And that is what they are also fighting in Benue State, to have a Muslim in Benue State. In Plateau State, they've been fighting for this in Plateau State. Thank God the Plateau State people have woken up to say, no, Muslim can never be the governor. They've defeated Taraba. How did they defeat Taraba? They made the guy go Kolo, had mental problem, and defeat him out.
But
Yes,
all you need
that's
is the
exactly what
southern
happened.
states now. All you need is south,
Now,
southeast,
in
and
south,
a few western states. It's
now
over.
in southeast, they nearly got this guy. What's his name? The Ebonyi State governor. Thank God his term, come to an end, and they kick
You
him
are
out,
just,
right?
you are just
And
acting
now,
as if you are just kidnapping our
no,
governors.
no,
What is going on there?
because they will promise him. See, they will promise him that they are going to make him the president of the country. So whatever they are asking for, he will be doing it, and that is what they are using on the Imo State governor now. Maybe they've promised him that they're going to make him the governor. So whatever they are asking, he will be dancing for it, and that was why he now came to bring IDP in Imo State, that is not in war. The IDP, that they don't have terrorists and they don't have people that are being pushed out from their homes, but he was ready to accept having IDP in Imo State. So these are the kind of things that they are doing with our southern governors, so that they will be able to have more numbers in the National Assembly. Have you forgotten that last year or 2 years ago, they sponsored Hajj in Imo State? Imo State youths converted to Muslims, immediately they sponsor them and take them to Hajj. So in the National Assembly is where they start and end everything.
Okay.
No state has any right to ratify anything in Nigeria.
Thank you, Kenny. It will come to you after Amy. Amy, do you see the southern states? We have 6 states in the south, 5 in the southeast. Lagos, Ogun State is all you need to turn it. Do you see any of these states being turned Muslim in any way?
I don't think so. I don't think so, because I think these states you have mentioned, they are quite liberal in their thinking. Because especially if you look at the southwestern states, for example, we have a mix of Christian and Muslim, even within the family, and it's no big deal. But the thing is that we are kind of aware of the sensitivity that such might bring up. You get the point. There's a sensitivity associated with such in terms of law. So you won't find it in state. In fact, I will guarantee you that Southwest won't even mention it. They would rather talk about establishing the Yoruba laws, the laws that will make you feel indigenous to the state.
Yeah.
You get the point. Than to say you want to sound Christian or Muslim. No, you won't see Southwest do that. No, it's not going to work there. But But I think in terms of what the, because I don't really have the full picture of the proposal itself, but I saw the video of the conversation in the National House of Assembly and how it was vehemently deliberated. I think we shouldn't really be afraid of such discussions, in my opinion. I appreciate that kind of a proposal came, and I appreciate that a lot of the lawmakers were alive to their work, kind of. At least they those who were opposed to it really stood up and gave their own token of the opposition. So, and that is going to bring to the fore, because it's even interesting that quite a lot of them don't even have the pages of that proposal.
Mm.
So you know, then you have to question. So what are you talking? What do you want the people to talk about? Is it that you want to bring it behind the back door? Maybe you saw that there were not quite a lot of lawmakers in the house, and you thought perhaps that could really, you know. So I want to believe that there's a kind of nefarious, uh, you know, arrangement that they had background.
Yeah.
So, but
Can I ask you though? Do you think that, like you said something about they may have nefarious motives in terms of maybe triggering this type of negative conversations? But
no,
is it
no,
not
I,
a
I
little
don't
bit?
think it's negative. Don't let us take it as
But is it not
negative.
also, is it not a little bit self-centered for
It might be
the people to
self-centered.
just come up with such a law, knowing that they are in such a nation,
Yeah,
come up with
of
such a
course.
law? They must have been aware of what this will mean.
No, you
They're saying
see,
they should remove it, that
mm,
personal aspect of it.
yes, it is. It might be self-centered, and I don't think there's anything wrong in being self-centered, especially if you look at the way Nigeria has been arranged so far. So a lot of I'm not surprised to hear of such, because basically you realize that if you go to certain cliques, you understand that the nation, there's nothing nationhood about the nation. It is basically what my people will get, or what we are going to get from it. And they come to
Mm,
present these ideas of what we are going to get from it as if it is a national idea. So it is now the work of everybody to understand what is passing through that National Assembly.
mm,
So, which I appreciate. You see, it makes me want to appreciate this, that okay, maybe there's still a kind of system that at least tends to control such evil.
excesses.
I won't say it is evil even, but it shows that there's a kind of system in place, kind of. So,
Yeah.
which is what I tend to appreciate there. Okay, maybe this is, I think we have some at least thinking personnel in these positions. So that is what I appreciate there. But the thing is that there are still some loopholes, because, for example, you can't ask for a law to pass a second reading when you have a lot of lawmakers who haven't even seen the pages. Even the man, the representative of the speaker, I mean, the second hand now that represented the speaker himself, was like, "How many of you have this proposal? Can you even answer one or two paragraphs, and a question on one or two paragraphs in this proposal?" So it was obvious that a lot of them don't have it, and that is where I now have to feel like, come on, is it that these people know what they are trying to do? That okay, maybe they feel like there's not much people, and perhaps they can just quickly bamboozle and see how they can go around it. So, but whatever case it might have been there, I am happy that it was tracked down, and now it is now something that it becomes a national discourse. I believe that it's going to be something that will be discussed even next week. The process itself by which proposals go through the system, and how the system can control that we have the best of proposals coming, proposals that support nationhood coming through.
Mm,
And that is just my opinion in that regard. But with respect to certain sides of the nation, that's why for me I always say, come, it's better we go our ways, because we are different set of people. I'm telling you, different set of people. Some people don't want the Western education; they want it their own way, and that's their own belief in education. Some of us, we want the Western education. So mixing cotton and linen can't work sometimes. It doesn't work almost all the time. We just have to know how to really make sure that we don't hinder ourselves from our own independent growth. Because
mm,
when we continue to force some things into unison, that if you look at it with critical eyes, you know that Some people believe that they are born to rule. You can imagine in a nation of in a country of different nations, you are trying to force yourself and say you are born to rule so that others can accept it that way. I'm not blaming them for choosing their slogan. It is their right to do that. But that shows the level of insensitivity you have to others. And I can from there extrapolate a lot of different opinion if I want to. But no problem with that. I have no problem with them wanting the largest share. I mean, wanting a large chunk of the share for themselves. I only just want all our people to open their eyes and make sure that they are doing their job. That's it.
This thing, objectively, the North may not actually be getting most of the largesse from Nigeria. And in terms of leadership in the democratic dispensation, I think we've had even longer periods of southern rulers in office. If you include Tinubu, southerners have ruled the country longer. Kene, is there anything we can do to, push back on this? Maybe we should propose a bill for traditional religions. Somebody needs to push it forward. And, we are all in the same boat together. We believe in our native and beliefs. Why are we not seeing people coming out to push that one forward, Kene?
Yeah, because I think not only Nigerians, but Africa in general, I think we've been badly injured by the Westerners, injured in the brain, in our way of thinking, and in our way of our beliefs. Because you see, in Nigeria, if you are a traditional believer, you will be seen as a devil. You'll be seen as a bad person. You'll be seen as a demon. But you can claim to be a Christian or claim to be a Muslim, but worse than a devil, and you'll be acceptable in the society. And that is why you will see a very corrupt person. Everybody know that this person is a criminal. They're in a gathering. Before they start whatever they are doing, they have to pray. And they all end it with amen. Knowing that this person saying this prayer is as evil as the demon himself. But you, the traditional worshiper, cannot say your prayer in a public gathering.
But let me ask you though, forgive me, let me ask you this. Is it because when you are saying these things, it just occurred to me that whenever people think about traditional rulers, they see chicken that with the chicken skull, or sometimes with even a human skull, and they will be using them for some things, and people think about diabolical stuff. Sorry, let me finish. You see where they talk about trying to use all these Yahoo Plus people that they want to sacrifice people. All those things are associated with our traditional beliefs. Could it be this part that is creating that negative stereotype of our traditional religions? And if that is the case, what are the traditional religious believers supposed to do to forestall these people that are giving it a bad reputation?
You see, these things that you just mentioned now, they have nothing to do with traditional belief. We have Christians, we have Muslims in Nigeria, we have traditional believers, and we have voodoo people, juju people, people that do diabolic things. They have nothing to do with traditional belief. And that is why the ignorant ones among us don't know the difference between traditional believer and a voodoo person. And I think it's time the traditional believers will begin. I think they've started doing that. Like there's one Dr. Harris or Dr. Kene, something that I've been following on Facebook. I can't recall the name now. He has been trying to teach our people on how to differentiate between traditional belief and voodoo or diabolic practices. And actually, if you go to the diabolic practices, the customers there are mostly Christians and Muslims, because even in Muslims, just as you see the diabolic people in the south, there are a lot in the north. See them believe in Yasin. Yasin means like doing everything in a diabolic way to achieve what you want to achieve. And if you see them, you may think that they are Christian, they are Muslims. They are not Muslims. I know the pure Muslims. Pure Muslims don't believe in that nonsense. They only pray to Allah. But you see the diabolic Muslim, not diabolic people that claim to be Muslim, they always do this diabolic stuff. Now, to answer your question, I think it's time we begin to educate our people, to begin to come out too, because the traditional believers are being cheated. It just look as if the country is just meant for Christians and Muslims. No, we have other people that believe in other gods. We have people that don't even believe in anything. So if you are making policies, let the policy be for everybody. Let it accommodate everybody. Do not kind of upset some people, because the country is meant for everyone. Not like, okay, I was one in Anambra State some time ago, and there was a kind of a hard work kind of job, and the Anambra guys were like, "It's meant for us." I said, "No, this is cool. We have Christians, we have Muslims, we have every student. I mean, most students are, students are from various states. So whoever that qualifies should take it. Shouldn't be preserved for just Anambra guys because the school is in Anambra. No, it should be meant for Nigerian. The school is a federal school for Nigerians, so it should be meant for everybody. So
Okay.
whatever policy that that is being made in that
From what
country,
you said,
yes,
it's encouraging.
yeah,
But I think it's quite encouraging to say the traditional beliefs is not the same as these diabolical
it's not,
practitioners.
it's not.
And it's very important we kind of have a way of separating the traditional belief from them, because
Exactly.
when people talk about traditional belief, they think about those things. That's
Exactly.
what it's associated with. And nobody seems to be doing that work of separating it and sensitizing the people to the truth of these things. Because maybe more people will be willing to even adopt it, the traditional beliefs, if it wasn't associated with all these diabolical practices. And I really hope somebody starts championing some of all those things. I'll do whatever I can here, because I think there's a level of self-awareness we need to recover from, instead of fighting our the last stream. You were very combative about, hey, let's go after them. They should not have there to turn us to Christians and Muslims and all the rest. And those things, I worry that it just leads us to divide each other, and we are not going to move anywhere. We can't
No,
progress.
when it comes to that, when it comes to that aspect, you see, I'm still saying the same thing. If you are making a policy, or if you are making a law, or drafting a constitution, the constitution should be able to accommodate everyone. But here we see a particular religion trying to overshadow every other religion, trying to impose their own religious belief on the people. So, and that is what I'm kicking against. It has happened in other places, in other climes, and I don't want that to happen to us, because I know how bad it is. I've lived in the north. See, let me tell you, some of the Muslims in the north, they don't believe in Sharia law. They don't want that. But their politicians, their political elite that work with the dubious imams, were able to bring it on them and impose it on them. They don't love it. The women, if you check countries like Afghanistan, Yemen, and all that, even Saudi Arabia, their women are still fighting against the hijab. Why would they be subjected to dress like a masquerade? They don't like that idea. And these are beautiful creations. They will subject them to covering all those nice gifts from God. See, the women don't like it. They are still fighting it. And that is what I'm against. If we shoot a woman, we should be able to gloat over a woman, See, I don't know how to put it. That is how God meant it to be.
Now because of these people that
Hey, your wife is listening.
No, she know what I like now.
Maybe that's why they are covering the women, because of people like you. you want to gloat over the woman. Yeah, you just told them the reason why they want to cover their wives. See, some people have different traditions. Some of them, the tradition come from their environment. They want to cover up because of the dust in the environments. Who knows? But we shouldn't be copy. We like to copy people too much. That's what my worry is. Jefferson. So what do you make of this now? Are we now Islamic? Should we start practicing how to face where Mecca is? I need to start finding out what direction I need to face. That part of it is the one I have problem with. Because I can't be praying 5 days a week, a day. How am I supposed to be doing that every day? I can't do that. No matter how much you try to convince me to turn. I might like the idea of marrying multiple wives, but that 5 days, five times a day prayer, I can't take it. So I'm just saying, I'm too old to start switching religions. Jefferson, what do you think about is Nigeria turning Muslim?
You just said it yourself. Basically, the issue of praying 5 times a day. Most Muslims, they do it out of the fact they have to do it because that's what they believe. Some they actually believe in it. So, but it's subject to whatever choice anybody wants to make.
Your audio is bad, though. I
You
can't hear you.
I cannot decide anybody's religious belief. In Texas, sorry, in Texas, I've met with some Afghan in Uber, entered an Uber with an Afghan, right? And when I engaged him in conversation, he told me I was among the people that was working with the US government in Afghanistan. When they now came with their law, they ran away. So my question is, even because during that period, even though war is not good, they had some little benefit of the American government being there in terms of allowing people to do whatever they want to do. And of course, the extremist Afghan, the Taliban's, they didn't really like that. So of course, when they came over, they wanted to do away with that. And most Afghan men and women call Muslims, they ran away. Of course, they are still trying to track them back. So as for Nigeria, Emilio Khan has said it all now. In the Southwest, in fact, let me even commend people from the Southwest, because when it comes to Islam, Muslim, and Christian, then they don't like say like it's like everybody respect your name. They are very very respectful. They don't, the religion, the tolerance is good, and they tolerate themselves so much. They don't carry it extreme as compared to our northern brothers. Our northern brothers, majority of them are crazily extremists. I'm sorry to use that word. And it's unfortunate. And it's not really helping them. It's not helping them. No, if you ask most of them that are pushing all these laws and all of that, most of them want to be in the countries like America where things are a little liberal. Most of them want to be part of that. And let's not even go too far. Even most of them that have stayed most of their life in the north, when they come to the east, they see how in Nigeria, they see how things are done different, and it kind of shocks them. I'm speaking within the locality. So if you want to look at it from a very rough narrative, of course, no matter how they want to push their law, that law is for them, for themselves anyway. But in the southeast, it will not fly. It's not going to fly. In the south, there will be, it will not fly, but there might be some little resistance, maybe in terms of population. Southwest will be like a 50-50 split, But even at then, they will not still carry religion on top of their head. So if the thing might it just work within more in the northern area, cannot work in the south. And no matter what our politicians try to push, instead of that thing to happen, everybody will fight themselves to stand still. The ordinary sit at home, you can see how the thing is really affecting what they call it, the people back home. Even the governor itself, no matter how they try to force people to come out on Mondays to work, they still see that they cannot force the will of the people. They are facing the reality. And so is if they try anything contrary. If they do come tomorrow and say they want to do another, want to infuse one other law, they will get more resistance. And we say it, don't hide it. Our people will not stand for it. And other like-minded people, anyways. So even if they try, there will be a hell lot of resistance, and efforts will be more intensified in splitting up, anyways. So I think
Mm,
that's what I feel the whole
mm, thank,
situation is going
thank
to be.
you. Thank you. It looks like it's not going to go anywhere, and nothing like this should be happening. I don't see those sort of people. They shouldn't even be bringing this type of law in Nigeria. They are mischievous set of people, and it also shows the need for southern leaders and thought, and even in northern thought leaders to be, sidetracking these things. Even most Islamic nations now are turning to a different way of life. If you look at UAE, Saudi Arabia, even many of them are moving on. They are not there to be
Yeah,
expanding the religion as they
yeah,
used to do
yeah.
before
Forefathers.
anymore.
Let me even add. Even with I think their new king. I don't know whether it's 2020. I don't remember the year. All those they are old practices they used to stand by, especially when it comes to foreign workers like the nationals, like the U.S. nationals and all of that. They have started
Mm,
easing down. Look, if you want to do whatever, yes, they still respect their laws, they respect their religion. But for those who wants to do whatever they want to do within their space, their tolerance is gradually they are being to be more tolerate people more, you know, because they are
yeah,
being to see that there's no point trying to hide behind the issue of religion to impose your views and being oppressive with it. People are
And
learning
also,
now.
another thing is this also to Nigeria, because if you look at it on a personal note, I want to just put myself in that guy's position and say, okay, why should I really want to pursue this kind of proposal? You realize that I think it's also to gain popularity amongst his people,
that's true.
because you know that either it passes or if it passes, then that is like an icing on the cake itself. But if it doesn't, the fact that he has done it, you get the point.
Yeah,
He can use that to garner more support. And trust
yeah,
me, in that climb, that is what is loved. That you are like a warrior kind of a thing, and you are thoughtful of them and things like that. So you can imagine. I won't be surprised if he's seen as a hero more because of that kind
yeah.
of act. You get the point. So you can imagine all the parameters that are playing in this in that space. You
Mm,
understand that. So it's just quite a lot. But the thing is that in the summary, I mean, for me, just the fundamental is that it shows that after all, we still have a system that filters out what is
yeah, this
not.
type of nonsense.
You get the point. Because assuming it had gone through, then it makes me to, it breaks my heart the more about the country, but it shows that fine, there's still a system there. So which is what I
Even
really love.
sorry,
I like
Mbeloko,
I like
even
what you
for
said
Christians,
about.
I,
Go
I
ahead,
think
Jefferson.
just a very quick one. Even if it is a Christian, even if it's Christians that are dominating, I will not even want a Christian to impose their views on other religion. I stand against it. I witnessed it even amongst one of my son's former school at the time. I didn't like the fact that even though it's a Christian school, they were trying to oppress even the Muslim their beliefs. I didn't like it because I could remember growing up. Once we are doing Christian religious knowledge, those who are Muslims, they will go to a different class and practice IROK, Islamic religious knowledge. And then when they finish, you say, hey, how was your IROK lessons? They say, fine. How was your Christian religious knowledge? It's fine. And everybody will get along. And that's what we want. But all those, interfering or because Christian guy will oppress the Muslim, or the Muslim guy will oppress the Christian. No, 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 no. Or any
Mm.
religion. No, there should be equity.
It
Sorry, I
was
had
it
to say that.
was it not in Lebanon where this war started and they shot Nigerians and Africans inside the house because they are maids for some of all these Lebanese. They were treating them harshly. When they were even being bombed, they still have chance to be discriminating against Africans. The same thing happened in Ukraine when the war was going on. They discriminated against Africans again. And you go to Sudan, that one is quite pertinent to many northerners in Nigeria, where they are killing black people that are Muslims because they are not Arabs. That is the kind of conversation they should be having in the north. And they're like, what are we doing here? They should be asking themselves questions. At the same time, many of us that are busy practicing Christianity, we should be asking ourselves, all these people that brought Christianity to us like Tukumba vehicle, they are not practicing it. The moment they were bringing it to us, they have moved on from it. Just like they are bringing Tukumba vehicles to us so that we'll buy it from them so they don't have to put up with it, that they will bring new ones for themselves and they bring the dirty ones for us. That's what we are. We use the used up item Like the topic here is about 680 million naira that the dollars that the Nigerian government borrowed to buy jets. Those jets, if you find out, they are basically like Tukumbo for them, not their best. We're always buying the second-hand stuff, the hand-down technology, hand-down religion, and hand-down way of life. That's what we keep handing. They keep handing to us, and we keep buying it. Those are the kind of questions we should be asking. This is why I believe that we need to go back to ourselves and start asking some pertinent questions about all these things. I don't know. Maybe this topic we've actually covered it enough because it was coming from the previous discussion that was being had, and we've done it for 51 minutes now. So we can possibly move to the next this topic about this aircraft. Before you know it, 3 hours will be gone, and this session is going to be for about 3 hours. And our government went and borrowed money again that they could use to recruit more than 100,000 soldiers. Can you believe that? Even if you are paying those 100,000 soldiers 200,000 a month, it will still give you. There will still be a lot of money left. And we have a security problem, and they went to buy jet fighters. How is jet fighter going to stop all those bandits from doing all those things? If they have 100,000 soldiers and they march them to the north, do you think these bandits have any chance against them? Why are they not doing that instead? They are borrowing money, and that is just 618 million. They've been borrowing billions since they were in office. They act as if they don't have money to do anything. The other day, I've investigated how much it takes to create a spaceport where Nigeria is going to be sending its own rocket into space and doing everything. It's about 3 billion. And yet we get the money. We keep borrowing money we borrow money for subsidy to subsidize petrol that we are supposed to have removed. Then the NNPC owes $6.something billion because of it. We borrow money to back up the currency that we are supposed to have floated. It's like, what kind of running of an economy is this? All this money, we could have used it to help transform Nigeria. We could have built a world-class hospital so that our leaders don't have to travel overseas anymore. But all they do is squander money for things that are not going to yield results, so that we keep standing still and remain poor, and our people stay overseas. They can't go back home. I'm tired of the entire thing. I don't know what we are going to do about this, how we are going to stop these people directly. I have my own suggestion, but I don't have the tools to do it. That's the problem. Many of us have ideas, but we don't have the ability to do anything. We have to go to work. We have to care for our family. We don't have extra disposable cash. So, if not now, what do you think about this loan again? Do we need these jets? Do you think it would have been better put towards something else?
I don't really know why you're complaining, forefathers. You should be happy that they are spending the money on security.
I am happy. You see, that is not fair. That is a body blow there. But it's all right. Go ahead. You know, I want to invest in people
for the first time in a long time. The government is doing something you should be proud of.
Oh God, I know this one's gonna come back to me.
At least they are not building nuclear reactors that you expect them to build, but they are buying jets because America may come and invade us tomorrow. At least there will be.
It's not going to save us. That's the problem. It's the worst technology to buy. The moment they come, we will not dare. None of our pilots will get into that aircraft because they are going to die. American jets are way more advanced than theirs. They are not even going to see the jet fighter that is going to take them out. The jet fighter that is going to take them out is going to be from afar.
Okay, so they should borrow more to buy a more sophisticated one.
We are not in the place to start fighting air war. Even Iran is not even doing that, and Iran is far more advanced than us because they know they don't stand a chance. You have to start building ballistic missiles first, then you go to ballistic missiles, build your this thing. You have to have soldiers, human beings, at least to stop this kidnapping, to stop these Boko Haram people that are messing about in Nigeria, so that when people call for help, then they can be there within hours, not the next day. And when they finish killing people and taking people away, we need them to occupy the space, keep Nigeria safe so that people can go to farm. All those sort of things. That's why I keep talking about numbers. It's not always about equipment.
For the first time, today is really the day you've really explained the aspect of security and the rationalization for it. Because what I usually hear before from you is preparing for the external aggression. You know,
It's one stage at a time. You have to get your house in order.
I think we're on the same page now. If the area we are going is to internal security, so that there can be economic prosperity, people can go to farm, businesses can thrive, then you begin to lay the groundwork for the other one. I think that
Yes,
makes more sense.
yes.
The way you present it most times is the reason why it's as if so many people disagree with you.
Mm.
Just like the last session you guys had, you made a valid point, submissions, but the way you presented it, so many people were pissed off. You know,
I don't understand why they are pissed off, because I find that hard to understand. When you talk about economies, they are very happy to embrace it. When you talk about healthcare, they are very happy to embrace it. When you talk about electricity, they are very happy to embrace it. But the thing that protects all those things, they don't want to embrace that one. Why? Is it because they don't like the soldiers they see today on the ground?
No, to Niger. If not now, just told you something. And of course, you funny thing is that you also land on that same rationale. Only that you don't let that side of your stand face your audience properly. What am I trying to say here? Many times when you mention security, is because of external fights. You want Nigeria to dominate the region. What is Nigeria in the global scheme of things? All those things. That is always
they kidnapped your
security.
forefathers before they didn't fight. You have to prepare, get
Ehen.
ready,
Whereas people will be like,
so that
you
when
have
they
not
come
even
again, you can fight them
yeah,
off.
you have not even solved your inner securities, insecurities, and you're already concerned about assuming everything you always say. If you
Mm.
put it in the cloak of internal security, trust me, it flies 100%.
Because that one aligns more with the immediate economic situation.
You get the
I,
point.
I,
You know,
they are
Every
all
of your
linked to our
points
economic
fly.
situation.
no, they are. We're talking of the immediate economic situation.
Mm.
You
You
said
understand?
the problems is perspective. You
The
can't
major
fight
problem, economic
external
problem we have now is what we can solve ourselves if there
when
is
you have your own
security.
problem
Because
inside.
people are not going to forget about what the government is doing. The reason why there's food inflation is because people are not farming,
Mhm.
Uh,
especially in those northern areas.
they are not farming. They are afraid to go, and
Yeah,
their wives are getting kidnapped. Girls
exactly.
is unending. I
So,
speak to it from that point of view. I speak to all it from the point of view that we lose $50 billion or so every year due to insecurity. That's
No,
too much money.
we get you. But you see, in
I
every
wish
of those
I
things,
wish that
sorry,
20
sorry,
I wish
sir.
that 20% of all the
If
money that been borrowed
Mhm.
since this year was channeled into providing that tactical
Uh,
security that will address this immediate need.
we will all be going traveling to Nigeria. It's
Boots on
jackpot
the,
that you'll be
yeah.
hearing.
exactly, exactly. So, but anyway, on my own position on the loan and the choice of investing the one itself, I don't have a clock about it, sincerely. And just as if not now said that you should be happy. After all, it's still security.
Yeah, to be
You get the
fair,
point.
it's still something. It's still
Because even
something.
when I heard that you had, I had to listen again. At what's father saying now? Is he complaining that they spend this money to buy? So
Mm.
but the thing is that I don't know the inner workings of the military or the security architecture itself. I don't.
So what about the
So
Tucano jets?
that might be.
Have they used it?
The Canon there looks like a World War II aircraft. I don't know why we bothered buying those things.
They've not been using it.
No, they are using it, but it's not going to arrest bandits. It's just going to fly over and throw a few bombs, and then maybe call
Well, no, but the thing
it
is
needs
that
human beings on
if,
the ground.
look, even wait, you see, one thing is this: even the Tucano jets can do wonders. These weapons will any area weapon will still be effective if you
Mm.
have a strategy. You get the point. So for me, it doesn't even matter if it is Tucano, but just make sure that you use it to do the job. But the painful thing is that now, looking at that time where the Tucano noise was really on the pages, you would think that once we get it, it's going to solve our problem in the next 6 months. But
It's
now
sad,
you
isn't
realize
it?
that it's over 2, 3 years now, and nothing has, whereas as at that time, everything was told as if Tucano was the next thing to slice bread, as they always say.
Mm.
You get it? And you just have to question yourself that, so what is now the plan? The funny thing is, even the Tucano, do you know that they don't even have pilots trained on it as at that time? They were already buying them.
Imagine.
So all
And
these things.
Tucano, it was hurtful. Tucano was our most advanced jet. They were talking about it
So,
like it was going to solve all our problems. It's like I
so
was
and,
never under any illusion that was the case.
you see, that shows the kind of leaders we have. Number one, they are leaders that they want you to give them the accolade for a 2020 a 2024 kind of accolade for a work that was done in 1980,
Mm.
or a 1980 type of work. And funny thing is that to them, in fact, they in their mind they feel like, yes, I am doing it. Yes, you guys should be grateful. They feel like they are doing us a favor.
Mm. Yeah.
And you cannot imagine if that same mindset, you imagine how it is simply used to make all forms of decision on Nigeria. Because that is it. That is the mind that will make a president to go and bring an Audu Ogbe, for example, into Ministry of Agriculture that a Femi Adesina had left.
Mm.
I want you to see that perspective properly. A Ministry of Agriculture that Femi Adesina had already left, that had worked on and left. You are bringing an Audu Ogbe. You can imagine that means you are bringing an necessary student to come and replace to a place where a master's degree holder had worked on, or a PhD had worked on. And use that, just look at that to onto every form of position that holds decision in Nigeria. So it is that
Mm.
crazy. But on the thing itself, I think there are more nuance to what is happening than just the money to buy jets. Maybe I just don't want to be a conspiracy theorist here. So
Yeah.
I'll just let it be and say, fine, it is for security. Hopefully they can use it to solve our problems. But do they really want the problem to go? That is the question. I feel like maybe our leaders see these monies that, although they
Mm-hmm.
claim that they are borrowed, but it might not necessarily be a money that is expected to be returned. I feel so, in my opinion,
Sometimes I used to think that
that maybe they just cloak it in borrow and this and that. But if you look at the inner workings of what is going on, you'll be surprised that it might not necessarily be that everybody expects this money to be returned, but just for the face of everybody, as you know, the surface level, that's what they have to say. But things are going on that we don't really know about. So, but I just want to appear to be, because you ask me what is the proof, what is the rationale, and sometimes you cannot really talk about those things.
I
So,
think my suspicion is that maybe Nigeria wants to shift to playing a more dominant role in the region because of one, Western countries are beginning to support them in terms of what Niger did recently, and Burkina Faso and Mali, they are breaking away, and
but is
if
it
Nigeria was a strong nation, that wouldn't have happened.
should it be alone? That is the question. Is wait
Is it for free?
do they
is
support the
Israel, the money
No.
that they give to Israel and Ukraine, are they loans?
And yet,
No, so far
no,
that
no, no. Some of them are eight,
if
and
it
I'm
had
not sure that they
happened,
are loans.
No, it's not the same, Hina. It's not the
So
same.
you said
Mm.
It's not the same thing.
Some are
okay.
loans and some are aids. Like, because they are the ones funding the war. They wanted the war. They fund it. And but in the case of Nigeria, we are buying it for our own security needs, so they give us loans for it.
No, but
Um,
you're coming
Well,
from the perspective that it could be because the Nigerians want to fortify itself in the region and they have to support the country because now they are trying to associate with us more because they're having more enemies. Now you get the point. So
yeah,
if
but
it's from
even at
that,
even
I
at
don't see
that,
it different from
you see, recently, US
Mm.
approved the sale of is it $2 billion equipment, military equipment to Taiwan? You
yeah,
understand?
they
Sell,
sell to other people
approved,
like
sell.
nothing.
You
Like nothing.
understand? It's a different thing if Taiwan is at war now with China. You understand? America will supply them many arms, not for sale. You understand? But as support. You understand?
Yeah.
Nigeria is not at war. We're just buying
Okay,
it for
so
our own this
if
thing.
not now, you think that, are you saying that okay, don't let me say, are you saying, can we infer that maybe America are not really interested in what is happening in Nigeria?
No, what I'm saying is that if Nigeria is at war and America felt that what Nigeria is fighting for that it affects
It's of benefit to them.
their own national interest. You
Yeah.
understand? It benefits their national interest. They're going to supply us weapons.
Yes, they
Because
will
it will be
supply
like
weapon in that
like
state.
a proxy war. You
Yes.
understand? But if it is a war, if Nigeria is at war, it's not using a war that is not going to benefit them in any way. They're not going to supply us weapons.
They might even fund your enemies. just to make it worse for you. So, but the point is, if you what I worry about is that Nigeria is such an important nation that we have to be careful about relying on any major nation to even like use us as proxy. It's very dangerous. We have to either have a strategic nations like ours, the way they emerge, like China, India. It's not about playing proxy to anybody. It's about having relationship with other major powers and have a close relationship with them to be able to exchange technology strategically. That is how it's been done. Like Israel, India, China, Pakistan, even Iran, the same way
But why are
it
you
has been done.
comparing Nigeria to those countries? Nigeria is not like those countries.
Why? Why are we
Hmm?
not like them?
Do you have a leader like any of the leaders in those countries that made the country what they are?
Oh, okay, fair point. Okay, that's a low blow, but it's all right. We are trying. We are trying to generate leaders. We are one of them now. Thought leaders, and we have great thought minds here. The problem is that when they end up in office, someone like AY will say, "We are all the same. Let's carry on eating and let's carry on."
No, listen,
That's what
you know,
that's what AY will say. We're all politicians. We're all the same. AY, isn't that what you're going to say? We're all politicians. Let's start doing Jagaban. Let's start doing
Politicians are the same,
Godfatherism. You
you
see
know
that?
Godfathers,
that.
You see what he says?
my problem with mostly
Politicians are
the
the
leaders
same.
we've been having in Nigeria or in Africa. I need a leader that will come into office. Hmm? Even before you come, you would have told us, but when you come in, you don't emphasize it. I know there are so many problems, but this is where I want to concentrate. So judge me on this particular issue.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
So that we'll know what to hold you on. But all of them will be ambiguous. You want to address everything. You want
because
to
they are
take care
the
of
same.
everything. At the end of the day, you've taken care of nothing.
Exactly.
So
That is one of the character.
if you run for office now, we should just call it the same as all the biggest thieves in Nigeria.
Politician are the same. I'm not a politician.
So so you will never want to be a politician ever. If you become a politician, what happens? We should lump you with all of them.
If what I will what?
If you become a politician, we should lump you with all the other politicians. You're all the same corrupt politicians.
Actually, if I have opportunity to be, I will. Yeah, I will try to. First of all, I will try to recover all I can recover from them. I will give everybody like soft landing. Then we start building the country. But
I
it's
thought you are
when
all the same. Why are you
no,
different?
I'm not. I'm because I'm not a politician, right? If you give me
Oh,
opportunity, I'm not a
so
politician.
you
I'm
are
not
not a
gonna behave.
politician. When you
I'm
end
not
up
gonna
in office,
behave
you
like
are
a
a
politician.
politician already. The moment you are a
No,
politician,
no,
Yeah,
no,
you
no,
are
you
a
no,
said
no, no,
soft
politician.
no,
landing.
no, no, no.
Why would we
Hold
want to
on.
give them soft
For
landing?
example, you cannot really call Showore a politician, right? But it's just courtesy. It's not actually a politician. There are career politicians. Yeah. What we have, like
But if he
the
wins the
Atiku,
election,
If you run for
if he
office, you are
wins
a
the election,
politician.
huh?
he becomes a politician
The
now.
moment you run for office, you are a
No,
politician.
no,
You become
no.
a politician.
It's not correct actually.
No, he said he's not a
Let me
politician. He
find
said
that out.
Let
if he
me give you
wins, he
example.
becomes a politician, right?
Let me give you example.
No, now explain to us the terms.
If you
So
win, you are
when the
not
person
actually.
wins,
It's not
okay, if
correct.
he wins, then after the tenure, he want to contest for another thing. Does he make him a politician then?
let me explain. Okay, let me explain in deep. Like, let's say, for example, you see somebody like Buhari. Buhari was in politics. He was not really a politician. He had supporters. That's why you will still call him a politician.
Why is
Buhari
he not
was
a
not really a
politician? Why do you say he's not a politician?
because he was not even involved in what politicians get involved in.
Like what?
I'll give you a big example. You see,
Okay.
when he was leaving office, Buhari, if it was another person, he would have a choice candidate. He would have used his power.
Do
Buhari
you
would have
think he
used his
didn't
power.
try?
No, he did not.
He didn't try.
No, he did not. He allowed it to flow.
You are
Buhari
not
would
in the.
have
Oh
make
my God! Did he
no.
really?
Buhari
He
did
really
not
said he
try.
allowed it to flow. He didn't try.
He allowed APC primary to flow. He
No,
did not try. Buhari did not try. Quote me anywhere. I'm on a live. He did not try. If Buhari was
Remember
a
who they want?
politician,
Remember who they wanted to sell?
who? The former Senate President Ahmed.
Yeah.
Buhari was not involved. Buhari was not involved. He actually stopped it. He actually, so they wanted to use him. He told them, hey, you need to stop. Go to the pool. If
Was
Buhari
this?
had wanted to support somebody, he would have support Rotimi Amechi or Sibanjo. He would have support one of them, but he was not interested. Actually, those two people, they actually thought Buhari was going to support one of them.
I think the best way, what he should, I rather want to conclude with what you're saying, that he's an incompetent leader.
It's not. It's not. It's not incompetent.
Who is that leader that is not going to? A leader who thinks that he has performed and is not interested in who is going to take over leadership from him.
Well, you could call it that if you watch his antecedent, but Buhari has always been like that. So the love Buhari had
The worst mistake Nigeria ever made.
Let me tell you, the Buhari had supporters in the north. Why he was able to come into office? Okay, all this while Buhari was losing election, his thinking was, oh, they rigged me out, and nobody rigged him out. The only truth is he was not having support in the south. Then when he formed that alliance with Tinubu, that was what gave him that opportunity. It was Tinubu and Rotimi Amechi alliance in the south that now pushed him to get into power.
AY, I researched whether you can be a politician or a non-politician to run for office. The act of running for office makes you a politician because you're engaging in politics. That is the idea. You may be a doctor at first, but the moment you start running for office, you come back.
Technically, yes.
Exactly.
Technically, yes.
And
But
I believe that
So would it be fair to lump you with all the other politicians?
People that do not understand how politics.
No, there are people that, okay, let me give you another example. Just like somebody like the current Edo State governor. He was not really a politician, right? They brought him like, come and take power. Then now he want to be like politician because he can't even do it because he's not a politician. He can't play the game.
Why, if I'm not mistaken, I think that where the problem comes, where the problem is,
dirty.
We are defining politics as a dirty game.
It is actually.
No, it's not.
Dirty.
No, it's not.
It doesn't have to be.
It doesn't have to be.
In Nigeria, politics is dirty. Quote me anywhere.
Why? It's always like that. You might do things that appear dirty to normal.
How do you win an election in Nigeria? Can you win it fair and square?
No, listen, there's something that you guys don't understand. In the corporate world, if you see what most chief executives do, you understand?
Yeah, it's
what they do to achieve the result they want to achieve.
Yeah.
You understand? This is not a conventional political system.
Exactly. Look at Dangote. You know, he wanted to sue some of his competitors. He said, man, they should withdraw their license. It's just politics. So he has to play the politics to be able to take over the market. That was what he did to Ibeto during cement, right? Ibeto was importing cement. Dangote had to Meet the president. Listen, we can't be importing cement now. We're producing cement. Tell Beto to go produce cement. That was why they stopped Beto license now. You gotta play the game.
I think
It's
I
dirty.
think what see
AY,
I hear what you are saying.
I think it's a matter of competence. There's nobody that is engaging in politics that if the person has his way, will not do something that is something that is, how do I put it? Because it's a game of wit. So
It's a real game.
people don't do such things because they don't really have what it takes to do it.
Yeah. I'll give you an example. If you want to know the dirty policy in Nigeria during the time of Obasanjo, I was still listening to Adolfo Swambara, the former Senate president, a few days ago. He said when Obasanjo wanted third tenure, he brought at 1:30 a.m. they brought 250 million plus a G-Wagon to him, like, yo, support this, you get this, take. He told him he's not interested. So politicians, they do anything to make sure they stay in power. Like they go extra length. Look at Saraki. I saw Saraki with the president yesterday. Like he was nearly downgrading the president. You know what Saraki did to APC leaders, all those that Tinubu? Overnight, he went to stay at the car park with his guys when they wanted to do Senate election. That was how he overpowered APC and work with PDP, took over the power, Senate leadership. So politicians, trust me, they are the same. They do all dirty stuff.
I think what if not now is trying to say is almost similar to what Machiavelli would say. That it's about the greater good and the messy business you see in between is about achieving an end. This is why not everybody's cut out to be politicians. Politicians' way of thinking requires them to think about what is going to create stability for the society, how long their reign is going to last. That selfishness of the politician in terms of lasting long is often beneficial for the people because the people need stability to be able to operate their lives. They don't need hassle. They don't care about all those things politicians are doing. This is the argument Machiavelli is making.
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying.
Yes, it's true. But let me say this, right?
My problem is with Nigerian politicians, most of them.
Yes,
that these things that they do, it does not at the end of the day translate to greater good.
Yes,
if it does,
Nigeria politicians, they are different breed, man. Okay, let me give you one example where I feel sometimes they also make mistake, right? I'll give you an example. Like when Atiku was contesting against Tinubu in 2023, Atiku make one big mistake. Even me sitting down was like, why will Atiku with all his experience make this mistake? And that was what cost him the election. If Atiku had actually lived sentiment and pick Wike, it would have been a game changer.
Yes, he would have won
that election. It would have been a game changer.
He would have won the election,
It would have been, it would have been a game changer, but he made the mistake. If I were him, I want to play the game. I will pick Wike. I will do everything. Once I win the election, if Wike misbehave, I will shut him off.
He would have stripped him the power of the vice president.
Straight up.
He will be the vice president that you strip him of the powers.
No, you don't even strip him up. You just make him useless.
That's what I'm saying. I strip him of the power.
That was the biggest mistake. That was the biggest mistake Atiku made in his political life.
Yeah, but AY, what makes you think that Wike is going to totally go crazy? People think Wike is going to go crazy. Look at him now. He's working under Tinubu. He's not totally losing it with Tinubu. Maybe he's doing crazy stuff elsewhere, but it's fine with Tinubu.
I think there were a lot of people that probably convinced Atiku, listen, this guy is not going to let you be. He made a big mistake because if you put Wike and the former Delta State governor, they are not even on the same footing in terms of politics. Because former Delta State governor, he cannot even deliver Delta State. Wike had structure in Nigeria politics. He would have been able to give you at least 2 million votes.
we would
minimum.
have been able to
Yeah.
write 2 million
Minimum.
vote result for
He
you.
had the money. He had
And
the
he knows how
money.
to talk.
Let me say this: he had the money. He had the influence. So Wike would have he would have put pressure on APC self. It would be, you know, he talk anyhow. We just be talking.
But why you are saying this thing you are saying, and you are saying it as if we actually gave Tinubu 2 million votes.
No. Look
You
at
stole
it.
it.
It's different. Let me tell you how it's different. It's different. If Wike was Atiku, it would have been different. You know why? Wike had structure. He had structure in PDP. So apart from River State votes, those PDP governors, it would have been easier for them to work with Wike.
And rig the election in their states.
Where is it not rigging? What do they do before? It's mainly rigging now. Wike had the biggest structure in PDP. The only reason Atiku was able to
Wike that lost his state.
Wike, you know, see,
he gave the state of APC.
He lost his state in the presidential election and got to INEC portal.
Federal might would
not
have
INEC
been a different
portal. It's the official result. Wike lost River State.
Everything worked for Wike now because he had the federal might. He was, you know, his alignment with them they had that alignment.
Tell me, if not because APC is in power, if that result that he wrote in River State for presidential election, would it have flied?
No.
At all, it will not fly.
It will not fly.
It will fly.
Because APC is in power.
It will not fly. Just because APC was in power, that's why it got out of it.
Hold on. Let me take you back to history. In 2019, APC were in power. Wike delivered River State to PDP. He won River State as the governor. See. There were a lot of forces.
No. 2020 what? What do you say now?
Oh, okay. So, what about 2023? What happened in 2023?
2023?
What happened?
Yes.
Where the record?
No, I'm not saying that. What happened in 2023?
Listen.
How do you think the result actually went in terms of presidential?
In those years you are mentioning,
in River State,
the matter of margin. PDP won those states in those times. It's just a matter of margin.
Yeah. No. See.
No, hold on. I want to know. Can you give us a rough estimate of the result? What was the result for River State?
Well, check with Inex now. PDP won Rivers on record. It's on record. PDP won Rivers. Hold on.
No, it's APC that won Rivers.
Hold on.
It's APC that won Rivers State. Go and check now.
I said PDP, APC. I mean, they won Rivers. That was what PDP. That was what Wike wanted.
Yes, now that's what gave him his ministerial position.
But they said it was found out that they actually rigged it officially.
It's normal. It's normal. So most elections in Nigeria, most elections are rigged in many states.
Most of them are rigged, but it depends to what extent. Do you understand? Because at the end of the day, you have to give variance. Even in construction, normally construction will be things in how the material when they use there will be some losses. And those losses fall under variances. So that's how it is with all these electoral processes.
Mm-hmm. I agree with what if not now said. Yes, River State election was obvious that the rigging was massive, but on record, he delivered River State. That's just the truth.
No, he did deliver it for the current administration.
Yes,
it's up to, for the next one. It's up to the others to prepare. The other parties they have big problem on their hand. PDP is fighting itself.
Don't forget, River State is naturally a PDP state. Since 1999, it's naturally a PDP state.
Atiku and Wike had destroyed that party. Those two have destroyed the party, and I don't know how they're going to get out of it.
Yeah, bro, the PDP is gone. After it will recover after 2027.
Look at this one.
PDP, Labour Party, trust me, those party forget. Asiwaju are a gang, don't overpower the party.
Keep thinking that, keep thinking that. These are,
Yeah, those parties
the
are
current
gone.
president. I think you are
If
looking at
Peter
it from
Obi is
today.
even if Peter Obi is contesting, Peter Obi, I don't think he will contest other Labour Party. He knows. He knows what is going on.
You are acting as if there is some.
You can't be too sure, man. You
This
can't
is
be
why
too
I
sure.
like this. This
You
is
will
where I
see
agree
now.
with
You will
Shore.
wait.
This is
You
where
will
I
see
agree with
there.
Shore. Show the way you
Wait,
describe
you
these
see.
people. You and Ovie. It's like when you see these guys, you look at them like, oh my god, they are massive, and I
No.
agree with Shore. Shore looks at this, but he sees small men that are doing things, and
Eh,
act as if they are really, really conniving and very, very skillful at what they are doing.
let me say
All these
this.
people are just rushing for money. That's all
We
it is.
have to face the reality.
Mhm.
Showore is gonna talk as I mean, if they are small men, Showore could have defeated them, right?
No,
we
it's not because of that, because they are rushing for money. That's all people are doing.
yeah,
Money,
of
that's what they are
course.
doing.
Politics is money. What is politics? Another name of politics is money.
Exactly.
If you don't
So
have
it's
money,
not
what are you
because they
doing
are
with
too
politics?
smart. It's just money that is doing this
It's
thing.
not smart. It's of course it's money. Politics is money. Even in America,
No,
you
it's
don't
not
know
just
how
money.
much.
Money and power. Money and
What
power.
What do you
You
mean
use
Money
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 to
and
and
get
power. They
power?
are
power.
very, very
In the context of
critical
Nigeria,
in
you
our
use money to get
politics.
power in Nigeria. That's
Yeah,
one of the
Yeah,
things.
but the
but
power factor is a very
money is
big
a
difference
big thing.
That's true.
because you can have all the money, but you don't have the power.
Often,
Yeah, you
power
can
follows
have all the
money.
money, you don't have the power. You need the power. The money will give you that platform. Trust me.
Yes, it
And
will give you a platform to make friends in corridors of power.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
you understand what I mean. But you have to earn the people's trust and be able to. I don't have to explain it, but you have to earn their trust
Baba,
before
in
before you
Nigeria,
can get that
Baba, in
Jefferson,
power
Nigeria,
influence.
Jefferson, it is not people's trust. It is basically criminals. You have to have criminals behind
exactly
you, the people that can do
behind
dirty
you.
work for you. That is it.
Do you know how much this politician? Do you know how much they pay talks to come and make sure they rig election for them? It's a lot of money.
No, of course, it's a big money.
All these state governors, they are all involved. They are not
but did they
innocent.
do that in Edo State recently?
I was not there. I've not lived there.
Because from what I gather, they said the way they did it was just basically to bribe the voters to an extent, and maybe some of the election workers. But in terms of the votes that were cast, it was genuine. That's what some
Forefathers,
people
No,
said.
the
forefathers.
votes were genuine.
If it was needed,
No,
they
it's
would
not
have
all
done
the
it.
votes. They combine all the.
See,
If it
they
was
combine
needed,
It's a
everything. But let me
combination.
tell you the truth. Let me tell you the truth. Both APC and PDP, they are not innocent at all.
Of course not.
Yeah, they are all involved because these are the two biggest parties in Nigeria, right? They have the network, they have the money, they have the people.
Wow.
Why do you think that was the main reason why you see Peter Obi struggle now? Peter Obi, there are areas people voted for him, but nobody to protect his vote. The votes are out. You just give money to his agent, he's gonna give you the
That's
vote.
and that is the weak point. The agents
Yeah,
are the weak
that's
point.
why.
And they have to recruit them properly this next
That
time.
is why when we are talking of the structure, people say, "What do you mean by structure? What do you mean? You need structure to win election. Don't be deceived."
My dear,
Because, for example,
it's not really easy like that. So
when you go
even
to
if you don't wanna, you as an agent, even if you don't wanna compromise, another person will sign it for you.
exactly. If you participated in politics, for example, you go to Rivera area in River State, who want to tell Labour Party vote? So when you say structure,
Even if you finish signing it, don't you see? You are talking yourself. Don't you see River State own? Sign the result, they will still mutilate it. They will sign it. Sign it and go. They will mutilate it. They will write it. What they want to
but
write
the
on
thing
it.
is, if there was this in IREV and the picture that was taken when the agents were there and the agents are not corrupt, you can't overrule it.
That's the reason why
in their presence.
That's the reason why in the River State one, if you go to INEC server now, it's showing Labour Party won it because the manipulation, most of the manipulation was done even after the count, even after everything. They still want to make sure that they got the tally they're looking for.
I agree with that, but if the IREV and the local, this in the polling station workers have different data, they can present it as evidence, and that could
No,
have been
no,
that
the
would
judge.
forestall everything, but that wasn't the
No,
case.
the judiciary said that the IRF own is irrelevant.
Yes, they did at that
Yeah.
time, but no, actually, I don't think they didn't. The evidence they submit to the machine, I think that one holds. There's one of them that holds, the one that they
No,
used to collate, that
no,
all of
is
them
that
sign it.
what they
No,
stand
no.
by?
What if not
That
now
paper,
said is correct?
they said they decided it's already decided case, and that
Yes.
was why
These
when you go to
guys,
Kogi own became the worst because of
yeah,
the Supreme Court judgment. So
this
nobody
stuff,
has in Supreme Court said that the IRF is not admissible.
election is hard though. The thing is,
Yeah,
if you see
and we
the
have a problem with that because right now, as you can see, the process is still very, very shaky. It's still very, very shaky.
it
Even
is
down with this
it
Edo
is
election, after they even collated the result at the polling units, and they got the ward results from the polling unit and went to the coalition center. A lot of major manipulation was still taking place
bro.
to
Okay,
decide the
You see,
whole.
you see Edo State election, right? Edo State election, the biggest mistake the governor made was no. In fact, 95% of Edo politicians were with the APC candidate, both in all over across the state. 95 of known politicians in Edo State were with the APC candidate. At this point, no, you don't even have anybody to protect your vote. So it's more difficult. That was the number one problem. So the pressure was just too much that he knows he can't do it alone. Because he's not a politician, he doesn't understand how politicians run their shows. That was just
Is
the
it
truth.
all the elections that has occurred since APC going to office as president they've won? Have other parties not won any of the elections?
Which how many elections after
No,
Tinubu?
they win all of them.
I
Yeah.
think it was only
No, there's no all of them.
I think it was Kogi and Edo, right?
Kogi and the Imo.
And APC won
Imo.
all of them.
Mm-hmm. And now they do.
Imo is that one opposite the man, strong man. He go find way to win the election.
See, my worry in all those things is that I wish that the people wins, regardless of whatever
Yes.
the dubious politician did. You understand?
Mm.
Assuming that, like we said earlier on, is for greater good. Both parties, at the end of the day, whoever goes in will work for the people. You understand? Then it's like a game, but it's people's life. It's people's
Yeah.
life. When you say, yeah, Basically made mistake, or the other one didn't make, it's people's lives. None of them is working for the people. That's the problem.
You just go there to go
I
and play
love
their
that
stupid
statement.
games. At the
I love
core of,
that
see,
statement.
I think I wanted to add something to this. What he just said. You see, when the elections are happening, the issue in Nigeria right now is that the opposition is in fragments. If their biggest problem is their fragmentation, that is why
It's,
it looks like APC is winning everything.
it's
If
part
the
of it.
opposition get their act together, at least the APC will start losing momentum because they don't have necessarily the support of the nation. They are not exactly popular, the government itself. If the last time they took the polls, it was shocking how people felt about the government. But yet the other party is in disarray, completely in disarray. I'm not even sure there has been any time in the last 24 years that opposition party has been in such disarray. I don't know. You can tell us, AY, if you have seen any period like this.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it's just unfortunate. Before the 2023 election, the opposition, to be honest, the way they were disorganized. For example, Peter Obi left a PDP. Southeast is a PDP struggle. Peter Obi took over the whole 5 states. Boom, out. Now, South was also a strong PDP struggle. Now, APC, PDP, and Labour Party have to share South votes. So the fight was in the north. And the north is basically PDP and APC struggle, kind of like. So it was battle for survival. So they really like
They defeated themselves. They asked for defeat.
I feel Atiku was very greedy because first of all it was kind of the turn of the south. The mistake he made, he would have allowed Peter Obi to fly that flag.
So,
Probably look
not
for
just
a
southeast,
stronger.
but it's all of the
I begin to
southeast.
think that Atiku is Tinubu's friend. I begin to think that Atiku is Tinubu's friend
It was
because
the time of the south. They don't zone politics to region. They zone it
but
to
AY,
the
is it
whole
not
region.
possible that AY, is it not possible that Atiku and Tinubu they may be working together? Because if Atiku doesn't like Tinubu to be in office, so he cannot hold his nose to bring Wike in.
They actually that accusation was even against Peter Obi, but I told people they were lying though. They said they used Peter Obi to cut Atiku vote, but I don't believe it.
That is possible, but we don't
I
necessarily
don't
know
think
because
so.
the
I
entire
don't
thing
think
doesn't
so.
make sense. Why do they feel like they need to? Because okay, removing Buhari from office, they don't feel that strongly about it, but APC right now is a danger to every opposition party. You would think it should be concentrating their mind.
What one thing you will give to Tinubu, right? Tinubu will not be in that position. APC is gonna get divided. It's gonna be hard. It will be because he is a very experienced politician. He will be able to bring everybody together. So APC cannot just go like that, except maybe after his last. If he's able to deliver 2027, whatever happened, maybe the next.
He's experienced politician because he has the money to give anybody that wants it.
Yeah, money is part of it. He got the
PDP is
money.
not in power.
Yeah, but with the way things are going right now,
Even in 2023, trust me, Tinubu single-handedly sponsored his election because he has looted a lot of money somewhere to use. You need money to run the election. That's just the honest truth.
Yeah,
he was the one giving money to PDP. Oh, even Atiku is very rich too. Like he was able to run this election, but it's very expensive. You know, these guys they have money banned. So if Atiku would have actually made the sacrifice and look for a stronger vice president for Peter Obi, and that can deliver note with the help of Atiku and that politician, they can work together and pull out vote from the north for Peter Obi. That would have been a game changer. He didn't really play the game. I think he was just self-centered, like he thought he was gonna get it, but
he's gonna do it again.
If he's gonna fail again, I don't really. He should not waste his time. By next election, he's gonna be like 81. I'll be 81.
He's gonna contest.
He needs to go rest. I know he will, but again, that is still the greed. I know what the game he will try to play now. We tell Peter Obi, come and be my vice. I will just do for one tenure, then I'll give power to you. Trust me, that's the game.
I think almost every one of them, Atiku, Kwakwaso, if Peter Obi is able to corral them, there's a possibility, especially depending on what APC is doing, that they could line up behind him. I don't think.
Should I tell you one simple truth? Write it down.
I know it's Atiku you're talking
will
about.
not join that ticket.
Of course, chances of him joining it is less than 50%. That is easy to bet.
Konkoso is Tinubu ally. Konkoso will not join that ticket.
Neither will he join APC Tinubu now.
He will not join PDP. So if you watch the politics Konkoso play in 2023, it was more like, okay, Tinubu, you are my guy. I'm not gonna support you. I need my people to occupy the House of Assembly, House of Senate and Rep. That was why he cut.
Why can he not join? Why is what excludes him from joining APC?
No, he wanted to have those positions, the Senate to help all those positions, right? And the other thing, he wanted to be a destroyer, like just destroy PDP vote in Kano. And he was successful. So those votes could have moved to PDP. He collected the vote and put them in his pocket and said, both PDP and APC go and sit down.
I don't. You're saying what you said now. You're saying it as if Kwakwaso would have pulled more weight, but he didn't pull more weight. I don't see it that way. He did the much he can do for himself.
He knew. No.
No, that's the much he can do.
I agree, but look at it this way: people knew Coco. Hold on. Kokoso was not really contesting. You know what I mean? Like,
what do you mean by he knows? He
was
contesting where he felt that he can win.
No. They were 3 candidates. To be honest, 3 major
That's
candidates.
what I'm saying. No, you're not being fair with your analysis. Would Kwankwaso would he have won Lagos State? Would he have won Ibadan?
That is what I'm telling you.
Would he have won Abuja?
That is what I'm telling you.
He won where his strength can win.
Yes, I agree with you. But that was deliberate. That was a signature contest.
How is it deliberate? Okay,
the vote
that Sowore won, it was deliberate.
Wait. I think what Ewa is trying to say is that I guess Kankaso knows that he will win Kano. And that would be something to bargain with, in my opinion.
Exactly.
Would he have won? Given how the contest played out, which other state would he have won? That's my question.
If not now, looking back now, it's easier to analyze. As at that time, in fact, I remember one of the analyses was that Kankaso might be the pride of the old politicians.
Yep.
Because there's tendency that there will be a rerun. There would have been a rerun. That was one of the analysis that there would have been a rerun. And as at that time, then it will not matter who aligns with who.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is that Kwankwaso gave it his best shot. He got what he can get.
Yes.
No, of course, that's part of it. Not denying. We all know that he wouldn't have won.
I told my friend, okay, see it this way. Kokoso would have overnight give support to Tinubu or Atiku. That election would change. He would have given support to even Peter Obi. That election could change overnight. But he hold on to that vote. The calculation was there will be a rerun in that election. That was the original calculation.
I think that is a very unlikely calculation for him to rely on.
If there's a rerun, the person that got third is even in a better position to bargain than him. If there was a rerun, there was a rerun between. Between Atiku and Tinubu.
Had there been a rerun before in Nigeria before then?
Please, let me ask you this question.
And so why would he rely on that?
No, look, the thing was he was playing a game of cards. That is it. He was just trying to keep all options open. Now, the question I would have asked you is for if not said
the same thing. If not, can I say something, please? Common, just pride.
If not now, let me ask you this question: what value did Wike bring to APC apart from River State?
I think the value APC. It's just River State. To be fair, he didn't bring anything else to APC.
So compare River State and Kano State. Which one do you think would have brought more value for APC?
Of course, it's Kano.
That is the point.
He denied APC those votes.
If Wike could negotiate, that's what I'm trying to tell you.
If he was actually trying to do Tinubu a favor, why that gamble was an expensive gamble?
Of course,
he denied APC those votes. That Tinubu got the least amount of votes.
Was a very big gamble.
See. Konkoso, he needed to also protect his NNPP member that were contesting in Kano. So they are not that sophisticated voters like the way you will have in the South. You say, okay, support PDP in the presidential, support APC in the gubernatorial. They are not that sophisticated.
They will tell you that their voters are more sophisticated.
They are sophisticated, but they are not sophisticated in terms of vote counting ballot. Like making that sweep change, it's not gonna be easy.
I think I'm more I lean towards the opinion of if not now, because the idea that I think the PDP was just in disarray. You know, it
PDP
was
was in
total
disarray.
disarray, and at the core of it is this in Kwakwan's this in Atiku, and then in the APC there was a grave risk too of that happening. But Tinubu's leadership and especially the south western governors came to his rescue and marshal everything. There was a period when it looked like there was a war even within APC going on.
Yeah.
But Tinubu's influence calmed everything down, and the southwest governors lined up behind him, and he just enabled him to
even the northern
rise to safety.
governor lined up behind him.
Exactly.
Tinubu
So all
was
those
strong
things.
on that though. Like, because I was having the fear that the northern APC governor, some of them, if not all of them, might just switch to Atiku. But he was able to hold them down. To be honest, he did a very great job there. Because that's
And
a big
in
one.
a way, they didn't have too much of a choice. It's either Osibanjo or one other northerner, and they know they cannot have another northerner again. They don't have a lot of choice in terms of
Yeah, that
Tinubu,
is one
they
of the
didn't have
points.
too much of a
Yeah.
choice than choosing Tinubu.
That is even the major point. The fact that the northerners know that it is the time for the southerners.
They needed to balance. They needed to balance the country, right? Because they feel like, okay, Buhari has ruled for 8 years, a Fulani, and now Atiku want to rule another 8 years, a Fulani. Come on, man, guys. Even the Southerners that were supporting Atiku, I really had issue with them because, like, politically, just let South do 8 years, not do 8 years. Come on, like, that's just fair.
Atiku is the worst thing that happened in the last election. He's the worst
Don't
thing.
mind him.
He just came in as a disruptor. He didn't have much to offer anybody. I don't know why he even bothered to run, because I believe that what he did, he helped Tinubu more than anybody else. Not
exactly.
They are good friends anyway.
He allowed that party to disintegrate. Like you said, he could have just held his nose and brought Wike close, but he wouldn't even do that.
That is why some conspiration theorists will believe that Atiku worked for Tinubu.
That's my thinking. I don't know why people keep saying it, P2B and all the rest. I like this guy. He even bragged that he can pick up the phone and got one of Tinubu's ministers fired. I think he was. Yeah. That's what Atiku was saying.
He said. Yeah,
he was like, I can get you fired. I will call the president and I will fire you. I was like, yeah, maybe because you're close to him.
He said
you
that.
made him win. Yeah, he said that.
Yeah,
Atiku said that. I was like, it does make sense to me because some of his behavior didn't seem like somebody that cares about PDP. He just sabotaged the PDP completely from top to bottom. First, he shouldn't have run. He ran. He displaced P2B. He displaced Wike. Then even to make Wike his VP, no. Wike then said, okay, fine. He didn't choose me. Sack, what's that, Ali or something, the party chairman or something. No, he wouldn't even sack him. He wouldn't even sack his gate man. He didn't do anything. He just left the division in place.
So not choosing Wike was the first mistake. The second mistake was he would have made Wike the DG of the cafe.
Don't look at it from the mistake of Atiku. Now we've known that was a mistake from, but look at it from the position that maybe it was really working for Tinubu.
Yeah, it's possible.
If it was working for Tinubu, trust me, it is part of the decision to have been made.
Yeah,
make everything
because look at Amechi, right? So Buhari wanted to choose Amechi as vice president, right? 2015. But because of the politics, it was like Tinubu come, okay, give us VP. That was why they gave DG to Amechi, so that it will not feel like bad. They now make him a super minister. Because Tinubu come, because they are going to bring the bulk of the votes from the south. Tinubu wanted to be VP. All of them, they now said, no, you have to choose a candidate. He chose 3 candidates. That was how they pick Osibanjo. So it's his politics anyway.
I think in Nigerian space is quiet. When people say captured, it sometimes represent that. I must say in America too, the same accusation is there where they say, all these people are lobbyists, capture all of them, and they don't seem to have their own voice. Maybe that's what it's going. Maybe that's the nature of democracy. Maybe because you see that in the UK too. where you feel like the politicians are completely captured. They just do what some interest group tells them to do, and the way Atiku behaved, that is not the way a party that wants to win behaves.
Yeah, yeah. To be honest,
He didn't even act as if he was troubled by it. The guy didn't care.
I really question his motive though.
And
But
how
but so
Nigerians
far
don't even question him about that?
that.
It's like, yeah.
But when you say the nature of democracy, I think democracy is just like money. You can either it is a neutral object. So the emergent properties of democracy is basically the properties of those who are using it. That is why it's believed. Democracy can as well. It's not a bad ideology at all for making your leaders come true. I mean, making the best of leaders. You get the point. It's not a bad methodology to have leaders, good leaders. But the thing is that humans are greedy people. And once you leave loopholes for capitalism and greed, trust me, it will always find its way to the end like this. Just like money, you can't say money is good or bad, but money in the good hands is good. Money in the bad hands is bad. That's it. So I won't say we should blame democracy, but we
No,
should
no,
just look
I'm not
into
blaming democracy. I'm not seeing it as a form of blame. I'm just seeing it as a form of its reality. That there's
that
elements
is
of
own
this in
limitation,
all
right?
of them. Yes, it's a kind of limitation of democracy. There is element of these negative traits in them, and sometimes it's not always negative. Sometimes it's also a positive trait where you have people fighting for equality of a certain minority. It might become a positive trait, isn't it? So, but it is a trait of democracy that you see everywhere. Every nation they are complaining about it.
It's
Like,
just because of greed. You want to have the best of the portion all the time as humans. So, and that is the problem. We are the problem, not democracy. It is we ourselves. We are just the problem.
in people's minds, democracy in my head anyway. The first time I heard about democracy, the way I thought about it was that the leaders that they choose represent the will of the people. What I'm beginning to notice is that if they represent the will of the people, maybe 20%, 30%, the rest they do whatever they like. They don't even care about what the people think at all. That is what you tend to see in the real world of democracy. And many of them betray their followers repeatedly. Like in the UK, I was here when the Labour
You
Party.
see, two fathers, I mean, to Nigeria, it would have represented the will of the people if the people are partisan. What do I mean by that? For example, if virtually every Nigerian is a party card carrying member, and that when you are in the primaries, virtually all the card carrying members they vote for who they want to see as their leaders, then you can say yes, it is truly the will of the people. Even though that will might be bought, but at least there's still a chance that the people can still, I mean, it gives the people the more advantage, I mean, more probability of getting their people to the positions of power
Okay, look at
than
this other aspect of democracy that I want you to look. I agree with the last point you made. Look at this other aspect of democracy. Let's say two sides have 48% of the votes, 47 or 49% of the votes, and then there's a third party that won about 3% of the votes. And now this party wants to get his stuff done. 49%, he's got 49% of the vote. He wants to get his stuff done. The other 48% want to oppose it. But the person that decides the vote is the one that got 3% of the vote. That person goes on 3% of vote will go on and make a demand from the 49% of the vote person. You have to give me this, you have to give me this. They get their way more than 48% of the vote. So that is some of the flaws that emerges from democracy sometimes, where even a tiny minority gets its way over
Yeah.
a bigger portion of the
but,
population.
but that's how,
In,
but
in
that's how nature is now. Actually, that is just
so
nature itself.
right now, what I'm gonna say, you see that they are even joking now. Like, if they want to have a chance in 2027, if they want to have a chance, all of them need to come together, sit on a round table, and look for somebody to project.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they should forget
They will
2027.
fail. They will fail. If they don't do that, they will fail.
Yeah. If they want to
And I
have
People
a
don't
that
know,
feel
chance,
their own
is
fate.
it possible? Is it possible that we can even adopt the South African system of voting and their method. Look
How
at the
do you
way
mean?
Yeah,
this government of national unity came about,
yeah,
for example.
it's more like a
Yeah, the
parliamentary
parliamentary
system now.
system sometimes forces a
It is
government of national
presidential.
unity.
Yeah,
You get that
you don't have option.
if you don't win a look, for example, like this winner takes all in Nigeria, it's one of that problem.
It's a
That
bad idea. It's been a
if you
bad
win it,
system from the
you
beginning.
imagine 33% of the votes, but because that is the majority, that person
So
wins
you see,
everything.
if this
It-
our
it's
year
crazy.
as of rep, this our year, sorry, if they want to do something, is to amend even the constitution. To be honest, if you cannot win 50% of the vote, nobody
You
should declare you president.
exactly, you get.
Nobody should at
Mm.
least put
You
it at
should do it.
51% minimum. 51%
Yeah,
of the
I
vote.
like those democracies that do that. You have to go for a
Yeah,
runoff to
yeah.
get
How
that
will
amount of
somebody
votes.
win 30-something% and
And,
be declared
and,
winner?
and,
And
and
they
you are
go and
winning
govern as
everything.
if they won 100%.
Exactly, you are winning,
Yeah,
and you're claiming like you are popular. You are not popular.
That's the funny
yeah,
thing.
Is not popular.
They brag as if they have the
yeah. You
popular
are
vote.
not popular. You are not popular.
And
So
yet you
the
are
thing
criticizing
is,
Minority government in power.
the likes of
yeah,
people.
it's
So,
yeah. Assuming it's parliamentary system, this is actually a minority government.
But is that not the problem with opposition? This is something that the opposition should be reminding them of,
No,
reminding
no,
people
but,
of that.
but
You never got the support of the people. You just got 36% support. They should be reminding them of that every day so that they can be a little bit humble. But the opposition is not there in Nigeria. They are all asleep or
that's the
joined
problem.
the
APC.
opposition is sleep. They are sleeping.
No, they are sleeping.
That's the problem.
That is the worst. How can they be the worst opposition when a government came into office with 36% of the vote? You have to give it to Tinubu. He's one of the luckiest politicians ever.
No,
Because
don't say you have to give it to him. No,
because
don't give it to him. Don't,
good luck did he have luck? Good luck when his name is Good Luck.
Baba,
But when he got
don't
into
give it.
office, the opposition was so strong. They were not playing around.
Bro, on a more serious note, in 2014, 2015, opposition, they almost killed Good Luck.
No, AY,
The opposition was so strong
AY,
against him.
AY. See,
The propaganda,
to Nigeria. Give
Mhm.
APC, if APC too should rule for almost 16 years, it should come to that point to that the opposition.
I hear you. I hear what you are saying. Exposure.
You get the point,
bro.
It is normal. It is a cycle. Opposition
Bro,
don't just
yeah.
go on like
bro.
cycle.
When like
Yeah,
Mohammed,
Emilio
when like
Kano
Mohammed
will reach
was,
up to that 16 years.
when like
It's enough.
Mohammed,
The way things are going, it's not going to reach up to 16 years.
when like
You see,
Mohammed,
that's it. You can
Now
even
you
see
go.
now.
Now you go
It's
stop
not.
him. Now you go stop
when
him.
like
It's not about
Mohammed,
Namigo
when
stop,
like
and with what is going on so far, it
forefather,
just shows that
when
people
like
are.
Mohammed was the speaker
How many
of the
years do you?
opposition,
How many years do you think is remaining to make it
La
16
Mohammed
years?
will be in Kano, he will hold press conference. He will
Maybe
be in Kwara, he will hold conference. He will be in Enugu, he
2027.
will hold press conference.
That's how you're supposed to be now. You have to be on the case of the
No,
government constantly.
as opposition, bro, like
Yes.
Mohammed, propaganda, fake
And
news,
also, please don't,
everything, man.
you know,
He
you
was
can also
hitting them
forget
from
That's what you're
everywhere.
supposed to do. You have to keep troubling them, reminding people how useless they've been.
No,
Where
APC
that
problem.
liar
Mohammed.
Mohammed? Nobody hear from
No
him
go.
again.
He
It's
don't
not
talk
enough
now.
now. The problem I want to go and rest.
One of his child is also a representative, at least if I still
It
recall.
was a
That
disgrace to that
So
ministry.
he has sitting now.
That moment will not laugh. Oh. It will not like we just call press conference. Say, oh yeah, they just stole like the $10 billion is missing. Oh, they gave the contract that was awarded. He just bring all kind of stuff. And Gula was
Man.
really gentle. If you try that during Tinubu will pick you up.
And you see, as at that time, Jonathan was not really fortunate. As at that time, even the US were interested in that politics. You know, even I heard that they had to gather some of the politicians, even from the north and all those places like that, to say, "Come, we want this man out of this position." And
I think it made sense.
they had backing. So
It was because of that Chibok girls nonsense.
I don't think it's necessarily that. I think it's because the feeling in the north was very, very strong. Like it was so strong because after Obasanjo's 8 years and he was trying to get a third term too. Then you got Yaradua. Then Yaradua died. Suddenly, a minority from Ijaw is ruling the country. And then he went on to win an election. They want to run for another term again. That would have made him
that was the
10
grace
years
of
in
Goodluck.
office. So you can see that the opposition in the north was getting unbearable. It meant that during the democratic era, they barely ran. So the opposition was very strong. And you can see that even when during that time they were threatening to form an alternative government. That's how bad it was.
And I think,
maybe America was getting scared that this thing is going to get out of control.
No. It's not that they were getting scared. No.
You know, they even moved the election.
They were trying to form an alternative government.
Yeah, APC were ready.
Wait,
they have to do all that first.
Do you think it was because of the peace?
That rotational system that didn't happen was pissing them off. It was one of the strongest force that was pushing them. That they have to get
that the reason America supported APC?
Zara,
if you see opposition parties threatening to form an alternate government and they cannot be arrested, you know you have a big problem on your hand.
No, but they didn't form the alternate government. I don't believe that.
But they were threatening. That's Erufai. Erufai is not a joker. That's Erufai and a few other people saying those things.
It's normal to threaten, but they wouldn't have formed it. Look, the problem is that I feel that if Jonathan had understood that, yes, that was critical to it, but I think there's still a sinister motive behind America supporting APC than PDP that time. I don't think it was because of
it was because of Goodluck failure, Joe.
I can't put my mind to it now.
Which failure? Is the failure worse than what is happening?
I think they just felt that it's time for Goodluck.
No, as at that time.
You cannot compare now, please.
I think Goodluck had won that term.
No,
I don't know.
That time, Nigeria's economy was one of the fastest growing now. It was fast.
It's something different.
I don't know whether Goodluck would have survived that 4 years.
The amount of investment and this thing that they were getting at the time.
It's too much. I know from my history of learning about Nigeria, I don't know whether Goodluck would have survived the last 4 years. It would have been too much to expect. First, it's not his time. The rotation is not his time, and he will be the longest serving president in Nigeria because of what? In Nigeria that is so tribalistic, they are not going to tolerate it. It was just too much. And when you look at the opposition during that time, the temperature was too high. From what compared to now, people are saying this thing is high. I think that time they were crazy. Talking about forming an alternate government in Nigeria. Nnamdi Kanu didn't say that much.
And you know the funny thing, heads did not roll because Jonathan.
That's what I'm saying. Nnamdi Kanu didn't say that much.
No, head cannot roll. You know why? Let me tell you what head. See. To be honest, that opposition was very strong. Let me tell you what happened, right? PDP lost 5 governors. The strongest governors have Amechi, Kwankwaso, Rochas. I think Rocha was among. No, Rocha was not among. About 5 of them, very tough governors. Tinubu was in that camp and his men. And many governors in the southwest. Buhari was in that camp, and some of the politicians in the north. So the alliance was very strong to the point that even some PDP, they were working for Buhari, they were Goodluck, Jonathan got for government. Goodluck was the way they kick him out, like the guy, man, the betrayal was much. They actually betrayed him too. Some of the guys that benefited from Goodluck betrayed him.
I think it was. I think he betrayed some people by doing what he did. I have to call him out because he violated the Nigerian arrangement. He was an anomaly, and he kept remaining there. That was a dangerous game to play. If I was him, run the first 2 years, finish it. The first time I won, I will go. Just go. Then allow another to run. Maybe a northerner would have won if he had allowed another northerner to run after he stepped down. But he didn't do that. He was being selfish and he lost.
But do you know the madness?
How was that an anomaly?
It was an anomaly because
Was an anomaly.
because of the rotational system that they agreed to in
It was an
Nigeria.
anomaly.
Because
It was, it
100%.
was a
out,
turn
right?
of a northerner to be in office, but the northerner died in office, so he showed up. And yes, it's one thing to serve,
Oh,
finish your
okay,
first term,
okay.
the term of this thing that you run for office. Then you
Yeah.
go and run for an election. You won fair and square, and they allowed you. That was painful enough that the
Let me
northerners now their turn, they've lost out on their turn.
yeah,
That's
they
Mm.
6
really
years
lost out.
straight. Then you want to go and run for another 4 years. You want to kill them 10 years straight. They will not see office at all. It seems like
But
too
that
much.
no offense, but that's how they have been doing us anyway. But
No,
but
no,
they
no.
cannot. But you know, the
No.
funny thing, they cannot
No.
tolerate it from other people.
No, those
Which I
ones they
think is
did.
kind of
They
No,
did
no,
those.
no, no.
They did those one with gun, not under democracy.
Yeah,
No,
we
you can't
got. We are
exactly.
talking of democracy.
Democracy, no, they didn't do that
But
in
do you
democracy.
know the crazy thing that happened before 2023 primaries? I was laughing. APC, it was so strong. APC wanted to make Goodluck Jonathan their presidential candidate. The reason they were doing that, it was politicians from the north because they needed Goodluck to come in, rule 4 years, then disappear, then they're going to take over power for another 8 years. It was very strong. That almost happened. Goodluck was ready to decamp to APC already now.
There's always a potential for that. This one, God forbid, I'm not.
Yeah.
Emiloku, may your life, may you live forever. But my point is, my point is, some people may want you to trip down and fall so that they will pay back the South for what the South did to them. You know, if he
I'm
trips and
telling
falls
you,
in the
it's
next 6
possible.
months, they will be very happy.
It's very possible.
Shetima becomes DC president. Yeah.
Yes,
Politicians?
all options are open to politicians now. They don't.
Fear
It's not
politicians.
nothing is closed completely.
That's
So
payback, man. They'll be like, payback. You don't like it, do you? Now that your president has tripped and is out of office, now you got Shetima as your president. You don't like it, eh?
I think the North, they are still calculating that, right? What you see from 1999, the South has actually ruled more time.
Yes.
Apart from president, so they are still watching.
And that's because of Jonathan. That's because
if they
so they are
see
looking...
that, if they see the opportunity, they will do it.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and that is the thing. That is the thing that we have to be watchful of. And this is why personally, I'm not very happy with the current president, because anything can happen any moment. If he drops out, you get Shetima, and Shetima will run again.
Forefathers, do you think that they want to do it with the present vice president? You know, I don't think they see him as part of them. This Kanuri man.
Why not? Is he not a northerner?
No, they will allow him.
Like Southerners see Jonathan as one of them until he became president. He's Robbie Joe. They don't care. As long as somebody from the South, they will be fine.
It will not be significant, but I think at some time it might become a factor to consider too.
Don't you think we just end this and just have a presidential council like the way the Swiss do? Just save ourselves this rotational nonsense.
Yeah, I think that would have been better. To be honest with you.
That would have been better.
Government and national unity, all those kind of things that nobody should have it 100%.
Everybody's there. All the regions are there. You can select two people instead of them to have 12.
Is that not what I've been conversing
There
for?
should be a national consensus on key developmental targets.
Yeah, if you want Nigeria to develop fast, that would have been the best thing. It's like we have 6 presidents. Let each zone produce a president. Let's see.
And they all form a presidential council together.
Yeah.
I think that instead of this Muslim law that was coming through, that's the kind of stuff they should be proposing. Creative ideas.
They are not interested.
Sued in the Nigerian political space. Something to suit us.
Then another law to prohibit religious activity in public places.
Yeah. You see, I agree,
good luck with that one.
I agree with you.
You don't want them to be praying outside. You want trouble.
No.
Public
they
places, public gathering.
Yeah. Public. You mean public. Like say
when
you
there's
go
public
office,
function and stuff like that, public offices. No, let
me say this, right?
Many of them are going outside public offices to go and pray, and they will see outside the compound. You will see them be praying.
They still go to mosque. Let me say this, right? Let me say this. If you want Nigeria to develop fast, we need to drop our differences. I actually look at how the country can develop and have that regional structure in such a way that each region will now be developing at their own pace. That will even bring in healthy competition that will make every region want to get it up right up
Why
there.
do you
But
keep
why?
saying
There'll be a
every time you
problem.
Hold
say it,
on,
I
hold
wonder
on.
why you say
The
that? We
reason,
already have
let me
regions.
say this. Let me say this. Let me say this. What is going on? The reason why you see once anybody get to that office, they don't want to share that power. That's just the truth. The power is too much. Nigeria president power is too much. They don't want to share it. Even the Senate president, you think he's going to agree? Now you're going to be having different senators all over the country. They don't want to share the power, so that they hold on to what is there.
Yeah,
That
but we
power is
already
centralized.
have those things. Okay, tell me
Where
one
are the
power
regions?
regions have that
Where
the
are the
states don't
regions?
have. No, I want to
No.
delineate the powers
So
that you are saying
Nigeria,
the regions have that the states don't have. Sorry,
so
sorry,
Nigeria.
Amy. I want to
We've
I
argued
want
this
to boil
thing. I
this
can't
down.
argue
No,
today.
no,
I can't
no, no,
argue
no,
today.
not argue. It's just one list them. Just
Let me
list,
help him. Let me
not
say one.
long
Okay,
conversation.
Let me say
let them
one.
come in.
Yes,
Security.
security.
Yes.
Regions,
Look,
the only thing you can do
yes.
is police. That's all you
Now,
can ask for.
look, let me tell you. You see, a state's security won't be as effective as a regional security. That
Is
is
it
it. That's the way I
security?
say it. Yeah, in my own opinion, for example, like
Mm-hmm.
if a state wants to say he wants to have its own Amotekun, for example, it may not be as effective. Not that it may not, it won't be, especially against this kind of terrorism and things like that, than a Southwest security outfit.
So you're calling for a more centralized system then instead of state and local policing.
I am calling for a more regional, more not centralized. It should be region where there is a level of homogeneity and integration. So they work
But
together.
it is
They
centralized in that
put
region.
resources, they
So then
put
let me
resources together to manage themselves. And because
then
they share similar culture and tradition, they
Mm.
know how to work. That it won't, because if you say one state should solve its own problem, that would be too much on a
then I
particular
have a
state.
question for
Mm.
you. Are you
Okay, then
You
trying
get the
what
to
point?
are you
else?
trying to create additional structure? Do you want to turn the
No.
region? That is, the region should be have the powers of states. Then there will be no states. The states
Exactly.
will
The
become
states
local
are already
governments.
powerful enough, and
So
you
that
want
the
to take
states
powers away
will
from them.
become local
No.
governments,
Look,
right? Or you want to have
I
you want to have regional government, state government, and local government.
I'm beginning to think that people don't understand the structure we
You
have
can't
on
have
in
that.
place
You
now
can't
when they
have
call
that.
for
So
regions.
what exactly do you
So
want?
look,
so
this is
let
what
me
I
say
want.
this.
There should be free. There should be this freedom that regions can come together. I don't know if it is, if there is now. Of course, there is, but I feel
There is
like
if you want to come
it is
together
not
now.
something that is
Nobody want
much.
to come together.
Some states want to come together.
But
They're
America
not
is
doing it.
based on states now, and we use an American system. It's based on
You
state
can't use you can't use
policing.
American system. There is homogeneity in America. There's no homogeneity in Nigeria. You guys should need to see this thing like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's the problem we're
then
facing.
it is fine tuned to the state now. Why are you worrying? Let the states govern themselves. Why do you always want them another state to work with another state so that one bigger state is going to bully the smaller state?
It's
Let the
because
states
of
do their
this.
own
Look,
thing.
it's because of resources. It's
What kind
because
of
of
wahala is this
resources.
one? Eh?
It's
You want
because
to
of
go and bully
resources.
another state?
No. There's no bully here. Look, the resources that Lagos can pull, Ekiti cannot pull it. And yet, if Lagos wants to be
What
safe,
do you
Lagos must
concern
know how
you?
to wait.
You stay in your own state. Let the
Uh,
other
Wait.
state do its own thing.
Let me say
Sorry,
something. If
Emiloko,
Lagos wants
explain,
to be safe,
abeg, repeat yourself again, make I hear.
eh? What did you say?
Abeg, repeat what you said just now.
I said the resources that Lagos can pull, Ekiti State cannot pull it, for example. And if
Mhm.
Lagos wants to be safe, it must look to Ekiti and all those places and make sure that he starts his security from those places. Now, if you want to go state by state, Lagos State
Okay.
will not spend those money on those other states. But if it is by region,
Why
Lagos
now?
can say,
Why should Lagos have to care for them?
why shouldn't?
I
Because
thought
it's
you
a
want
country.
I thought you
Are they
want the
not
people
big
that own
brother?
the wealth to control their wealth.
Now,
Why do you want to
Uh,
Colombia Lagos money?
look at it.
no,
Lagos is a
Emiloko
Yoruba
laid
land.
the example now. He showed us the way now.
Hey,
Not
my
you,
pidgin
not
English
you,
is
Jakaba.
returning.
I mean
Oh.
Jakaban.
I'm using Colombia now.
He-
This guy,
no, Jakaba
you
showed the
you
road
don't want to
now.
mind your business. You want Lagos to share his money, his hard-earned money
Let
with
them
Ogun
share
State.
now. It's not the
Eh?
same way. It's not the same way the South South have been sharing oil with the whole country. So take Jigawa, they talk
Forefathers,
Eh?
say the oil
forefathers,
in
Now,
the South belongs to you.
forefathers.
mhm.
Let me even
Eh?
tell you something. If Lagos wants to be, look at now the insecurity in the north. Who do you think is feeling it the most now? Which of the states? Because a lot of their city, their residents
Zamfara.
are coming to states that are where they can get more economic buoyancies. And trust me, Lagos State is feeling it heavy.
I
Because if you know
thought
the
you
number of-
all want every state to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. Let the federal government remove their hand from your backside. Let them just do their own thing. Now you want the government to remove their hand, then so that the states start putting hands inside each other's pockets. Is that what
I
you're
think
asking for?
No, you are not getting it. Wait. I mentioned Lagos and Ekiti, for example. I didn't say Lagos and Enugu. I didn't say Lagos and maybe you Edo State, for example.
Why Lagos and Ekiti? You want the money that
Because-
all the entire Nigeria is bringing to Lagos to go and give to Ogun State? What kind of
No,
wayo be that one?
it is not Wayo. This
It
is
is
a
wayo.
Yoruba. This
Eh?
is a
You know how many?
Yoruba
You know how many?
issue.
It is wayo. You know how
This
many
is
Igbo go they Lagos? You know how many Edo people they Lagos? You
Wait.
want to take their money, go and give it to Ogun State?
It is, wait.
Leave
No.
the money
You
inside
are-
Lagos. The
you are
state
making a-
owns the wealth.
Wait, let me tell you something. This is the mistake you're making there. If those people want to enjoy safety and good security, Lagos must go to all these places and spend that money. It is in their interest that Lagos must go to those places and yes.
It's
That's
not
the
in their
truth.
No,
interest.
wait. But don't
American
say,
states
don't they
are
have
doing
money
it.
to
It's not
be
in their
able to
interest.
protect
Nothing
themselves?
concern them.
Can they be able to
Eh?
do something for themselves?
What
Can
did
those
you say?
states be able to get resources with themselves, protect their border, and align
You
with
see how
Lagos?
cunning our people are.
Jefferson, how much is Ekiti making compared to Lagos?
Our people cunning. Our people
Forefathers,
cunning.
it's not a matter of money.
Yeah, of course.
Because
It's
state
obvious. They are not
where
making
all
that
the
much
Nigerian
because
people
of
you want them to
obvious
take the money
reasons.
and give to Southwest.
They might have
one thing is
resources. I
that
don't know how
we
much
need to
resources they have
we
in
need to
Ekiti.
dissolve some of those
I
states.
don't know. Assuming I knew, give me. But of course, they cannot pull the same resources with
Oh,
Lagos.
boy.
And don't forget,
Lagos
is
is
not today they started.
sophisticated.
Lagos
Ciao.
started as the federal
Wait,
capital, and they have
Lagos,
and they have a seaport. They have so many other
Lagos
things.
can
I
sponsor
beg, no go
those.
there.
Lagos can sponsor Ekiti, Osun comfortably without blinking an eye.
Lagos
Amy
is too.
Loco,
Lagos,
remove your hand
Lagos
for
can,
Lagos
Hey,
pocket.
loco.
Remove your hand for Lagos pocket.
Wait,
Where all
forefathers,
those
Wait,
professors go
no,
and
no,
get
no, so are you from Lagos
forefathers,
let
State?
them go and afford their say. Remove your hand for Lagos
Wait,
pocket.
Emilio, are
forefathers.
you
This
from
is where I'm
Lagos State?
coming from. Oh, sorry, forefathers. This is where I'm coming from. Maybe that is why you're
Mhm.
Lagos can sponsor the 5 southwestern states without.
Thank
No,
you. I
we
want
don't
to be
want to make
contradictory.
Lagos sponsor anybody because the whole
But wait,
Nigeria did
forefathers,
Lagos.
Exactly. Let them
Make
fend for
make
themselves.
them keep their money for
forefathers,
Lagos and
forefathers,
make them build
forefathers,
proper enjoyment for themselves.
forefathers. Wait,
Let
this
people take care of itself. I thought everybody
forefathers,
can pull themselves up by their bootstraps.
forefathers. This is
Go
where
ahead,
this is where I'm
Emiloko.
coming from. This is where I'm coming from. I am coming from as a Yoruba man, for example. I'm a Yoruba
I
man.
see.
Wait. I want you don't say. Let me finish so I can see.
Lagos is not Yoruba.
Leave him now. Leave him. Let him finish. Let him finish.
I am a Yoruba man. I believe
Lagos
as
is
at my knowledge
metropolitan.
today. Wait.
Are you from Lagos State?
No.
Make we let them talk now. Make we let them talk. I'm going to let him tell us why we should give the money from Lagos to
All right, now
state.
let me continue my explanation. I believe Lagos is part of Yoruba land.
Metropolitan state is not Yoruba
Yes,
land.
it is. I'm not disputing that it's not metropolitan.
Yes.
But if Nigeria should split today, for example,
Lagos is no
Lagos
man's
part of
land.
wait,
Oh.
please.
Okay, let's say it's Yoruba. It's going to be part of Yoruba land. So
If you give some of the money to Ekiti, she also
you
give
hold
some
on
to
now. Let him
Anambra.
finish.
No,
We let them finish
Now,
now.
just let me land my thought.
Let me let them
I'm-
finish. Please go
I'm not
ahead.
saying
Emiloko.
I'm not disputing if it is right or wrong. That's just the way I've been thinking that made me come to that conclusion I gave. So if I look, that is where I'm looking. That's the lens I am looking at it from. I get to my point now.
I see
And
the
now,
lens very
Lagos,
well.
for me as a person, as a Yoruba man, Lagos is like the best of Southwest. So and we must
Exactly.
protect that west, that best. You get it? And to protect
Yes.
that best, it is in the interest of our security that we start from the edges, like
Yes.
the city, and that's where I'm coming from. Now, another thing, let us
I see.
remove security. Maybe you can see it again. Another thing is that if, like the Ekitis and the Ondos, they can do a lot of agriculture, for example, but they won't
Exactly.
consume their food. They can bring those food to where there's a lot of population
And they
that
will give them money back.
Yes.
Lagos
Now,
will pay
Lagos,
them money.
we can have a rail system that bridges all of these states so that resources like that they can come to those states.
So all the money that the whole Nigerian population work inside Lagos end up in Southwest.
Who go chop the food? No, wait, who go chop the
Now,
food?
now the Southwesterners go, Southeasterners or two people.
Wait.
You are saying that you carry all the money go Southwest.
Wait. I am talking about the emancipation and the prosperity of the Southwest. Now, I'm not talking about Nigeria or anything. This is Southwest I'm thinking about.
Okay, no wonder you come up with that plan. You don't like states to hold on to their money. And you come up with you come up with the plans where you only famous your region. You see, this thing that we do, is this the way we think about these things is why Nigeria know they work.
Forget Nigeria know they work. You know, Nigeria make me start to think like this.
Hold on.
And Nigeria make me start to think like this. When I don't see
Lagos is still Yoruba land, even when the states spend their money there. You know what if they good about that one? Because the money they will spend for the states is also going to benefit all the people from Nigeria everywhere that contribute to Lagos. But when you take all the money, a lot of the money.
When you say contribute to Lagos, what do you mean by that? What do you mean?
Because many of them come to business for Lagos. Many of them, the headquarters of the companies that are in Lagos are operating in most of their lands in other parts of the country.
Why can't those headquarters go to those places?
See, you can see but that is not what is happening now. You see what he's doing now. See, you are doing this thing where our people, when we are talking, we try to make something suit us. If you care about state power,
why LNG was in Lagos before, and they moved their headquarters to
did Lagos blink their eyes and say no, LNG must come, must return? They should go to those places.
If I were you, I would be arguing for state powers. I will be arguing for state powers. Let all the state control their resources. Let all the states. So Ogun State can control it. Lagos can control its own resources. Why not?
It is not feasible for every state to have the same power. That is the truth. Look at
but they will never have the same power. They will never, even in your arrangement.
No, you are not meant to have the same power now.
Isn't that why you want Lagos to give them money?
No, but the thing is this: that I want a regional growth. I'm not bothered about Nigeria right now. I'm not bothered about Nigeria.
I am bothered Lagos, where many Nigerians are.
Wait, it doesn't matter if there are many Nigerians. It's because Lagos has the environment. That's how these people came. In my own opinion, it's because Lagos had the enabling environment.
So you are bothered by Yoruba nation.
No.
I have always said that to Ewa. You know me. I know they shy. I will say my thing, and it is.
But sometimes if you want to embrace self determination or let's put it in state control, that is a good thing. I like state control. If the idea of creating another, we already have 6 geopolitical regions. Why are you trying to create another one? If you can argue that if you want to create a presidential council, you can select one person from that 6 geopolitical region or 2 of them to go and represent in the presidential council. That is a different argument. But to start saying instead of state police, let's get regional police. You are just confusing the argument.
The idea of presidential council is good.
Yeah, it's a very good one. I think something that maybe we can be proposing actually.
We're not going to spend how many billion to conduct an
exactly. All these arguments about north, south goes away permanently.
And there'll be more unity.
To Nigeria
on that front, yeah.
To Nigeria, if it is for homogeneity, so that at the eventuality when Nigeria splits, at least we will be going in.
That want Lagos money to
no, I want Lagos money.
The Southwest. No, you want Lagos money.
He says our Lagos. The acronym our Lagos. Our Lagos.
Have you heard of this is Echo money has to stay in Lagos. Lagos money has to stay in Lagos.
Exactly.
It's not going anywhere. It's not going to the Southwest.
The reason why you guys want to split is because
anytime negotiate invest with us, they will talk
the reason why people
if you don't like our Lagos, go back to your homeland.
The reason why people want to have a republic is it because of Lagos money?
They will just talk.
Wait. If you like, remove Lagos from that. We will still want that.
You will never
want to be their own country. You know they like Lagos money. Lagos
money remain for Lagos.
To Nigeria. Let me tell you something. if you know that the average Yoruba man is not a greedy person.
Mm-hmm.
You need to know that.
You know that it's Lagbaja that sang that song. Lagbaja is a Lagos is a that is a brother of Southwest. He sang it that Lagos money must remain for Lagos.
No. Wait,
you shall not take
me.
it away from there.
Wait, listen to
Jagaba
me.
will not let you take Lagos money out of Lagos. So.
But
It's not happening.
Jagaba is in charge.
He's spending that money.
Let Ogungua build their own with all their professors, and Oyo go and do their own with all their
Ife. Let me tell you something.
Do his own.
To Naija, how many of the Lagos governors and their commissioners are truly Lagosians? Maybe we should start from there.
True.
Lagos is Nigeria. That is what we are sending you now.
No, okay, it's Nigeria. How many of them are from outside the Yoruba people?
Not that many, of course, because Yorubas dominate in terms of the ruling class there.
That is the point. The thing is that,
then don't take their money.
The Yoruba person sees Lagos as they can go there and contribute. It doesn't matter.
Every Nigerian,
like everyone else.
Every Nigerian.
Of course, like everyone else.
We equally contribute. But please,
wait.
It's not only in our build Lagos. We equally help to build Lagos too.
No. Please, I'm not disputing that that you guys don't contribute to Lagos. So I am not disputing that fact. No, it is 100% fact. Lagos can't be like that if people from that place didn't come there to build. But one thing you must know is that Lagos has the enabling environment.
Okay, can I ask you a question? Can you create a southwestern regional system without Lagos? Would you be fine with that? Okay,
I am fine with that.
Let's leave Lagos out of it.
I am fine with that.
Lagos money remain for Lagos. Let's keep Lagos money inside Lagos.
It won't happen that way.
It do happen that way because people like you will be like, that's too much food to leave on the table. We have to go and collect that food from Lagos. That's not how it works.
To Nigeria, if you look at the way Lagos regions, if you look at the way Southwest region, you know that Lagos was not even in the picture. It was Ibadan. Look at the way we developed things. Look at the prices of our innovations in the Southwest. They were all in Ibadan now.
Then argue that.
The cocoa house, the cocoa house, the station, all these places. So it's not that maybe our eye
sold everything to buy.
But your eye seems to be very sharp today for Lagos. That's the problem.
No.
You kept saying Lagos. You kept saying Lagos. That is why I'm saying it like that.
Wait, to Nigeria. It is because Lagos have the money now. If it was had that money, wait.
It's only you only know Lagos because they have money now. Okay, I understand.
You are making it look like I'm coming from a greedy position, but this is a fair position.
No, nobody's criticizing you.
I feel like when people are saying these things, they tend to come from greedy positions. That's my take on this.
We are not greedy.
I have
my own Imo State.
I am from Ekiti State, for example. Do you think that Lagos will give me? How much do you think Lagos will give Ekiti?
I don't know. You are the one bringing Lagos into it all the time.
Why I was clamoring for Lagos to come in terms of security is because it's the same way US is spending money on other places in order for them to keep safe. It is
but there are other parts of Nigeria too that like Edo, Delta that would like to help secure Lagos now.
And Lagos to do that. Wait, Lagos to also go there and also help them. I'm not only just using it as an example.
Then there is no region anymore. You are back to Southern Police, and before you know it is Central Police.
But the thing is that, for example, now look at this. Imagine Nigeria really spending on Chad, Niger, and which other place is on top of us now? I think it's Chad and Niger, right?
Yes.
Imagine Nigeria spending on their security very well. Do you know that this arms proliferation and this problem we're having in the north will reduce at least by 40%, maybe? That is the point.
But you can say the same thing about America spending money on Mexico. But America has to worry about their own borders. Everybody take care of yourself. See,
but now you can't compare the large scale of country-wide in terms of countries to states and region now. The amount you're going to spend, you won't compare the two now. You can't.
So right now, the states are unequal. Even if you hemorrhage wealth from the other states to try to equalize them.
You don't
You are
call it
creating even an
hemorrhage wealth.
unequal
Wait.
situation.
Now,
No,
that is the problem. It is not hemorrhage wealth. You can't say it is hemorrhaging because when you use that word, you are making it to look like Lagos is not going to benefit from this. In fact,
you are
if you look at
creating a bigger problem. You are creating the same problem that existed from the central system. The reason why we are rejecting the central system is because it doesn't allow us to control ourselves locally. And now you are saying let's
that's not
break
true.
it to a bigger
That is not true. The central system lacks homogeneity, and that is the problem. We don't see ourselves as one.
You specifically okay. Homogeneity is present in states.
Homogeneity is present in region. It's not even present in states.
It's also present in states. It's more present in states. The people in states are more similar than the people that are in regions.
But the people in states don't have the resources to
Why don't
cater
you
for the
prefer that
problems.
perfect homogeneity that is in the states?
Wait,
even more perfect homogeneity in local government area. I thought it was homogeneity you were going for.
Anyway,
all these kind of arguments are very, very funny arguments.
What is this
as I go,
argument
they drive
about?
them like this. You go, they drive and go that way. No
problem.
problem.
I'm following your driving. You drove into homogeneity. I said
I know follow you.
Not in region. Homogeneity is better.
No, you said my Lagos. You said our Lagos.
Why? You see this thing with what you see what they do.
Did I say
any
our
direction
Lagos?
you go, I follow you. You say
I know not our Lagos, but still our Lagos. Anyway, if you like them or not, now you get Lagos. So
no problem.
But that doesn't mean that we gain from it. An average Yoruba man is not gaining from
Lagos
money now for all of now with the Lagos. Everybody really they live for Lagos.
Lagos money remain for Lagos.
Man, no, they spend Lagos money.
We don't share anything with no shishi.
Make us spend them.
Like obedient. We know they give shishi.
But if Lagos doesn't take care of itself, if Lagos doesn't take care of itself, it will be like Rome. Now the thing be that you go invade them.
But my issue with our Lagos now, the issue in Lagos is the fact that even though it's a city, the status of it being a city is still questionable because there's still so much to be done, and I feel that we have not utilized that potential to reach be at par with other.
What do you mean?
All over
Are you saying Lagos is not a city? Is that what you say?
It's not a modern city.
Well, let me explain myself.
I think Lagos is
by definition it is a city, right? By basic definition, it's a city, and in terms of status and everything. But in terms of its meeting up with its potential, it's still below the bar.
Oh yeah, no, that's without saying that. But Lokundo, I do enjoy your arguments. You know, you argue for a regional system.
It's lack of proper planning.
Something has just been revealed today, and I think it's a revelation, like how God revealed the 10 Commandments to Moses. We have to celebrate this moment. It's very.
Are you saying that
Loku just opened my eye to something. His argument for regional system is because of homogeneity. Then I told him states that are more homogeneous than the region. Why are you not making it? Why are you not putting it within the states? Why are you not even making it local government? Because local governments are more homogeneous. Why are you not making it local government? Why do you want to make it regional?
Wait, when you say homogeneity, we have a Yoruba land.
I see.
And we have an Ileomo Odua. You see, all Yorubas are from Odua.
Okay, I hear you.
So you need to understand that. And if that is the case, we are one. Even though we might have different dialects, we are still one.
We are one Nigeria, even if we are different languages.
No, we are not one Nigeria.
Now, one Yoruba.
We can all play that game. You can't just pick and choose.
Let me tell you something. Let me even tell you something.
I know. I know how you guys feel. That's the same way we feel amongst the Igbos as well. But some people who are non-Igbos, they now start telling us, this guy is not Igbo, this guy is not Igbo. Come on. We know all these things, but it's all right. It's okay.
The thing is, to be honest, within the Yoruba space, we don't really care much where your leader comes from. So far that person is good, sincerely speaking. Unlike, yes. And that is why an average Ekiti man will tell you that even though your presidents the Yoruba presidents have been from Ogun State, for example, they will tell you that, well, but it's a Yoruba person. They don't really care that maybe he should have been from Ekiti the next time, or he should have been from Osun State the next one.
But this one is from Osun now.
Which one is from Osun? It's from Lagos.
Jagaban.
On the
No,
book, it's from Lagos. Osun no claim am. Who tell you so? You think so Osun person they claim am? Now Lagos they claim am now. No, and we have no problem with that. Sincerely speaking, we have no problem with that. That is how homogeneous we can be. We have no problem.
On a more serious note,
you can sorry, Jari, you can imagine a nation that don't care about which religion. My father can be a Muslim and I'll be a Christian, and it has nothing as in he doesn't.
That one come up for Yoruba,
and that's how we live our life.
Yoruba family, you will see Muslim here, you see Christians or traditional.
I must say though that is quite
and do not care. Everything will go according to normal.
Yeah, exactly. I really like that about the Yoruba. I think that aspect of Yoruba culture is something maybe Nigerians can learn from. Because that might be the future, that might be the face of Nigeria.
To be honest, if I tell you, like okay, for example, most of the Yoruba politicians, most of them, they are, for example, those that are Muslim, they are all married to Christians.
Yeah, they managed to make it work. Just in the north.
It worked out for them. Like, for example, Tinubu is married to a Muslim married to Christian. Saraki is married to a Christian.
You go do Ileya, we go come shop your ram. And I go they do Christmas.
And they get one allergy for Lagos, there by place there. If they celebrate Christmas, if they do Christmas, I go kick out. They do salad.
Although you know, say this thing it happened by accident. You know, you both will come stop it. Otherwise, by the time we know Lagos will be speaking, they will be facing Mecca too. Just like the T people stopped the Ostumada and Fodio people in this thing somewhere in the middle belt. So Oyibo came and stopped it. But I think it's a beautiful thing though when you see how Yoruba people manage it.
No, Yoruba, they manage each other. Yeah.
So that is it, and that is the attitude we have even to politics. A Yoruba man as I be Yoruba, I no care say my next president is from Ogun State again. You get the point. So far that person is good. That's the question.
Until an Igbo man is running for office.
No.
So that's why. This one.
But the last time I was here, when they were campaigning for this election, it got ugly fast in Lagos. So I must say.
Well, you can't dispute that now. When politics is playing in the national level now, a lot of things are now they are now in the picture that you have to consider. So it's part of the game. In fact, what happened in Lagos was not a surprise to me in any way. You get the point. But I don't care if my president now, for example, if I'm not Yoruba president again, come from Ogun State. And average Ekiti man won't care. Average Osun man doesn't even care that he should have been from Osun.
Can I ask a question to everybody? You know, of all the three major, that's the major ethnic groups, the three biggest ethnic groups in Nigeria, which group is the most tolerant? Why are you laughing? You think I was trying to troll people? Which group is the most tolerant one?
Because of Tracy comment. Look at
Tracy. Let me see. What's she up to now?
You need to highlight.
You want
a pepper? Hey, why let that?
Answer the question. Don't make it come find out.
No. My friend would say for Ibadan, they say Ibadan woman go buy tomato 15 naira, go buy pepper 500.
You see pepper.
Yeah, it can be quite hot.
Something in your balance.
Then when you are going back home, they'll go tell you, say, pass through Mama Biliki, collect more pepper.
That's a serious pepper issue there.
We believe that if you don't chop pepper, we have a saying that that means that the soul that doesn't consume pepper is a weak soul. You get the point? Yes. We believe that eating pepper makes you stronger.
Yeah, pepper has. I don't think I've ever seen anything about pepper, but pepper.
And also on the lighter note, imagine you don't chop pepper finish now you won't come to fight trouble again. You go forget all your trouble now. When you see they try to survive with the pepper within your mouth first.
So, but the question I was asking is that
yes,
which of the major groups in Nigeria are the most tolerant groups among the three?
I think it's Yoruba.
I vote Yoruba too. Yoruba is
I think it's Yoruba. Yeah.
Yorubas, when you look at the atom, you see proton positive, you see electron negative. Yorubas are like the neutrons. They are the ones gluing everything together, in my own opinion. Although that might be seen as a negative at some time, because that means that you are going to be kind of you are going to have a lot of compromise. And
Yeah, that's the other thing.
in
Yeah,
positions where
it
you should
come
now
with a lot
stand
of
your ground,
compromise.
because of that kind of a nature, they will see you as a betrayal, person. You get the point?
Yeah,
It-
but
But the truth is,
okay, go ahead.
that when you talk of
Oh, what happened to
people
Jefferson?
who are making Nigeria to still be livable, and everybody is still like one will be Nigerians now, Yoruba people.
I think part of Nigeria, the thing about Nigeria
nah,
that is attractive to that makes the Yoruba people at least wants to remain, one, generally does favor the Yoruba. They had the capital in in the southwest, and the capital, the developments started from mostly from that region when the Oyibo people landed there. And the northern, if you look at the northern part, they like the Kano areas, those ones they definitely want to be remain in Nigeria. So you can see they don't have and they have access to the sea. You see, that's another aspect that sometimes I feel Southeasterners don't necessarily see the differences between them and, let's say, Northerners and Yoruba people. These people have access to external borders, but the Southeasterners are within the nation, and only the South South the South South are mostly
No,
minority groups.
Southeastern, they have access to border now.
No, 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 not an external
forefathers.
Nigerian border. Which border do they have access to?
So,
Are they
No
not
be
close
then
to
get
Cameroon?
rivers.
I thought they have border with.
No, 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 no. It's another
that
group
have
like
been a
to
narrative that have
Cameroon.
been passed since
That's
No be South
the
Calabar,
Eastern
fight
region.
of the
those
five
one people.
Oh
southeastern
yeah,
For,
states.
Cross River.
Mm.
forefathers, are you saying as in if the country divide or what?
No, no, I'm saying that the way the dynamics of the nation,
Mhm.
there are three major ethnic groups, but two have unique things that make them stand out. You see what I mean? And those two things are quite strategic in its nature.
Stand out
And
as for what?
yeah, one, they are bordering the nation. They have access to this. In the case of the south west, they have access to the sea. In the case of the north, they have access to another major nation out there that they connect with Niger Republic, while Yoruba connect, the southwest connects to Benin Republic and the ocean at the same time. The only other groups in the south that do that are the minority groups that are in the southern region, but while the Southeasterners are inland, they are
So
locked
what does
inland.
that supposed to mean? I don't
We are
understand
not
what you're saying.
I
inland.
mean
That's
that
what I'm trying to tell
strategically,
Maybe
you.
just describing it.
I think
We are not
strategically, if you look
inland.
at where the power
Yes.
structures lie in nation, generally it tends to be within the ones that are in the bordering areas.
Are you saying power
Generally,
structure lie in a nation, as in those groups are different nations or what?
Yeah, yeah, within nations. If you have groups within nations, generally the ones are in the bordering region, especially the ones that have access to the sea, tend to have most of the advantages that come with it. And it turns out that in the south, the ones that tend to have access to the sea the most tend to be the southwesterners in the context of the south. So you can see Lagos is a big example of what
I,
you can describe. And I
I,
think
ju-
many southeasterners don't take that into account.
No, no. What you're
They
saying
expect
is
themselves to overperform.
what you're saying is as if you don't know the history of the country where you claim to be a citizen.
How?
How
Yeah.
is that the history? Is that the historical? Is that how the country has been?
No, no. Yeah, actually, the structure of the nation, the southwest has been Yoruba, the southeast has been
No, the
the Igbo.
geography you are describing is that the historical reality?
Isn't it? I'm not sure.
It's
Nobody has
not the
been.
joke. That's what I'm telling.
It's
That's what Papa, that's
man-made.
what I'm trying to
It's
tell you. It's not
man-made
that is
reality.
geographically incorrect
It's
I mean,
because
man-made.
no,
even
no,
the
no.
because
Which part has been? No people have been displaced in Nigeria. Everybody is where Oyibo met them. So who has been displaced?
So
then I want to ask you, you
when
think
you
that the
say people,
southeast
how
is
are you
just confined
describing?
within the five
How are
current
you
five
describing
southern states,
people? What are you describing
southeastern
people? Are you
states?
the one that put geography there or what?
Yeah, I mean, God created it, and I'm saying that is where people are. And the reason why I'm saying it is because if I was the one calculating
I am
challenges,
asking you when
yeah,
you say south, you say southeast,
hmm
southeast. That as at what time?
as at forever, the southeasterners have been in that region. That is why that is their homeland, isn't it? They have been in that region for a very long time. Am I mistaken?
Mm,
They've been in that region for a long time.
The mistake
No,
you're
it's,
making.
So what
I
am I
don't
getting
know
wrong
what
here? I
they're
don't
doing.
understand. Please correct me if I'm getting anything wrong. Because my history says that where the Southeasterners are right now is where they've been for a very long time. Have they been anywhere else that I'm not aware of?
What Southeast you are referring to? When? No, give historical from which date?
Forefathers.
I'm
What
talking
his
about.
brother is trying to claim is that he wants to claim Rivers and Calabar and Akwa Ibom states.
Hey, but you
You see, that's
cannot
your
now.
problem
Those
because
people
you don't
are
even know the
riverine
history.
people. They've
For
been
your
riverine
information,
for a very
even in
long time.
Akwa Ibom, there's a place they call there's a place they call yes, I've forgotten as you know Eket, that's where you have
I know
Mobile,
Eket.
right?
Yeah.
Do you know that place? They call it the place they call it Kwaibo. There are actually Igbo people that are there. It's just because
So
of
what do you?
It's like Igbo being
what
in
I'm trying to tell you. No,
Lagos
listen.
doesn't
What I'm
mean
trying
that
to
it's
tell you is
Igbo.
that we have Igbos in most of all the southeastern, the south states.
Of course, you
Forget
are
all
there. It
this
doesn't mean that
historical divide that you
are
have
originally
been
there.
washed with over the years.
Hold on,
Even some
Jefferson.
Christians
Jefferson,
now,
hold
like
on,
even
hold
people from
on.
the southeast,
Jefferson,
from
calm
south
down.
of
Let me
Nigeria,
ask you now,
are beginning to
Jefferson.
be aware of where they come
Jefferson,
from.
calm down. Are you going to say because if people are in this Lagos now, they belong? That's where they belong. Like you,
I
would
know,
you say
I'm not saying that.
that
No,
is
I didn't
so
say.
that is the point
No,
I'm making.
No, the
no.
question is: are you the one
We are
that
talking
draw
of
the
being
boundary? You're
indigenous
talking
to
of,
a
are
place.
you the one that draw the
It's not
boundary?
even. Is that
Yes,
we're
there
talking
are
of indigenous to a
boundaries.
place?
Are you the one
Listen,
that
the
draw the
queries.
boundary?
Look,
Is the
the
No,
question.
the
queries, the
ethnic
annual
groups
man.
existed there.
Are you the one that draw the boundary?
Yes,
You are the one that draw. You are
no,
the
no,
one
no.
that draw the
I meant,
boundary.
no. Of course, I'm not the one that drew the boundary. Why are you asking
Are you
that kind
draw
of
the
question?
boundary?
But are you trying to say now you own the space that the Ijos are
No, I'm
and
not the
all
one
the other
saying. I'm
minorities?
It's
asking you
not
who
all
draw the
that own the
boundary.
space. They have Igbos
Who
who
draw
are
the
there
boundary is the question.
that are indigenously Igbos in the south part of those countries, southern part
See,
of those
if
areas.
if there are Igbo people that are there right now, they arrived there recently. You
It's
understand
not.
that?
It's
Just
recently
like
they
they
have been
arrived in
there.
Lagos.
They have been no. Forget the Lagos. I'm talking of the south
I'm
states.
telling you that that is not their original location. When the Oyibo people arrived, the people they met there were Ijo people. It wasn't Igbo people they met there. The Igbo people they went inland, even including King Jaja Popo himself. They went inland, captured him, brought him to the Opobo family for him. Not the Opobo family. I think the Ibani. I don't know who what the precise name is. The royal family there. He served there, became a wealthy this. I think he became the head of the house. They later on moved away from there to another island
Well,
and started ruling
that
from
one
there.
is Opobo. That's just an example. That one is one of example. And besides, Opobo is actually from my village. Sorry, King Jaja is actually from my village. It doesn't not even his
You
original
mean
name. His
the
original
Opobo
name
is
is no.
are
Yes,
you
King
saying,
Jaja himself. King Jaja himself is actually
are you
from
from
Imo
King
State.
Opobo?
Jaja of Opobo.
I'm not from Opobo.
He's
I'm from
saying
Imo
King
State.
Where
Jaja
he
is from.
originally came from. Okay. Yeah, well,
Yes,
where did
he's
he
from my.
originally come from? He came from inland. So that is the point I've been trying to make, that the Igbo people have their ancestral home where they are known to have this thing been. The Ijaw people have their ancestral areas where they have been known to have been. As a matter of fact, they are some of the oldest group in that region. The entire region itself. They are some of the oldest group. I think in the African language, I think their language is one of the oldest, even before the Yoruba and all the other languages. So
This matter no dey clear. Like when
no,
we
no,
dey discuss Yoruba own,
it's
now
quite
Yoruba own is
fascinating though.
clear.
Hold on, the Yoruba one, I like the Yoruba one. He's decided
Yoruba
that
one
he's
is
going to
clear.
leave Lagos money inside Lagos. Look, I'm just trolling, though.
No problem.
It's up to you guys to decide. Though. That will not concern me.
No problem now.
Nigeria is
least-
complicated, man.
So, but this one is a little bit surprising, though, because suddenly, whenever we start talking about the South, you will hear some Southeasterners start asking some strange questions. Oh, who put the border there? That is a very, very inflammatory question to ask. It's like, oh, it's just like a South person saying, hold
Sir,
on.
we take it
Because
personal. That border
it's
thing is
like a
highly
South
personal.
person. It's like a South person saying, who put the border in Onisha? Who told you that this belong to Igbo people? That's the kind of question you're asking about the South people.
forefathers. For your
Forefathers,
information, after the
what you are
war,
talking about
many
is a
people
political
denied
map.
their own identity
Political
because
map.
of losing out. Hence,
So
why you
now
have
you're
that's
telling
why
the
you're having
South people, you're telling the Ijaw people now
misidentity
that
all over the
You
you're
are
place.
telling the
referring.
Ijaw people that they don't know who they are anymore. They've denied their Igbo-ness.
You
Not
can
the
imagine
Jaws. I'm not saying
you
that
can
the
imagine
Jaws.
the
I'm not
pride.
speaking for everyone.
Forefathers, you are referring to
Most of them are from
you
wherever
are referring to a
most
political
of them
map.
are from those places.
They are
Just,
some of
yes.
they are literally they
But
are called the
I'm speaking
autonomous
for the
groups
Igbos
in
in
Nigeria. There,
Delta, in Benue, in Rivers, in all these other south states.
This
I
are
think
That's
if
this
what
you
we
are
are
talking
talking
another
about
about.
love
Even in
story.
Delta.
Another love story.
see,
And
I think
for your
Nigeria,
information, even like
Nigeria,
normal, you even just called. They are all
Nigeria,
Igbos. But
and
before
because
they were
of
just
oil,
changing it that they were not Igbos because
come
of
out oil for that
misinformation.
land now. They no go claim them. Come
who
out oil for
Which
that
who
land.
will
They
not
no go
claim
oil?
it?
claim them.
Okay, he
Are
said
you
Igbo
aware
will
that
not
we
claim
have
it.
the
No,
second
I think they
largest
will
gas
claim it
reserve
either
in
way.
the
It doesn't
world?
They
matter.
Imo
no go
State.
claim
If you not
them.
know, make you know. Go and find out.
See,
So
there
we
was
don't
this
need
Stop
their
video.
for
oil.
here.
It's not even about
See.
the
I
oil.
think you see one day I went to one
Hold on,
man.
Father. Let me ask
Okay,
Jefferson one question. Jefferson, so let's assume Igbo said they want to break out from Nigeria. Where do you think they're gonna cut the alert from? Where is it gonna pass?
No, AY,
It's
Are they
not
gonna
about
go
cutting our
outside?
land.
AY,
The
let me
people,
Are they
AY,
gonna
let me
go outside the five
AY, let me
states?
answer you that question.
If you can, yeah, just educate me.
Let me answer you that question. If Igbos want to break out,
Hmm.
it's even a hypothetical question to start with, because the question doesn't even make sense. Why are you talking about if Igbos want to break out?
If not now, answer the
Of,
question. Okay, where are
of
you
No,
course,
coming?
not
there
to
is
start with. What do you
agitation.
mean?
he
What
wanted
do you
to
mean by if
answer
Igbos
Hold
it.
want
on,
to break out?
hold on, hold
Suddenly
on.
turn the question
Let me
back.
rephrase it. Let me rephrase it.
No, because it's a
It's just
hypothetical
like
question. It doesn't even
AY,
let
make
me
AY, don't
sense.
rephrase it.
rephrase
Let me
anything.
But
It
rephrase
that
is
is
it.
the whole
simple.
point of the question. Is a
AY, don't rephrase
hypothetical.
anything. It is simple. You should answer that
Because
question. That question is
when we were
plain.
talking about the
Why
Yoruba
did they
night,
want to
it was
break
very.
out?
Let me say this. Hold on. We
Kene wants
okay.
to break
Hold
out.
on.
Maybe we should ask Kene.
Let me
Kene wants to
explain.
leave.
Mm.
There is
Kene is claiming
agitation in
the whole
Nigeria.
of from under that
There is
river
Who want to
there
Benue
break
is
out?
down
Yoruba.
to the south
There
south.
is
He's claiming all
Yoruba
those places as
You
free
say who
agitation.
want
alliance.
to break out, Eme?
Eh?
Yoruba
Who
Kene
agitation.
want
is
There
to?
is
part of those
Biafra
that feel that
agitation.
they should break out
Eh?
now, and he's
Who?
claiming all those places.
Oh,
Who?
of course, Steph, you know a lot
Kene is
of
We are
people
not
claiming
want
claiming
Akwa
want to break
Ibom, he's
out.
anything. We
claiming
are not
Rivers,
claiming
he's
all
claiming
those
Then
all those
why?
places
places.
as free
Okay,
land.
why didn't
The
he ask
original
the question as
why
if
people behave
Ekene
like
wants
this? The
to break
original
out?
Biafra land
Why did he say if Igbo
comprises
wants
of
to
the
break
south
out?
south and the southeastern states.
What?
Of course,
Okay.
not
And then
all the
it is simple to answer. Now,
part
Jefferson, is
of
that question not
Benin,
simple to answer?
part of Benin, Edo
Are,
State
are you okay?
was carved
Let
out
me
from the
clear
Biafra
this
as
because
well.
the original point that I made was about access to the that's been bordering the ocean.
Those to the river, yes.
Am I mistaken about that? Do we have Igbo that are bordering the ocean that have like living next to the ocean in Nigeria?
So part of the Igbo land also is close to the sea. Like we have
It's
some
close to the sea,
area
but it's not the
in the state.
Atlantic Ocean, is it? It's not the Atlantic Ocean, is it?
Yes, yes, it's still close to the Atlantic Ocean.
Forefathers, let
It's
me
just that it's
There's
not been
no
see,
dredged.
weird like that. Is
see
there
what
anywhere
happened.
you can name that
And
is
by
like
this
that?
question long. The answer
Forefathers, what
long.
happened
It's
I
is
no go
what
understand
happened
what's the
is
name of
this.
the place? I think.
Forefathers, what happened is this.
Mm-hmm.
There is no state in Igbo land that is created based on cultural or language identity. It is a political creation.
Mm-hmm.
You
Yes.
understand? And
Yes.
while it is being done, it was intentionally done for to achieve a purpose. And that purpose is
Yes.
the narrative you are creating now. And that's why
The
you have the
purpose,
Boundary Commission, the National Boundary Commission. So those things was done
or it
intentionally.
could be a purpose to prevent a greater people that believe that they need to dominate another group. It could be because
Nobody is
the,
dominating. I know where you're going.
hold on,
Nobody is
no,
dominating
hold on.
anybody. That has
Let
been
me
the
let me say
narrative
what
that
I
we
want to say
have.
now. Let me say what I want to say. Literally, some of the things some of you are saying here, asking questions about other people's borders, is concerning because this is not a disputed information about locations where people are considered their ancestral homes.
No,
We
you are the
already
one
know where
you
those
are the
people
one
are.
mixing it. You are the one
Somewhere along
mixing
the
it
line, no,
up.
no, let
Where I
me.
have issues
I
with
can
your
share the map.
question. Where I have issues with your question. If you say if Southeast want to break out,
Exactly.
I can reason with you. But when you say if Igbo doesn't have boundary, that's why I'm having issues with you.
No,
Because Igbo is not just about Southeast.
Eh?
Of course, Western Nigeria is not about Yoruba land.
No, I'm talking about the ocean. I don't see
No, what
any.
I'm trying to explain to you is that the Yoruba race is not just about southwestern states.
No, if not now, leave Yoruba out of this matter.
So
Just
it is no, you can't say that. I'm just trying to
Oh my God, you guys.
No, you can't say that. Why is it that when you want to talk about Igbo land,
I know that you don't.
No, listen to me.
I just
know
want
why
us
I'm
to
saying what
clear
I'm saying.
something because I
Why
may
is
be
it that you want to
confused.
talk about Igbo land?
Yes, you need to open
Talking
it.
about
Thank
Igbo
God
land
you open
in the
it.
sense that Igbos are created based on the states that were created in the southeast was based on the language. Only the people that speak the language was put together as Igbo people in southeast.
No. That's not what I was saying.
No, but that's what your question means. Why did you say if southeast want to break out? Why would you say if Igbo people want to break out? And you want to limit it to the boundary of the southeast?
No.
But wait, isn't it Igbos that want to break out?
No, it was Igbo. I wasn't even talking about the southeast. I was talking about Igbo people. I was talking about Igbo people. I understand what he's saying. I wasn't talking about South. I said we all know where our ancestral homelands are. Not, I'm talking about Igbo ancestral homeland. Was it here? Was it anywhere around this area? Was it anywhere around this area? All these names we are saying here, they are all different kinds of people. They are not necessarily Igbo people. That is not their ancestral homeland. You can argue that okay, from this area, this is their ancestral homeland. Oh, not up to Benin, but up to this area or somewhere around there. They are not here. That's what I'm talking about when I was saying the advantages that, let's say, Southwest has access to all this area, has access to the ocean. The North has all these areas to play around with. But most of the Igbo people, they exist somewhere in between these areas.
The narrative of Igbo
that's what I was saying. I wasn't talking about the southeast.
The narrative of Igbo people is always too sweet in your mouth, forefathers. Now you want to talk about the North. You talk about North as a homogeneous group, the whole of North, and you're talking about Igbo people.
No, the North is
no. I'm saying like Hausa people.
Where he's doing his
So okay, let me put this way: like Hausa people, are they not like where are they? Are they mostly based in Kano?
You tell me.
Okay, let's say they are based mostly in Kano. They have access to that thing. Fulani, yeah, to the border. They have access to
even the ones that
areas that are not Nigeria.
To Nigeria.
People they know that they are more landlocked than we self.
Yeah, but the thing is this: it's easier to even group the Northerners because you know why? Yeah. They already have a form of homogeneity there. The Fulanis have already homogenized all of them there, even though they are kind of separate and separate.
Okay, fine.
You get the point? Fine. So there's a level of homogeneity there that doesn't exist in the southeast region the way I see it.
Why would you?
And if you look at the Igbos, if you look at the Igbos naturally, Igbos don't like leadership now. They don't like kingship and all these things. They lead themselves. There's no one leader or there's a channel of leadership that everybody look towards. There's like everybody's their own.
But this guy has educated me today to an extent. KJ, he said even if they don't have a central leader, but they know how to organize themselves. If they call that they come together, they know how to come together. So
that coming together. Is it something you need
Igbo,
to?
they have community.
They have communities, or is it?
They do.
Their community group
it's not central, but they know how to organize themselves. That's the point.
Yeah, that's true.
That's what he educated me on today. But my original point was just a simple point that if you have three friends, if three people are together, one of them have a rich dad, the other one has a richer dad, and the other one has the richest dad. There's going to be slightly different outcomes. If the one that has a rich dad start thinking that is going to have the outcome of the richest dad, you are likely to have issues because you are not thinking about your situation reasonably. If you think about your situation objectively, you're going to say, okay, that guy has the richest dad. I need to do something extra to compete now. And that's what I'm trying to highlight here, that the Southwest has advantages, the North has advantages, and the other major group has another some advantages, but they also have the limitations. Now, comes with the allocation in the country. Strategically, if you
So
ask people to any group to pick, they will pick where Lagos is. They will pick where Southeast is strategically in Nigeria.
But what
I
you're
know,
saying,
I know. Sure, say Meg go
what
let
you're
us
saying
near that
now,
place.
why I'm not really seeing any, why I'm not really making sense of what you're saying is this. Assuming that what you're saying is the truth, who is really complaining?
I think sometimes when I hear some people complain about how Nigeria is, like their position in the context of Nigeria, and some of those people may be from the southeast, when they say those things, and I just feel like sometimes they are not being objective enough. Because if I am in the UK and I see that some parts of the UK, they never produce leaders in the UK at all. They never do. Like northern UK, you will hardly see a prime minister from the north of the UK. They literally have what they call a north-south divide. Most of the wealth comes from the south. Most of the wealth is spent on the south of the UK. So those peculiarities are present. Even in America, the same thing exists.
No, but
But
there is
in Nigeria, we expect a different outcome.
the problem with you is that you compare things that are not comparable. You are speaking as if you're not a Nigerian. You are speaking as if you don't know the reason why Igbos have not been able to produce the presidency of Nigeria. And you are trying to look for any other reason but the obvious.
No, I'm not looking for any other reason. I'm saying the same reason that other nations are not producing leaders from other regions.
No. Okay, what's the reason why they have not been? Why is the reason why it is difficult for somebody?
There's an element of snobbishness and tribalism in all these nations. It exists, including in the UK. People like to vote for people that sound like them. People like to vote for people that, and because you're already in office, you have legacies, you have people that have already built lines of access into corridors of power. You tend to have that advantage generally. In the context of Nigeria, I know I will see an Igbo man in office as a president. That is without a doubt. But the idea that you expect it to happen overnight, I think some people are not being realistic. When after they watched Buhari lose election 3 times, and Buhari is from the north, he's somebody that was loved. He lost 3 straight times, and I asked myself, why are you making it look like you should expect your president to show up the next day? You should be a little bit more patient, because sometimes you need objectivity.
That's another area where you guys overflog issues. Okay, Buhari lost the election 3 times. The 3 times he lost the election, each time he loses it, he's always happy going to church for Thanksgiving, right? He doesn't complain.
I agree with you. On that one. They were crying. I even heard that they burned some things down. They were not very happy.
What are we talking about?
3 straight times they lost. I guess maybe you are right. Maybe you have a right to be angry. But
both of you are correct.
Maybe it's right. Maybe it's right from that point of view, because none of us were not happy when they kept losing, especially losing to Jonathan. I think that the second time Buhari lost to Jonathan, I think that's the one that made it right.
And in all honesty, I just wish that we as a country should grow past this. The most important problem that somebody like me have is the people that have been ruling. If they've not been able to deliver the golden egg, it's not really important. It's not important.
It's a problem.
I will be okay if all the presence of Nigeria comes from Katsina State, but the whole country is better off for it.
That's true.
Exactly. Yes.
Same with me as well.
Makes sense.
And that's the truth. That's how most nations behave. Most
it's not like a president. The presidency cannot solve every problem, but there are certain expectations. Let there be infrastructure. Let there be security.
Let there be fairness. Let there be justice.
Exactly. Let them be mutual respect as well.
Somebody like me won't even bother if the whole of civil service is dominated by Kanuri people, but they are delivering
they're excellent.
There's productivity in the civil service. Anybody that goes there will get service.
But you know that there are not many people don't think the way you think, because you think about outcomes.
If it works, everybody will be happy.
Self-thinking.
People are
that's
not,
why
because
this
it's not happening.
Right about that. I have to give it to him.
It's not happening. This thing is not happening.
I have to give it to Steph. Steph thinks on a level that many people don't think about. I when he says these things, I hear it in my head, because I already know I believe in it, but I never hear people saying it. And he is one of the few that says those things. Is the truth. If the government start producing, nobody will care. Most people will not care about who is who ends up in office and all the rest. Most people just want to get on with their lives. That's the truth. But that
They
is
don't go
Hausa
there for
or
the
anybody.
public good. They are not serving public good, public
Mm.
interest.
How are we going to start producing people that are going to do the right thing by the people now? That's where the wahala is. So we've been talking about this for a long time.
And that look,
And
Baba, it's because of thinking that the thinking of the impossibility. That's why for someone like me, I clamor for a regional system of government because I know it's almost impossible.
So now Lagos
And
will be
And
headquarters.
and you take your Lagos with you.
I be now.
not mind him. Not mind him. We spent a long time. He was trying to claw money from Lagos. He was trying to claw money. He said Lagos.
Don't worry,
Lagos
don't
should give
worry,
money to
don't worry. You have
to
your
the
Lagos. We
southwest.
have our own gas
that,
reserves.
that Lagos money we
We have
must
our
spend
gas
them all together.
reserves.
Lagos money must remain for
Yes,
Lagos.
bro.
So it's not going anywhere.
Like our people will say, we die here for Lagos.
It's not going anywhere. That money has to remain in Lagos. It has to be spent on the
But the
contract.
truth is this. The
Make
truth is
una
this.
no
With the
divide
current
the
system we
country.
have, with the current system we have, it is the worst of us that we always come to power. That's the thing. So it's either that we just try the regional system, at least with what we've learned now, and with what we've learned so that we can make it work, or we try this GNU, that if you don't win up to 50%, although we know even if you put that caveat, trust me, politicians go rig past 60%. So
I think we should make it states. States are already used to operating together. Let's just
about
give the states
state no
autonomy.
fit work. Anyway, I know that it can't work, but I feel like it will be much more effective in regions than state. That's the way I feel anyway. That
If you
is my
create region,
thinking.
you are creating new structures. I think the
No,
states
no,
are
no.
already
You
used
don't
to
need to
functioning.
create region. Maybe I'm
You have
selfish
to.
because I feel like the Southwest is already formed. Maybe I'm selfish
No,
towards that.
it's not already formed. It's just that if you now make it official, there has
No,
to be an overarching authority.
Southwest is form. I think Southwest is form.
How
I
is it
think
formed?
that is just
I
maybe
think
that's
they
why
are the
I'm biased.
luckiest in the country, to be
No,
honest.
how is it formed?
But by
So
Southwest, we don't have
if you
problem.
want to hold on, if you want to break the
Yeah?
country
You
according
not
to
get problem,
region,
don't worry.
according to zone, Southwest is actually formed.
Until
They will
they
just cut out.
they want some part of
In
Kogi and they want
Southwest,
some
in
part of
Southwest,
Niger.
no, Southwest. They are not. They're not gonna look. If they cut out Southwest like this, it's gonna form a country so fast
It sounds
because
very
they got
easy for
everything
you.
around them. They have everything around them.
But you know,
Mm.
but to be honest with you, my brothers, my Yoruba brothers, you know, there's still a lot of nation building for you guys to do because yes,
100%.
I've noticed
100%.
because I'm not like to you. I've worked in Lagos for almost 10 years. It just mostly the Lagos is the most developed city in the southwest. Once you go to Yoruba, sorry, forgive me. Once you go, forgive me, please. Once you go to Ibadan, you still see some level of development, but the level of development is still like 50-50. It's
That's
not
the
as
plan
proud.
now.
And then you
Look,
go to Ondo.
100%.
Like for
It's
instance,
very
when I
much
flew,
behind
when I went
compared
to
to
Ondo,
most parts of the country.
I was in Akure. That was is it 2018? I don't know how it is now. I flew for a wedding. I flew at the airport, and then when I went to a place called Abagi Town. I guess you guys know Abagi Town, right? From the airport, Akure at the airport to the town. I'll not lie to you. It was, I think it was roughly 1 hour, 1.5 hours or thereabout. But most of the roads were very, very bad. And I was equally worried about the level of development. And I feel it needs to intensify more efforts. It's just my own little experience. I'm not trying to.
Of course, I agree to that. Look, the thing is that we say the Southwest is formed doesn't mean that maybe we are fully developed. But the thing is that
so there's still
we don't have problem. We don't have problem growing.
I'm just joking. We'll die here. Nobody's leaving Nigeria.
I don't know why. I don't know why we use the term. I think Jefferson. Why did you use the term? You should do nation building. It's like you guys. I don't know why you think you are inside another nation. You are talking about building another nation. This type
Yes,
of way
now
of
it's
thinking is
wrong.
how the country never progresses.
Nobody is
Imagine
going
if this kind of person,
anywhere.
imagine if this kind of person end up in office.
Earlier
It's,
we
No,
get
in
vision
me.
his
in
head,
our
he's
head,
already
the better
balkanized the
for us.
country in his head, and he wants to Nigeria to be good.
Forefathers, as I am, I can't go
Mm.
to a southeast and think I'm a Nigerian. Look, I am. If I live there, I will behave like a Yoruba man. I will respect their laws and traditions and say, these people, this is their land, though. Let me obey
Of
their
course,
laws
now
the way
that's
they
how
want.
you do in America. Now you're not going to go
Exactly.
to Texas. The same thing
And
applies in America.
You go to
Exactly.
Texas,
That's how we
go to
behave
South
in
Texas.
Yoruba land too when we're in Lagos.
The way you behave in Texas is not the way you behave in San Francisco. You have to
Exactly.
behave
Not the way you behave in
accordingly.
Chicago.
if that is applied
It's not
everywhere, I don't think we
strange.
would have this problem, in my
But
opinion.
we do it in a negative way. That's the way our problem is. We always think about this thing that it has to be negative all the time. No, it's not. Things are peculiar in nations all the time. My take is that the Southwest has advantages, the North has advantages, others have less advantage. The South, if they are breaking up Nigeria, the South has the most to gain, really. Let's face it. The South has been shedding his blood for Nigeria for a very, very long time. The South has the most to gain. They have access to the sea, they have the resources, they have the food, they have everything they need. They don't need anybody.
All of us have
So
the best to gain.
the point is that
the
no,
thing is
I
this.
actually think the South is will gain the most.
Nobody's going
If they
anywhere.
actually go, oh, you see, you see.
I
but
believe we need
sorry,
to
sorry.
invest.
Let me just finish one thing
No,
I
I'm
want to
just
say
being
final
realistic.
regarding the
It's just
Southwest.
wishful thinking. Anybody that's thinking Nigeria is going to divide, the person just wasting his time.
They say we
We are
don't.
in this,
I
we are in
think
this
that
mess. We are in this mess together. We will be in the mess until we borrow sense.
I think we need to fight for presidential council so that we stop this worrying about my president. I've not got a president. That we should fight for a presidential council. We should fight. I believe a lot of people believe in regional government, but I believe that we should fight for state rights because you already have them. They're already functional. Then let them cater for themselves. All the states have to start getting their own police if they need to get their own police. If they want to start controlling most of their income, which most of the South Side already gets, they get their extra income from the wealth that is coming from that region. So when people look at Nigeria, they think Nigeria is very, very unfair, but it's almost the same as what you have in the UK. I don't think the UK, when in Scotland is its own country, they will say it's its own country, but their oil goes to the center of the UK and they give them their own share. I don't even think they get as much percentage as the South gets. That is how it is in the UK, but yet we just think that Nigeria is totally unfair. The only reason that is happening in Nigeria that I see is dysfunctional. The entire thing is dysfunctional. It's unfair to everybody. It's
So
a
if
poor
you
country.
agree, what are you talking about? What are you talking? I've been listening to what
I'm talking about that the regional system.
No, I'm
that
not asking you. I'm saying, what are you talking about? The federal system is not working. But you're saying they should continue it, even though you agree that it's dysfunctional. So what are you talking about?
I'm saying that the reason why it's not working is not the system is not the problem. It's the people. The people need
The
to
state
change
system
the way
doesn't
they
work.
deal with the
It's
system.
not working. The states are too much. There's too much bureaucracy. There's too much repetition of functions by all the states that could all be bunched into one if they were just one region, and then things would probably work better.
Like what function?
Well, like too many states for one. So I'm
You're
saying like
talking about
each
functions. I
state.
don't know what function that is
That's what I
replicated.
say. I said is replicated if you have different. Jesus, just listen. So if you have,
Are you in support of the country breaking up? I
no,
speak the truth. Huh?
no.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That we die together.
But no, but then again,
That till death do us apart. Nobody's
if,
going anywhere.
if there was a way,
Nobody,
for,
none of them are capable of
there
going
was,
anywhere.
if
They can say
if
that
there
all
was,
they want.
if there was a way for the states to the country to separate, if there was a way for it to separate peacefully, I'd be all for that too. But that's gonna be
It's not going to
absolutely
happen.
impossible. Yeah, that's not going
It's
to
not gonna
happen.
happen.
So what I meant by the replication of functions is there's too many states doing the same things, meaning simply you have this state that has the Commission for Education and this state that doesn't produce anything, Commission for Education, spread across 36 different states. In, plus the federal capital territory. That's what I mean. So you
Isn't
bring
that
them
how it is
together.
in America?
Yeah, but the American states work. Most of the state, most of the states in Nigeria are insolvent, meaning they
all
only
the states in America didn't start working overnight now. They
yeah,
struggled.
they did.
exactly.
That's true. That's true. But most of the states right now in Nigeria, 95% of them are as useless as a freaking third leg on a freaking mule. They don't work. They shouldn't even be
Uh,
there.
I think that when you blame the structure, then one of the most compelling reason why I discovered that the structure is not necessarily the issue is if you look at all the other 40 or so African countries, they have different structures, but their outcomes are not so dissimilar. And if you look at other countries that have even more horrible structures, like if Nigeria was like the UK, people will be fighting for separation every day, and yet they are functional.
Dude, there's only 6 states carrying the remaining 37 states. And
It's like
and
that everywhere.
no, it's not like that everywhere. Then you have
It
these
is.
other useless big ethnicities that don't know they're big for nothing, fighting to control those ones producing the oil. Everybody's eyes is on the Niger Delta. That's where everybody's eyes is, whether be the north, the southwest, the southeast. Everybody's fighting for those
I beg
states.
to differ. Milukun's eyes on Lagos. He's made it very
Yes,
clear.
so
Yeah, but
they have their Lagos now.
everybody's
Milukun's eyes on
everybody's
Lagos.
everybody's
To be
eye
frank,
is
I don't think we
to
send the oil
control
though.
the oil.
Okay, it's just seriously, I believe
Yeah,
that
yeah. He
everybody
doesn't
try
care
to
about
manage their
oil.
resources.
All he wants is Lagos. That's all. Give
You know
him
what I
We
mean?
Lagos.
should
So
manage our agriculture. We never do
who
well with oil now. We
who
did well with agriculture.
the Yorubas?
Yes.
Oh, really? The Yorubas are just the only ones that don't like oil, and how much is the agriculture bringing?
No, you don't get the point. My
Oh, I
point
get
is
the
this.
point. I get the point. How much is the agriculture bringing into the coffers of the Nigerian
No,
treasury?
wait. Before oil came, we tried
No, forget
the
before
southwest.
oil. We're talking about now. How much is the
But
oil
we,
since you're the only saints that's not interested in oil? How much is the agriculture bringing to Southwest
wait,
Nigeria?
that we
No,
have
we're not
leaders.
waiting. Let's just keep going.
I will. Of course, oil will bring more than agriculture right now.
So,
It is not. It is not debatable.
okay, good, beautiful.
But the
Now,
thing is that
no, there's no
if
thing.
if if they should,
So the bottom line is
Mhm. Yeah.
every big group in Nigeria right now, including the Southwest,
Yes.
got their eyes, their paws, and their nasty tentacles on the oil of the Niger Delta.
Wait.
There's
That's
no
a wrong
wait.
generalization. No, you might say the leaders,
Are you
not the
telling
people.
me the
That is it.
politicians?
How much of the
course,
money
it's
is
the
coming to the people?
politicians. Nobody said
Politicians,
anything
yes.
about
What do you want them?
nobody.
Those are the beautiful fellows.
Dude.
Because
Do you think when I was talking about the ordinary person in
The
the
when
orange,
you
South?
say the
the orange
Yorubas,
fell on
you
the
already
tree.
grouping us. So you may, you
Listen to
you
what I
should
said.
be
If I said the
People that
Southeast,
speak for you.
so do you want exactly? So do you think I was talking about the ordinary person residing in Zango Kataf or in Sokoto? Do you think that's what I was talking about?
Mhm.
now wait.
No, yes.
But
No,
when
Elite,
you
let's
wait,
just
wait,
say
political
wait,
yes or
wait,
class,
no.
the elite.
no wait. Is the
No,
when you say the
wait.
elite?
So
No wait.
who did you
When you
think
say
I
do
was?
you think? No,
Who?
the audience have the right to think whatever they want to think,
Well,
even
the
though you
audience
might
got
not
to
know
use
that.
their
No, but
brain.
those ones don't count. Those people, those ordinary people don't count.
But
You
wait,
They don't count
if
too.
do you
not now,
Am I?
reasonably think I would? Do you
Niger,
reasonably?
Jefferson,
Yes.
what did you get from what he said? Were you able to come
No,
to this
it's
conclusion
basically saying that
No,
all regions of Nigeria are
exactly.
getting a lot of
It's simple.
resources from
Look,
the south.
what he
That's
said is
all.
not far from what P2B have been saying. We have so
Mhm.
many states that are so big for nothing that are not producing. And
then
do they
exactly
have resources? Yes
he
and
was
no.
blaming the big
And it's a
Dude,
problem because
Every
people that
state in
become
Nigeria has
intellectually
resources. They are
lazy.
not doing it.
the Southwest is not innocent of everything that's going on in Nigeria.
Not at
No
all.
matter how you want to cut, slice, and dice it. Okay, so
Of course.
everybody,
Of course.
when everybody has their tentacles on the resource that God gave the Niger Delta. And what everybody's been doing since the discovery of oil is abandon the coal mines in the southeast and abandon the food pyramids in the north and abandon agriculture in the southwest. And everybody just got their freaking sticky fingers and stained it with oil. And that's what they've been doing. So to come now and try to play this word salads and pretend that the Southwest is somehow innocent of the devastation that has happened in the Niger Delta or
No,
to the conditions of Nigeria today is just, you just got to be really
that
disengaged.
trough. Of course, everybody is complicit. Everyone is obviously complicit. So the thing is, how do we get out of it? Of course, it's what is currently happening in Nigeria is more or less like a damage control situation because the center can no longer hold anymore, and everybody is trying to protect their mental health and their
Well,
space.
the first way you
And
get out of
there's
it is
this
to be
as
straightforward.
a
That's
country.
the first way you get out of it is to be straightforward. Nigerians play too many games. That's the
Yeah.
problem with the country, and we just seen it in the
True.
last
I
5
agree with you
minutes.
on that.
People are not truthful, people are not straightforward, and people like to play silly mind games. So the moment you get down and you say, listen, this is our problem, this is what the politicians are doing to us, everybody's complicit and nobody's innocent, and then you can start seeing results. But when you start trying to pretend like my thief, and this happens all over the country, my thief is better than your thief because of this, and they excuse this person's um faults, but they want to criticize that person for doing the same thing, then we're gonna keep going around in this circle that we find ourselves in. And while we're arguing over, oh well, maybe it's the minor. Well, I thought you were talking about little people. Someone has just drilled like 10 barrels of oil right now that he's just bunkered, and he's gonna go sell it in freaking Pakistan or India and gonna make below market prices, and he's just gonna keep that money in his pocket.
Funny enough, that trough, whether we like it or not, they'll still keep on stealing this oil right now. The only thing we can do is to, like I've been saying, is to change our mindset and see how we can have a political awareness and a front to see how we can fight all this oppression and be able to have a voice. We have tried this so many times with the NSAS and so many other groups, but it has been unproductive, and the politicians seems to have their way in terms of uh, manipulating, of course, the youths at will, especially the ones who can go for any morsel of bread.
That is the Jefferson. Look,
So,
and that is
but
one
what?
of the problem.
Okay,
We
go
don't. We
ahead.
are not homogeneous to that level to have such to achieve such with what we have now. It's not possible.
So the best way
Jefferson, do you see NSAS as a failure?
No, I see it as a stepping stone.
I see it as a success. They got everything they wanted, and
they did.
they got everything they wanted. The government conceded to everything they wanted before the end of the protest, before they even killed anybody at the Lekki toll gate.
Really?
Yes, that is a fact of
Like
history now.
what? Like what?
That they should disband the organization. The government considered that they were going to do that. They should arrest the police officers that have been found to be guilty or at least suspected of some of the malpractices. The government considered to do that. They should compensate the people that were abused, and the government considered to do all those things, that all their demands, everything from top to bottom, they considered to it. And I worry that people miss that information, because that information should tell you that what you need to do is have specific demands for your government. If you want them to change, ask for specific demands. And even if you look at even what I've met a few people from here, like Adewale, former presidential candidate that was here, and Showore, all of them tell you that the people that you are looking at, you call like they are too powerful and all the rest, they are just waiting to be put out of their misery. You have to show you have something to demand from them, and I believe they will engage. It's just that our people, we don't necessarily see it. We always see the part that they are powerful, they are this. How about when people didn't like the cyber security bill, they pulled it back? People didn't like the student loan, this is that they brought out, they pulled it back. Anything that people don't like, the moment they make a little bit of noise, the government, oh, retreat, put it back. And the only thing they've not pulled back is the fuel subsidy, because technically Nigerian people support it. Let's face it, the fuel subsidy, a lot of elites support the removal of the fuel subsidies. The floating of the currency, that's the one many Nigerians are confused about. And they don't know whether it's good or bad because they don't understand economics of foreign exchange. So if you look at what is happening in Nigeria, it's not that complicated, really. If you want your refineries to work, gather, focus on the government and say, we want this to work. We want you to be reporting to us exactly what is happening, who is in the way. You'll be surprised what you get from it. Before you get home, they'll concede to everything you're asking for, because they don't want that kind of trouble. For refineries, they don't want that kind of headache from the people.
Well, the refineries, they want all the smoke. They
Pardon?
want, for the refineries, they want all the smoke. They don't care what you say.
I think they will care. They will care if the people come out for refinery alone, or they come out for electricity, they come out for security. The whole media will be on their side, because you can see that even the media themselves don't like what is going on. I've been with
People,
some security
oh my
officials.
God, people been crying. You haven't seen
No, they have not
articles?
been not in protest.
You haven't seen articles from like the 60s, the 70s, the 80s. You go check archives and you see these articles, and people been crying about the same things and nothing. They don't care. There's too much money for them to just give it up like that. Like
I
there's too
think you are
much money.
missing my point. It's not that people don't cry. Like a lot of people did some protests recently. The way they do it is not the way you deal with people in authority like that. You have to have specific demand that you are going to press them for. You press them and press them. You campaign and campaign until they concede to that one point. Then you move to the next one. You'll be surprised how easy it is to convince them. If they go out every day, they see that people are complaining about their refineries, they will have to tell people what is going on with it.
What part of what I said did you understand? You think Nigerians never ever protested for?
Not for one thing. I've never seen them protest for one specific thing.
Oh, so you want them when they want to protest?
Apart from NSAS like that.
So when they want to protest for working refineries or the steel mill, for example, just protest just for the steel mill. And
yes, you do that. Okay. And in terms of security, I can tell you that there's now
how much
not
sense
a
does that
how
much sense does that make to you?
You see, because that is what you have been conditioned to believe. I just gave you an example of where it worked. You just dismiss it out of your head.
Why would not you have a country where people are starving? Okay, you have a country where people are starving, and you telling them that they should take, let's just say, how many days do you think it takes to address each issue? How many days will the riots take? Let's go with you. Let's pretend you're the riot organizer. Of course, I know if they leave it to you, everybody's going to die in the protest. But let's say you're the riot organizer. How many days should each person reasonably take out of their days in 365 days to say we want to protest for the refineries, and we're all going to be in the streets for how many days?
You see what happened with the end governors, end bad governors.
No, I didn't see.
Can you let me finish?
Just tell me how many days. Tell me how many days.
Just as long as that.
Just how many days? I don't know. That's what I told you. How many days?
1 week.
So just 1 week. You think after you protest for 1 week, the government is going to listen to you? You know how many 1 week protests Nigerians have been doing that nobody listens to them?
For what? Answer then. For what?
Are you serious right now? So you're
I'm
saying,
asking you now.
Okay. No. Hold up. So you're saying this is why I say just listen to what you're saying. So we want to protest for refineries right now. We're gonna take out a week, and if they don't listen to us in 1 week, what do? We take what, like, go back to work for a week and come back next week and protest for electricity, or how is this genius move gonna work?
Protest because the petrol prices are high. If you protest for that and you let them know that you are going to disrupt traffic, you are going to disrupt their lives, and you are going to make noise that international communities are going to hear about, that there is protest going on in Nigeria, How do you think NSAS did it? They did
How
it.
do you think they don't listen? Like, what part of that
They
are you
do
still not
listen. That's what I'm telling you. If you want
Godfather,
somebody to
they will
listen,
they
you
will
have
round you
to.
up, arrest
What is he
you, and
even
put you in
talking
They
about?
won't
prison.
do that. They won't
You
do
think
that.
he's
See,
from Mali?
I
The
asked him.
way he's
See,
talking.
okay, you are being facetious now. I asked you, give me example of what protest they protested in on all these major issues specifically. You cannot name them because they don't exist. I'm telling you that the way you do these things, you have specific demands and you make them. And I believe many of the people in Nigeria will support you. Nobody wants our refinery not to work. Most of them want. It's only the people that are making money from it, and they are not that many.
Why don't you link up with Shawari and you got both of y'all do this 1 week thing and let's see how it
I
works out?
wish I was linked up with him because I would have suggested that thing
You
that you
don't
are
have to wish.
demanding.
Call
You're not going
Dr.
to be.
Damages. He'll link you up. Both of
I
y'all
didn't know
start
that.
something for the week.
I don't have access to him. I
No,
can't
you
just see
didn't know it, but
his
no, since
number.
you have
And
this
and
plan, so
from what I see about Showore is that he doesn't like people telling him what to do. So I don't expect him to I don't expect to just go to him and say change your
nah,
demand.
this time maybe he'll listen. You know, maybe that 1 week
I will
storm.
try. I will try. I don't. At that point, I will concede that point to you because if you say, "Oh, do something about it," I will be happy to do something about it. But that said, evidence suggests that if you demand something specific, you are likely to get it. If somebody tells you end bad governance, what do you mean end bad governance? It's too wishy-washy. You have to tell me specific demands that you need. Even the government is telling you that they are willing to engage. They are happy to engage. Even Tinubu of everybody is saying the same thing. That make your demand. He's willing to engage you.
Of course, just saying and bad governance makes no sense like that. Of course, that makes
Exactly. At least we are in agreement on that one.
no, we're not in agreement. But of course, that makes no sense.
Okay, this guy you will fight
Bro,
this
you
guy.
know, the dance of Nigeria is from what you have in the US for obvious reasons.
Oh my God.
And this, Nigeria is a very crazy place. It takes one to be a crazy person to actually know how to maneuver the craziness in Nigerian politics. You know, I can
I
tell
just
you that one for free.
Nigerian politics seems crazy, but it's also quite simple. When I look at compared to UK, they are going to war, killing people right now. The people are not supporting it, and they are still doing it anyway. Kamala Harris is supporting a war that her own supporters don't believe in, and they don't listen to them. Nigeria, when Tinubu wants to go to this in Niger, Nigeria has complained. The House of Assembly complained. He backed off.
What did
That
you say
Kamala
now?
really doesn't
What did you
believe in
say
that
now?
war.
What did you say now? House of
you know that
Assembly complained, right?
yeah, House of Assembly blocked him.
Okay, if House of Assembly block UK own or block American own, would they support it?
Exactly.
They won't. But the House of Assembly in the UK, in America too, is supporting the government against their voters.
That's why
That's
Kamala
what I
has.
said. You
That's why
said,
Kamala has no choice.
exactly.
Yeah, they are all together. That's the problem. They are all together. But in the case of Nigeria, why is it that our own listens to their people more from that point of view? That does that not bother you a little bit that we are misunderstanding our own
Nigerian
situation?
leaders, to a large extent, have always listened to the people.
Oh, you see
Even
now,
even the,
even
even
him is
the,
saying the same thing now.
even,
But
yeah,
in the case of the war that you are using to give example, do they even have the strength to fight to go into war in
there
Niger?
you go. They don't have the institutions are not strong enough.
With Tucano jets.
So this one is about
Well,
fixing
you
our
see that
country.
Tikano jet. Look, you see that Tikano jet they have now. I can tell you one thing: if their craze don't start like this, when they want to do small insurgency or they remember Southeast or any other place that they feel disgruntled, they just say, yeah, these people are giving us trouble.
What's you guys' grouse? Just exclude 4-5 because I've tried to explain this to him and it was like
okay, so here's the thing. That truth.
No.
The Nigerian government recently procured some
No.
jets.
This is my question. Hold on. Just hear my question. I know. I said, what's you guys' grouse about the Tucanos? Actually, they're not Tucanos. They're super Tucanos.
Okay.
But what's you guys' grouse against them?
No, I don't have grass over here.
Yeah, our grouch with the Tucano jet is the fact that, okay, they spend so much money acquiring them, obviously from the US. Again, it's just going to literally sit down and do nothing. Would they use it to do test fighting? Maybe yes,
National
amongst
aspects.
themselves. They can
National
do that.
aspects. What do you mean you see them doing nothing?
They've been in missions. They've been carrying out sorties. They've been carrying out missions. They've been in combat.
Yeah, I'm not saying they don't
They've
do
been in
missions,
Which
action.
but
combat are we at
how many
war?
missions do they really do?
Oh, they've
Combat
actually
where?
been. They've
Combat
actually
where?
been.
In Israel?
No. The Super Tucanos, the Super Tucanos, that I think is 329 or 239, that
See,
Nigeria acquired, have been in sorties in Sambisa. They've actually been using them. They've been using them.
Sambisa.
They've been.
See, that's my
They've
problem.
been.
That's
They've
my
been used.
worry.
They've been
Even
used.
when they bought those Tucano jets, my worry was the amount of money that was used to buy those jets. Those insurgents that are in the so-called Sambisa forest, do they have Tucano jets? Do they have that kind of firepower?
No.
Why are
Well,
we
okay.
going
So
to
this is
waste
what
that kind of money, like
you're
forefathers
not
say?
wasting money.
Instead
This
of
is
employing, no, wait. If we recruit like 500,000 new soldiers, equip them
Yeah,
with the basic hand ammunitions,
yeah.
equivalent to what those people are using, are they going to outgun them?
That's not how you fight in
They
a
will
certain.
clear out that area.
No, you
And
won't.
it will be more sustainable.
No,
Exactly.
you
You go
won't.
there,
No, you
500,000. Are
won't.
you
you go there,
serious?
go throw bombs.
No,
You go
Steph,
away. They will-
Steph. Let me explain something. You guys are looking at it from a layman's point of view. First
Which
of all,
layman? Okay,
wait,
what's the
hold up.
result in that?
No.
Just
There's
give
no
me.
result.
Let me
No
just give me.
result.
Just give me
Billions of
time.
naira.
Steph, can I please talk?
Talk, my dear.
Thank you, sir. So you cannot, even America, let me start off like this. Even the United States, with all its firepower and all its technological advancements in weapons technology, fled Afghanistan and left all their weapons behind. If it was just weapons, they would have routed the Taliban. Russia fled Chechnya the same way. Now, you cannot 500,000 people. Yes, okay. If the Nigerian army could get 500,000 people to go to the battlefront, that'd be good. But that is just realistically, that is just fantasy. Because to get 500,000 people, first you have to have the recruitment. Now, are you going to conscript them, or are you going to draft them, or how are you going to induce them to come into the army if you don't conscript or draft them? There's a lot of
You employ them. There are a lot of people that are
yeah.
bribing
Good.
to join the
Please
military.
let me finish. So there's a lot of things. 500,000 is not 10 people. Then you have to arm them. Then you have to think of logistics. You have to think of where you're going to put them. But most important, you have to train them. So 500,000 people, getting them will be decades. It's not something you're going to do in one day. Now, let's just agree.
What?
Yes. So what do you mean, what? Where are you going to get 500,000
The
people?
men, see, don't make
Where
me
are
tell
you
you
going to
to sit
get
down there.
500,000 ammunitions? What are the logistics you're going to take? So I'm
Don't
not
make me
talking
tell you
like a
to go and
layman.
sit down there.
So please let me finish, because we've gone. Yeah, he plays too much when it comes to just talks. So you cannot get 500,000 people. You cannot get 500,000 people to train. It's going to take, let's say, give or take, considering the structure of the Nigerian army and the position the Nigerian economy is right now. You're talking at least 10 to 15 years to get 500,000 extra people in your army.
Oh
Like I
my
said,
God.
if you're not drafting them and if you're not conscripting them, because if you're going to employ them, what are the incentives of bringing these people into the army? Now I'm beating around. There's no point. 500,000 is a fantasy. Okay, so now let's go to why the Super Tucano is effective. You do not defeat an insurgency just with boots on the ground. Like I said, I just mentioned the two strongest armies in the world. They couldn't do it. Either they fled or they had to reach a compromise. You defeat an insurgency of that nature with intelligence. And while yes, you have to infiltrate those groups. That is how you defeat them. You defeat them more with intelligence than with guns. And while you're building, whose echo is that? It's something that's echoing, throwing me off.
Go ahead.
And while you're building or gathering that intelligence, infiltrating those groups and trying to degrade them, their capabilities, you have to carry out attacks on them. You cannot do it with an F-35 in a place, arid desert like Sambisa or those forest savanna areas. You got to do it with with light attack aircrafts that can also act as reconnaissance aircrafts. So you people just coming on here all the time condemning them and saying, "Oh, the Super Tucano, it's not World War II." That's not true. The Super Tucano is actually the best light attack aircraft on the planet today. Except you
Wow.
don't
Speak
know
that
what
truth.
you're talking
Speak
about.
that truth. What? See,
Yeah.
listen. What you need to understand, we're not. It's not as if that our military cannot get all these ammunitions, weaponries, fighter jets, armory tanks, and all of that. That's not the issue. Our issue is the fact that they are very sloppy in terms of fighting the insurgency. Our military have become weak. If it was in the 90s, they were strong enough. They were being focused. But right now, they
basically,
have no. Hold on.
Jefferson. So basically,
Hold on,
training.
hold on, because you
So
have no
basically,
idea.
no,
You have no
so
idea what we are
basically
seeing on
training.
ground. They were more focused. Listen, in the 90s, listen. No, you listen. Calm down. You listen. In the 90s, the military. When you talk of Nigerian army, the military themselves, the army, the navy, and all of that, they were highly respected in those periods. Within the 90s, it was during the time of the Boko Haram that everything started going left. This is 100% facts. And let me just tell you what you need to understand. During the last regime of Buhari, there was so much money in millions of dollars that was on ground to get all this ammunition, but it was being squandered. It was squandered for political jamboree.
All right.
So that is the issue. The issue is not getting the jet. The issue is for the fact they get these things and be able to use it to resolve our security within the country, and of course external threats.
Okay, good. So tell me, in your own expertise, from your own expertise, if you were army chief, what weaponry would you say the Nigerian soldiers need? Basically, you've admitted that there's a lack of professionalism, there's a lack of training. You've agreed that.
Yes, we have an issue within house.
So basically, goes back to what I said. Training is very important in getting a fighting force together. The number one thing you need is training. That's the most important thing. Do we both agree on that?
Of course, I agree on that.
Actually, it's not the most important thing.
Oh, you don't think training is the most important? Tell me how many days you spend in the army.
You're gonna train
It's not the most important thing.
So you recruit and train.
Wait, no. He said training is not the most important aspect of combat, of building an army.
It's
Tell me what's
obvious now, even from your own narrative, it's obvious that even Americans with all the best training couldn't make all the difference.
That is not what I said. I did not say with all the best training. I said with all the best ammunition. So tell me, when you build
even with all the best training and with all the best ammunition, you still need the numbers.
So no. So tell me, in your opinion, since you are this veteran that knows about the army, tell me what is the most important aspect of building a fighting force.
The most important aspects. First, you recruit. First, and you train.
No. Of course, you have to recruit.
Saying no.
Of course, you have to recruit. So if
you
said
keep
training
interrupting, that's going to help.
Part, and he's talking about weapons. So we're going between weapons and training.
I'm also maybe if you let me talk, then you get the rest, isn't it?
You just like to
I've read this to you before, that there are various aspects that determines a nation's strength in terms of military.
That wasn't what I asked.
At the core of it, equipment is part of it. I don't know why you keep asking for somebody to answer you only one word. Okay, what are you asking?
We were talking
about
train
them with equipment now, right? You're gonna train them how to use equipment.
Exactly.
So what are you saying? What are you asking about?
You cannot so he said he's concentrating on weapons. And I said, no, the most important part of building an army is training. And you said, no, it's not. So tell us what the most important part of it, how do you build a fighting force? If you want to put on professionals on the battlefield, tell us how you're going to do it.
No, actually, that was not the question I was answering. I was answering which was the most fundamental aspect of a military strength
Well, so
for a
you just
country
felt
to
like
have a military
talking.
strength. No, because I misunderstood you on that point, and I'm telling
So
you
you
that
just
that's
felt
what I
like
thought.
talking.
But
Okay,
what
I
I'm
felt like
saying is,
talking.
I speak the truth. What
let,
I'm
let,
saying is that
let,
I've
let me
not
finish
seen this.
one point now. Jesus. See, because this guy has waffled around for quite a while now, and he tried to talk about how other aspects of this insecurity is what we need the most. That is going to take years. I don't know where he got that one from. That it's going to take years to be able to recruit 500,000 people in a country of 200 and something million. That is ridiculous statement to make. Do you know how many
Even
people
the
that serve
United
in
States,
NYSC?
even the United States, with all the money it has and with all the patriots it has, cannot get an extra 500,000 people in less than 10 years to go in the army. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
fine.
I
Then
speak the truth.
maybe you
I
want to
speak the
ask
truth.
you
I
questions
speak the truth.
when they are going to
If
war.
you
You
Yes,
find
sir.
out.
I
if
only
you
agree
do
with you, except
if
if
you
there are
do
some level of
open
criteria to
if
get
you do
in
open
the military.
enrollment, if you do open enrollment in Nigeria today, more than 1 million will subscribe.
Leave him now. He
In
doesn't understand.
Nigeria today.
Today, more than 1 million.
Okay, so
Yes.
let's say
People are
you
looking
have
for work.
so let's say you get this 1 million number in a country where we know that there's no sort of nationalism and it's basically a poor country. So you're gonna take 1 million people on trained soldiers to go die on the battlefield,
No,
or
you
what do you
start
tell
training
them?
them now. Train
You
them like
just
6
start
months.
training.
Yeah.
You just train
After
them like 6 months. And
we had a Tucano jet for more than 3 years now.
you guys are freaking
And it have not
hilarious.
You see, you
it
see,
has not delivered
still
anything.
coming back to the issue of the Tinkano jet. I
So we can
can
still
bet
use
my life
one
that
year.
we will
We
hardly
can
use
use
that
1 year or
Tinkano
2
jet.
years to train. We can use 2 years to train them. We know we're working
How
towards
can
something.
you bet your life when there's evidence that they've been used? How can you
Yes.
bet your
You
life
see,
when
I
there's
speak
No,
the truth.
I'm
You have
not
no
saying
idea
it's
what's
not
going on
being
in
used.
Nigeria
It's
no,
because
being
no,
if you
I'm
used.
do,
saying
What I'm
you
saying
know
is
that
that
we procure all this military equipment and we hardly use them.
what do you mean you hardly use them? You think they're
Some of
just
them we
sitting
do.
there
Yes.
and
It's
nobody's using them?
underutilized. You don't
What do
know?
you when you what do you people always you just talk without even going to find out if what you're saying is right? You guys just
Okay,
like to
let
talk.
me add the US did draft into the Vietnam War. I'm not even sure which war they were fighting in 1960. I think it's Vietnam War. They drafted 500,000 within a year into the this in the military. That's in the United States. They did that, and their population was at that time similar to the population of Nigeria. Nigerian population is actually
Here
relatively
you go
higher
again
now.
talking. Here
Can
you
I
go again.
finish? Can I
Yes,
finish
you
what
need
I'm
to
saying?
finish when I had
Okay,
already
what I'm
stated
talking.
it.
What am I talking, please?
I said, this is why I say you don't listen too good. And you got to have a habit of listening. You don't listen too good. I already said it. I said, barring conscription or drafts, you're
Yes.
not getting 500,000 in
You
less
know,
than.
you are a
in
little bit
Nigeria today, if you want
slow.
to do
You are a
recruitment,
little bit
you'll
slow.
get more than that.
If not now, please. When I'm trying to interact, you just keep short, jumping in. Let me
Okay, sorry.
castrate this guy because he seems to be talking as if he knows too much.
I
Um,
know too
yeah,
much. You want
yeah.
to tell me
Hold
how
on.
many
I
jobs?
speak the truth. Hold on now. Hold on. See, you never let me finish. You interrupt me, and you
Because you
just
don't know
think that
what
I
you're
made my
talking
point.
about.
Can you stop? Let me finish the point I'm making because you used a kind of all kinds of language to describe me today. So the point I was making was that in the context of Nigeria, you don't even need drafting to have people that are desperate for jobs to come in, especially when they know you could double the amount. The amount the Nigerian government spent buying those jets today, they could recruit 100,000 with that money, and there will be more than half still left that they will use it to do other things for them, and it's going to stimulate the economy, and they are going to use it to run down those people in the northern areas of Nigeria. If you don't have people everywhere, you have to deny them space. There's a
You
reason
have
why
to
if you call
deny
police,
space. Okay, so let me
yes,
ask you a
you
question.
have to deny insurgent
Uh, uh,
space
uh,
to go to a village and operate for two
you
three
just
hours and nobody's there.
you're just talking. Okay, so let me ask you. You put the gun. You put these weapons in the hands of 500,000 people,
Hmm.
untrained people. That you train for how many months? How many months did you say you're gonna train them for?
We can train them even 2 years.
What does that even matter? The
It
point
does
is to put
matter.
it in their hand.
Just answer me, please.
Let's say 5 years, so that it pleases you.
You're gonna fight. You're gonna train them for 5 years.
No, nobody trains them for 5 years. They train them for 6
What do
months to a
you?
year.
So you're gonna train them for 6 months to a year, and you're gonna
Yes.
send them where? To the Sambisa forest. You know what you're
No.
gonna create? No, where you gonna send them to?
You send them to areas where that are vulnerable to security threats. The areas like farming areas, villages,
we're
all
talking
those
as
areas
if
that are
those,
not covered right now,
we're talking as
you
if
have
those
to have a
insurgents were they
grid.
trained for 100 years? Those insurgents.
They're not, because their method of combat is different. They are hit and run warfarers. That is
Of
how they
course,
But that
fight.
is
these soldiers are not American soldiers. Also indigenous soldiers.
interrupting. Let me answer this guy.
You're not
It's a net.
answering.
It's
Once
a net.
upon a
It's a,
If
hold
you
on,
if
hold on,
you
hold on, hold on.
time.
This is too much now. This is too much. See, it's a net. You create a grid like a net. If a fish pops up somewhere, guess what happens to a net? In a net, that fish gets stuck. Because anywhere the bandits pop out, they cannot escape anymore because you created a grid
you think you're
of
gonna create a grid. So
security
okay, so
forces.
let me ask you. You really think, because it's like you definitely don't even know what you're talking about. So you really
Of
think
course I don't.
you put 500,000 people, let's say all over the Northeast, right? You think you're gonna see these people when they come? You think they're gonna come with guns, or they're just gonna get strapped up, send women, and just come in the market square like she's trying to buy tomatoes and blast something to create fear and chaos in the society? Or you think they're gonna come and start battling you with guns?
They do all of them. They
No,
come
that's
and
not what that's not what I didn't ask you what they do. I said, what do you think they will do? If you
I
have,
just told you.
if you, no,
I'm
you
trying to
didn't,
talk and you are stopping me from telling
because
you.
you're not answering anything. If
You
you
say, what
have,
do I think they will do? I'm telling you what they are going to do.
Okay, I speak that truth. Let me give you an instance.
Even when I'm answering, you are
Let me
complaining.
give you an instance. Years back, when this thing had not been true, remember when the civilian JTF started? They
right.
were making impact, and those are civilians that weren't even that trained. Imagine when you have this massive number, well trained, gathering intelligence, well equipped, mixing up in society. The same indigenous people.
So why isn't
It's not
Nigeria?
foreign soldiers. It's not foreign soldiers. So it's indigenous soldiers.
Steph, why isn't, if it was so easy, you think Nigeria does not
Because they
have?
don't want to stop it.
You
They are
think
profiting out
Nigeria
of
does
it.
not have 500,000 people they can just throw to go die for nothing?
They
Who
don't want
told
to
you they are
stop
going to
it.
die? I don't know
They're
where
not
you
dying for
got your
nothing.
military analogy from.
They're going to
They
be
are not going to
trained.
die.
They'll be trained and equipped.
The moment even the so-called insurgents know that these people are getting trained,
They will give up.
they know that their business is, they are out of business.
Exactly.
Because when those people
You
form a
guys are
grid,
fucking
when those people form,
hilarious.
see, okay, enough. Let me just say this now. This is ridiculous. We are in Western societies.
my God.
We are in Western societies where if you call police, they will show up, and he will say, "Oh, they are functional.
Exactly.
But they've got special heads." No, the reason why they will show up in 15 minutes, 5 minutes to 15, 5 to 15 minutes, is because they have a grid everywhere. They are everywhere. And if you want to escape, if you rob a bank, you are not going to go anywhere because there's a grid
They're
everywhere.
going to hunt you down.
And this guy is just there acting as if he's ignorant of that truth. If you create that grid in Nigeria, if they pop up, they are like a fish that pops into a net. They are not getting away. They will see anything that invites attention as a trap for them. You have to create that kind of grid so that the only place they can operate is maybe they can be inside the forest. You can ignore them there. The area where people are, you make sure all those areas where people are protected.
No,
Completely.
where people are.
This is what they call tales by moonlight.
If you put 500,000 people, this is where you're not listening, and it's because you have no military experience. You just like to talk. If you put 500,000 military people with weapons, if you arm 500,000 people right now, okay, and they're walking around the market squares and they're walking around the cities, and these are 500,000 fantasy soldiers, guess what? What the terrorists are going to do is just they're going to change tactics. They're going to change tactics. They're just going to come with IEDs or just come strapped up with suicide bombers and send some little child or some little girl, they're not going to face you. You say you're fine with them in the forest. They're going to stay in the forest, but they're going to make sure that that society you think you're taking care of, everybody's going to be sleeping with one eye open. That's what's going to happen. So soldiers and boots on the ground
I
are
never
not
said I
going
was
to.
fine with them in the forest, but
You
I
did.
let me
Yes, you
correct
did.
what
Yes,
you
you
are going
did.
to do.
You
let me
actually did.
tell
I
you.
said you prioritize the ones in the distance. I guess that's what I meant.
You say you
Secondly,
push them in the forest, and if
I
they
will
can be
push
there,
them in the
that's
forest.
fine.
Of course, you're going to take care of them later on.
Okay,
You're not
so
going to leave them.
what's different than
But
what
the
I
point
just
I'm
said?
making is that the areas where we are losing resources right now, almost in the tune of this in 50 billion, that needs to be plugged. And what you would do is, if they will change tactics, like you are saying, if they are going to change tactics, one thing has been removed now. They can't go after farmers anymore. They can't kidnap at large scale anymore. The only thing they can do now is suicide bombing, and that is where intelligence comes in. Now you've denied them space. Now intelligence is going to do the rest of the job to even deny them even
So
more room to
you're
maneuver.
gonna put boots on the ground before intelligence, like
Both
No,
of
man.
them at the same
Everything
time.
works
Jesus
no,
together.
Christ.
that's not for
See,
no,
when
that's
you
not.
recruit 500,000, you
And many of
understand?
them will go into the intelligence
50,000,
now.
100,000 could go into intelligence. You
That's
understand?
Bro,
what you do.
They
you
are
know
being trained in every area. You
the
know, my
bottom.
concern. My concern is this: since 2000 and is it 2011 or 2011, we have been investing on equipment under Jonathan, under Buhari, doing the same thing, achieving minimal or nothing. Why can't we change tactics?
You can see that coming. America has the best weapon in the world. It cannot even contain anything in this thing. It's the people that can
Yeah,
do it.
where?
Egypt did it Egypt did it. Algeria did it. There are many examples that you can see around the world where they've contained this type of thing.
Egyptian Algeria's
Mhm.
terrorism system problems was completely different. They weren't as
It's terrorism at the worst
terrorism
kind
is
of the worst
terrorism is
kind.
no, it wasn't. So Algeria
Okay,
maybe, but
it's
Egypt
not.
and Algeria.
And
Why do you
the
like
guys
to
doing
argue
this thing
about
are
things you don't
known, no,
even
they are
know?
It's
known.
a fact. I don't know why you are disputing these facts. Egypt had a massive terrorist problem. Algeria had a massive terrorist
When
problem.
the
It's a
Islamic
fact.
broke, you know what? Forget it, because I'm going to be talking too much now. You don't know anything about what you're talking about.
You
Trust
want
me.
me to show you evidence on top of it?
You want to show me? Are you serious right now?
Yes, I will show you evidence. Because are you disputing it or agree with you? I don't know why you're just you're all over the place. If you agree with me, like if I agree with you, I'll tell you I agree with you.
I don't agree with you.
You don't agree that Algeria had a terrorist problem, eh?
You know what? Let me just drink coffee
You see
before.
that
Let
now
me
he doesn't
calm
want to
down.
answer. This is not a gracious argument. You have to be graceful with
I tell
discussion.
the truth,
If
you
you
are
agree with
drinking
somebody,
coffee
say
by
you agree.
you are drinking coffee by
You,
this time.
yeah.
Because you know I will pull the
You,
evidence. You said you didn't agree.
you think you try? I just mentioned Islamic brother. You think you're telling me that Algeria had a terrorist problem? You
Then
think you're
why don't you
fooling me
just
on that?
agree with me?
We are arguing about how serious it was. I just said Algeria's terrorist problem
It
was
was
not as
serious.
bad. It
Okay.
was not
Maybe
Let's
as
see how
because
serious
bad.
it
maybe
was.
because they nipped it at the bud.
I said exactly.
Oh,
So I said
they
it
were
as bad as
killing a lot of
it
okay,
wasn't as bad
Algerian.
as Boko Haram's. Boko Haram's insurgency is one of the worst this planet has ever seen.
Because Nigeria was not able to deal with it and it keeps
Exactly,
growing and
because
festering.
they did not have the intelligence to combat it. They did not have. In fact, the real problem I
They don't
think
have
that
intelligence or
Nigeria had.
they are not committed to dealing with it.
No, well, yes, that too, because the people in the forces that were in charge of taking care of it were already part of the group. It is something that Nigeria does not want to agree. Excuse me, but there were people that were already part of that Boko Haram group that shared the same ideology. So it was hard. And in the security agencies themselves, they had loyalists. So it was so hard to combat them, and it still is. I don't know how it is now because I haven't been following them that much anymore. But a lot of top Nigerians, if you watch how things was happening, They had loyalty. They had the same ideology
Up till
as
now,
the
and I still
terrorist
believe
group.
that they're not really sincere that they want to tackle the problem.
That in Nigeria they have so many terrorists. They have categories for them. Like they have so many terrorists in Nigeria. They have different categories for terrorism. Like let me read what they are saying here so you understand what I'm dealing with here. I can't even get to one specific this like um, terrorism in Nigeria, subcategories. Terrorist incidents in Nigeria, terrorists in the Algerian war, Islamic terrorism in Algeria, organization designated as terrorism in Algeria. They have so many different categories of terrorism. It's crazy. I was listening to the news and I always hear the casualty numbers was very high in Algeria. I knew that when I was I started observing the news. So not all of them were even told to me in terms of reading it from YouTube or anything recently. It's something that I grew up with hearing about in Algeria when they were this there was a I think there was an election that an Islamist government was supposed to take over, and then they denied that leader this in the presidency, and it led to some crazy this in. Am I wrong? If I'm wrong, tell me. I don't know the names of the people, but I know that was what happened, and it led to a lot of this in unrest and a lot of terrorism in that country. The same thing with Egypt. They were bombing this in what they call it Western this in resorts and different kinds of this in attacks until they got their act together and they stamped it out. These are examples of nations that used to have terrorist problem that dealt with them. That is true that
No,
I
but
know.
I'm
I'm
Egypt
sure
has,
there are others.
but
So
Egypt
how did they
has
combat? How
stronger
did they
military.
combat it?
Egypt
They
has
sent
stronger military
they
than
sent
Nigeria.
500,000
Massive
people to
military
go.
they have, all of them.
So they sent 500,000 people to go fight the terrorists, or how?
No, but
Egypt
I think that
has
you
in
can't
excess
even
of a
compare
million.
the number of
I think
military
800,000 soldiers.
in Egypt to Nigeria own.
Huh?
The military in Egypt, their number, I can't even compare it to Nigeria own.
No, I'm asking him. Like he's saying,
They
because
have
he thinks
they
his
have
numbers.
they have larger number of soldiers in Egypt than us.
That's not what I asked you. Again, I'm going to ask it again. So, how did they combat the terrorism? How did they quell insurgencies in Algeria and Egypt? Did they take 500,000 of military people, arm them, give them uniforms, and say, "Hey, go fight the terrorists in Alexandria or Cairo or Algiers"? How did they do it?
That's basically what they did. They didn't send them anywhere.
That was
They,
how
oh, can
Algeria.
you let me talk then? Can you let me talk? I never even said for 10 seconds. They created a grid in their nation and they used intelligence at the same time. Now that grid of security in the
Why are you
can
just
you let me
talking?
talk?
No,
Let
because
me
you're talking.
express it so that I can
Don't
show
say
you
I don't
evidence
know.
of what I'm
Don't
saying.
know because you're saying rubbish.
Oh, why do you just stop people from telling you what they know?
How are you
I
gonna
can
tell
show you
me?
evidence of it too. I can also show you evidence of what I'm telling you to let you know that that grid of security is true. Even when you go to Egypt today, they are monitoring you all over the place.
Bro, that's not how they stopped it. What they did was they knocked off all the leaders of the terrorist groups. They did not take 10,000 people and say, let's create a grid. That was not what they did. And they
Oh
ran some
my
of them
God.
out. They ran some of them out to Yemen. Some of them were in Tunis. They had
With
to
what?
bring them back.
How did they run them out?
When they started knocking off the heads of the groups.
Oh, so because they cannot run around them because the country is not big
What are you
enough. They
even
cannot run
talking?
around them.
Like, it's a waste of
Why
time.
can't they run around them? Because terrorists only follows a straight road where if they are chasing them, they have to keep at that straight road. They cannot turn around. Because that makes sense to you. I don't know what you want me to believe in, though, because this is not real life. I'm telling you what I know, and I can show you evidence to back what I'm saying up. Because you can't just chase people and you expect them to go. Is Nigerian police not been chasing them? Is Nigerian military not been chasing? Why do you think they are not leaving? Because
There's
chasing
a
them is
lot
not
of
what
things I
works.
wish
You
I
have to
could
deny
just
them
say. I just can't
space.
say. Like, you're just talking at this point.
You
And then
have
look at
to
how
deny
you
them
had to. You
space.
try to be slick with
No,
it.
no, come on.
They
You have to say just
created. They created a grid. They took like really. That's how
Yeah,
Algeria stopped. What?
yeah, part of it. That's
And
why
he's
they have
saying it
such a
with
large
confidence
military.
too. He's saying, "Yeah."
Yeah, that's why they have such a large military. What do you think they have those military
What is he
for?
even talking about?
Algeria has a larger military than Nigeria, and even if their population is 4 to 5 times less than Nigeria's, why do you think they have that? For decoration, for flower picking?
The problem with Nigeria, it's like um
I don't know
it's so
how I
funny
can
when
help you.
even doctors and chemists will talk about military. It's like, and they'll say with so much confidence, that's like someone that bakes bread starts telling a surgeon how to freaking cure a heart attack. Like, and they'll say with so much confidence, and then they wonder why the country is not even moving forward. Just take time to study this things instead of coming on here and misinforming people that might be listening. You get what I'm saying? Just I want to win this thing, so I'll just say this. And yeah, my fantasy, Algeria just recruited 10 billion people and some aliens, and then they surrounded Algiers, and the terrorism just magically poof, everything just went away.
No, this in done didn't they magically poof away. They fought them to a standstill and they won the fight. The same thing happened with even the Sri Lankan this where they were fighting the Tamil Tigers that was causing them a lot of headache. That one was slash terrorism slash this in a civil war, and in the end, when they got their act together, that's how you win the war. You can't keep fighting with one hand tied behind your back, trickling people in. America that you are in has over 2 million these soldiers, and other countries around the world. Why is it that their ratio of soldiers is a lot higher, even when they are more secure than us? Like even London and many European countries are more militarized than us. Even if they are safe, they are more policed than us. Even
If
if
you
when they are safe.
if you put 500,000 people, now let's jokes apart. If you get 500,000 people guns in Nigeria, it's just like when people come on here and they say, "Oh, guns should be legalized in Nigeria." If you get 500,000 people right now guns and send them to the northeast, to Nigeria right now, you know what you're gonna do? You're
Mhm.
gonna have like 50 different rebel groups in that country. They're gonna
Wow.
come back. Yes, don't no no wow, don't wow yourself. They're gonna
Now,
come
wow.
back down south and they're gonna take over your freaking that side of the country. So
Wow.
if you think the Nigerian government is that stupid that they don't know that even the president has suggested giving them corn and cassava and recruit all of them, you want to recruit 500,000 people and you want to give them guns to go fight insurgents.
Can you
You're
give me
gonna
an
have
example in
you're gonna
history
have an
where what
armed
you are
robbery.
saying
You're
has
gonna have an
happened?
armed robbery problem. That's one. You're gonna have an escalation in kidnappings. That's two. And if you're not careful, which it's not even about you're not careful, it's just an inevitability, not a if. It's a when will it happen. You're gonna have a big civil war in like 10 different sectors on your hands. You're
Wow.
not giving you're
That's
not giving
genius, isn't it?
you're not giving
Okay.
500,000
Now, I will
people
ask you one simple question. Give me one example where this has happened.
because nobody has been foolish enough to
You
do
see
that.
that? Nobody has
Because
definition of.
nobody has been foolish.
Yet, most nations outside Africa is more militarized than Nigeria.
But that's not the
Why?
point. We're talking about an
You said
insurgency.
they've never done that. I'm telling you, if they've never done that, then show
No
me the
problem.
example
We're
where
talking
anybody has done what you just proposed is going to happen in
because
Nigeria.
nobody. Do you think this genius plan that you're thinking about right now? Do you think the Nigerian president has not thought about it and said, "Oh, you know what we're going to do? We're just going to give them 500,000 guns and send them to the war front." You think it is not the easiest thing on the book for them to do? You don't think that's the easiest thing? We're just going to
Okay,
get
let me
500.
let me answer that now. Let me answer that. If you are going to let me, they've thought about it because every single one of them promised it in their manifesto. They know that is the solution, but they chose not to do it. Now, you have to ask yourself why they are choosing not to do it.
Because
Someone
it
like,
is a foolish
can you let
move.
me finish what I'm
You asked
saying?
me a question. It is a
Can you
foolish
finish
move.
what I'm saying? I'm not finished talking. Niger 2, I think Niger 2 or something was her name. that exited Tinubu's campaign during the campaign period, she came out and said Tinubu told her that if she tried to take care of the security issue in Nigeria, that they are going to kill him. That's literally what she said herself. So there are people out there that do not want this issue to be resolved. And for the life of me, you talk, but you don't want to follow evidence. Sorry, you are muted. If you want me to take you seriously, provide me evidence.
You don't have to. You don't have to take me seriously, because I think anybody listening can easily tell who knows what they're talking about and who's just fantasizing and just talking out there. So all I'm going to ask you,
Evidence.
all I'm going to evidence of what you asked me a question and I
Anything
said,
you say, back it up with evidence.
okay, sure. So anyway, if you think it is that easy, why hasn't the Nigerian government done it? And you said because they don't want to do it. And you know why? Because when they sit down with the service chiefs, they're gonna ask them. Even when he talked about his cassava and Gary plan, they just probably looked at him like, "Oh, okay, he's gonna be licking the mic in 2 seconds. He doesn't know what he's talking about." If it was that easy, the easiest thing you could do is send people to the battlefront. It cannot work. It's not working. Number one, Nigeria can't even arm 500,000 soldiers right now. Light arms, maybe, but you're going to have to provide logistics. You can't even take care of the ones you have right now. You're going to send, I mean, it's all fantasy, what we're talking about. Excuse me, but
It's not.
500,000
You
people,
just keep saying fantasy. You keep saying unreasonable, unprofessional. You just making stuff up, but you can't provide evidence to back up your claims.
because there's not, I'm saying I can provide evidence, or what you said I keep
I
saying
don't
it's
know. I
fantasy.
don't know. See,
Because it's
I'm open to being convinced.
because
Convinced. I
it
don't
is
go by belief. I go by
fantasy.
evidence. Everything I've
500,
told you is based on evidence.
what?
Forefather, if you don't mind, can I come in this place?
Please go ahead. Please go ahead, Paul.
So I come from a town where it's like military base. My town, nearly all men in the 70s, they're all in the military. In the 60s, 70s, nearly all my uncles, they're all in the military. Because we used to have a major general in my town who influenced the Delta Sea Company. So that gives me an insight in the military a lot. You know, in Nigeria, we have this peculiar problem, something that we are so ashamed of saying it, but it also happened in the private sector very well. Here comes the problem. In Nigeria, you get this training, they send you to Pakistan, they send you to Germany, they send you to the US for training. After you come back from one course to another course, guess what you start asking for? Promotion. Then they promote the man now who has the experience to sit down in the office. And that man who has the experience will just give people verbal training. Forefather, it is for you to be a teacher is a gift. It is not for me to send forefather to Germany to go train, then forefather just come back in a classroom now teach 20 people and put them in the battlefield, then forefather sit down in the office. This is how we damage equipment. This is how these guys go. They can't really do the whole thing. Because the man who traveled to Pakistan, to Germany, to the US, UK for all this training, train with practical, do more practical when it comes to this training. But he just gather people in a class and just tutor people and send them to the battleground. That's why we damage equipment easily. We can't maintain this equipment for so long. Once anybody get training in Nigeria, first thing we think, it's all about promotion. You understand? So instead of, in excess of it, downgrade some of this type of training that you want to train the so-called senior staff. Train the senior staff to do what we call more of administrative, and train these young guys who will be on the battlefield to get this real training. You understand? And everything. So we just do this mix and match things and everything, and tremendously, it's affecting us, even in the private sector. We get that same thing too. You see managers travel all around the world, get all this training, and sit down in the office. That's why when you the people you talk to when you go to public place, you can't see the professional in them. You
Yeah.
understand? So I think that part is also affecting us very well, the way we do things.
You see.
You might want to think it in that direction too.
Thank you. You know, when they open recruitment for police just this year, I think earlier on this year, almost 300,000 people applied for police recruitment, not all the security forces. And that is application, not drafting. They are not drafting anybody. That is how
Okay.
jobless many Nigerian people are. That you go to marketplaces, you see young men just come and approach you. Oh, what are you looking for? I will take you to this shop and all that. Some people like to say that, oh, those people are just jobless and disturbing people. I appreciate them because what else do you want them to do? Go to the bush and start kidnapping people?
And how's it
They are
working?
trying to make ends meet.
How well is it working out with your untrained and badly trained police force?
They are, if for you, you'll be shocked to hear me say they are actually overperforming. But you don't, because you don't understand the nature of the beast.
Hold on.
Exactly. Paul H, will you agree with me? Paul H, because I'm trying to let this guy know the dynamics. Wouldn't you not agree with me that most of these military equipment that are being bought, the Tuscany, is it a jet or whatever, most of them are going to be put them. Are they not going to pack most of the jets?
They're not
parking
them,
going to
bro.
use
They
it?
are using them. But anyways, we're talking about the.
Are they being efficiently used?
Yes,
no, truth be told, okay, go ahead.
There's certain things I've said in the background. I've spoken to other people. They are using them. They are using them.
Okay, they are not using all of them.
The question is,
wait, Steph.
With how much how much we used to buy it, the result, have it justified the expense?
Yes, that was what I was going to say. Yes, it has justified it. Yes.
And we are still having the same problem.
Because there are levels to this kind of insurgency, this kind of terrorism. It just doesn't go away overnight. It's not something, it's like a hydra-headed snake. You chop off one head and this head's still working and it grows back like Medusa's head. So it has been working. Jefferson was about to argue, which I think it's because I was going to ask him, he's saying it doesn't work. I was going to say, what's your evidence that it doesn't work? They haven't been using it. They have been using it. That's why Boko Haram has been severely degraded in Nigeria. Not only in Nigeria, but across that region, into Chad, into parts of Cameroon, Niger, Mali, and even extending their routes that they used to get the weapons from Libya and Sudan. So they've been severely degraded. Severely.
I speak the truth. You speak very, very eloquent, but you will be so shocked that our biggest problem we have in Nigeria, from public sector to private sector, maintenance, it's a big problem.
No,
that's why you see
Paul.
So what do I mean? I'm an aviator by training. So I'm an aviator by aviator by training. The way the aircraft, no. I talk to these people. Remember, we work together. You understand? As an aviator by training, remember people work in the military. After everything, they come to the private sector. You understand?
Paul, we're not talking about maintenance, okay? We're not talking about maintenance. We're talking about the military, the insurgency, the capability.
Hold on. I'm going somewhere. I want to talk about the military aircraft. I'm not speaking now in terms of, in general, in terms of military hardware. Let's just even zero it down to aircraft. You will be so shocked that from one government to every other government, we keep buying all these aircraft. We think when we buy new things, it will last us long. But we fail to understand that if you don't maintain new things, it will go old as fast as you can think. Now we're talking about aircraft, not car, that can park somewhere grounded. Somebody, you can call somebody, AAA, whatever, to come fix it or tow it. No, aircraft don't work like that. So for my own safety, I will not buy an aircraft.
Do you have?
Because aircraft. And so we keep buying because we don't maintain. You'll be so shocked that nearly all the aircraft that is working today as military aircraft for that purpose will be as young as maybe 25 years, 30 years, or 20 years.
Okay.
Why is it like that?
Beautiful,
You
but that's
remember
not.
Tucano? They used Tucano to fight Second World War. It has been there for a long time.
No,
So
it
how come we
hasn't.
are
And
buying?
as an aviation guy that you just said, no, it hasn't. Okay, first of all, Tucanos can be retrofitted. That's one.
Oh,
Two,
of course, no, I'm just
two.
saying.
Hold up. So two, they are different generations of the Tucano. The
Yes,
one,
yes, I agree.
so let me finish. So what Nigeria is using is the one built by Embraer and the one built in the United States, fitted in the United States with all
We
the
buy the
laser.
Brazilian aircraft.
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
With all the laser guided missiles and all that. Okay, so Nigeria is not using Tucanos from the 1945 or 1939. That's not what Nigeria is using. They are using the latest generation, the A329s or A29s. That's what Nigeria is currently using.
Are you
And
saying that the
Nigeria
Tucano
and,
originally started
Nigeria
since
So I think
1940
it's
something?
good. When you say aircraft that we're currently using, remember during Jonathan's time, this is all the things that also affect Jonathan. The US stopped selling aircraft for us. We
okay,
started
so
going everywhere. So what I'm saying is that what
I've
about
not finished.
look?
I've not finished what I'm saying. So Nigeria is not using aircraft from the Second World War. Nigeria is using about what 6 or 7
That's not what I'm
generation.
saying.
But
I
that's
never
what you
said.
said. But you just said that.
I am telling you, I said Tucano aircraft was also used to tell you that this aircraft has been
So
long. Nigeria has,
what are you
so this
implying
is
if you
so
say
this is where I'm going with all these things. What I'm going is that you can even buy an old aircraft, but because we don't maintain all the time, that's why we quick to want to buy new one every other time.
what were you
You,
implying, Paul? I don't
so
play
no,
word salads. What were you
no,
implying
look. I jumped into this thing. I jumped into this thing when you tell forefather about the super Tucano.
Okay,
You
yes,
understand?
because
So
that's what Nigeria,
see,
because that's
the
what
way we have
Nigeria
Boeing,
uses.
the way we have
Nigeria,
the way we have
Nigeria.
the Boeing 737, we have classic. You
Okay,
understand? So
I'm
we
not
keep
talking about. I'm
upgrading.
not talking about civilian aviation. We're talking about
Same
military. We're
thing
talking
with
about
military
military.
aircraft. I agree that
We're
part
talking
with
about
you.
military aircraft. So, the Nigeria is currently using the latest generation of the Embraer Super Tucano. No matter
I
how
agree.
you guys want to
Yes,
slice it, you can feel
yes.
free to disagree. The thing that's just the fact
You
of
know
the
when we
matter.
buy this,
So
do you know when we
Nigeria,
buy this current one that you're talking?
so
So
Nigeria
6
is
years ago
using
that Buhari come
so
into power.
so
So the
Nigeria.
old
Wow,
aircraft that
Tucano
we
has
have,
been he has been
people
around,
know
that
them.
type of aircraft has been around for a long
So
time. If it's 1940 something,
Nigeria is currently using the latest generation of the Super Tucano. Okay,
I said I agree with you.
okay, so I would really appreciate if you stop interjecting. Let me just finish my point. Thank you. So even if we bought this the third generation, let's say I'm paraphrasing now. Don't quote me, but let's say the third generation was even in the 70s. Okay, such as the type that Iran was using until Russia started gifting them some of their planes. Even the ones that were made 30, 40 years ago can still be retrofitted with guns and bombs. Okay, Nigeria did not do that. Nigeria made a special order, and Embraer gave Nigeria the latest, both the training planes and the attack planes. This is what Nigeria uses. Nigeria uses the Tucanos for training, just like the United States Air Force also uses the Tucano for training, and they use it to train places like Afghanistan, and they use the Super Tucano, and the Tucano itself can be fitted with guns. It can be boarded with guns and chambers for bombs. So you guys are talking as if Nigeria just went to a garbage bin and just got some planes and just brought some junk and is fighting. Now to the question of, has the Tucano served its purpose? Yes. Yes, it has.
No,
Because
yeah, for me that's not where I'm coming. For me, that's where
Boko Haram has been severely degraded due to the Saudis and the missions that the Nigerian Air Force had been carrying out using the Super Tucano.
no, for me that's for
they
me.
tell you that it was Tucano that
I
took them
think
out.
speak the truth. That's not where I'm
Because
coming from.
we
Where
seen the videos of them. What do you talk? You know, let me stop talking. Go ahead.
I,
Shekau
I
wasn't
speak the
even
truth.
killed by the Nigerian Air Force.
So when was
Come
it?
on,
When was
bro.
I speak the truth. When was did you go to Nigeria?
I don't know what he's talking
What does
about.
that got to do with anything?
He has nothing to do. He
No,
has
it has a
nothing to
lot
do
to do
that.
with everything
It has
because
nothing to do with
you
No,
anything.
I don't think so.
from
He
your
has
utterance,
nothing to
it
do.
seems you don't really understand what's going on back
I
home.
don't
Let's
understand
ask
it.
ourselves when
Because
last has any one of us
the
when
bottom
last
line,
has any one of us go to Meduguri?
No, you
Even
don't
though
need
we
to be
if
in
we've been to
Nigeria.
Nigeria,
You don't need
so
to
he
be
has
in
nothing
Nigeria
to
to
do.
know what is happening in Nigeria.
He has nothing to do.
no, forget about it. Even forget about that. Do I even sound like someone that does not know what he's talking about?
That is the
I'm not.
thing.
Actually, you
That
do
very,
sound
very
like that.
well.
I'm
You
not.
sound this thing. Are you an aeronautical engineer? You are not. So you sound like you know, but
How
you
do you
don't.
know what I am?
Because you are not. You
You
don't sound
don't
like
know.
one.
You
So
don't know.
hold on, calm down. See, you talk about the Tucano did the job. It wasn't Air Force or even the Nigerian military that did away with Shekau. The reasons why they faded may be due to physical work on the ground where people actually did the work, because when you're in the by and large they know how to escape this thing
How many minutes
air
did you
raid.
spend? How many minutes did you spend in intelligence of
Why
your
do you
life
like to
or in the
interrupt people?
military?
They allow you talk all the time, but you just
Because
keep interrupting people.
the problem. Let me tell you
You
the
don't
problem. I'm going to
you,
interrupt. Let me tell you why
you
I'm
say
going to
things
interrupt.
that don't have any to bearing in
It
reality. You
does. It
talked
does.
about the
It does.
Tukanu dealing with Boko Haram and all the rest, and you didn't even bother to say that Chikao wasn't even taken out by this Tukanu. It was done by rival
That
groups.
wasn't what I said. Listen, this is why I say you. This is your problem.
You
Okay.
said the
Let me.
Tukanu did his job.
No, that wasn't
Forefather,
what I.
forefather,
You know,
forefather,
you
taking
guys, you guys, you
Chicago
guys'
down can be
problem.
honorary intelligence.
You guys,
That didn't really matter
Exactly. I
more.
don't know.
just leave it.
It
You
can be
guys'
honorary
problem is
intelligence.
Then why is he making
you
it
just
that
like
Tukanu
to.
did it? That's what I'm trying to
That wasn't
correct.
what I
No,
never mentioned
no,
Chicago.
no,
Okay,
That
let's
forefather.
wasn't
see
what I
From
what you
where I
said.
said.
think
What
there's
I
no be
Then
talking.
let him
Paul,
say
The
Paul,
what he
please
said.
Tucano.
let me. Paul, I can talk on my own. Thank you.
Okay,
What I
then let me talk.
what
Then
I
let me talk
said
now. You asked me
because
to shut. You asked me to
he
hold
just
on.
Paul.
Then you talk,
I'm
talk,
not
talk. Then you
asking you
stop.
to.
You
He said
continue.
something that I did not say. I'm not
Then
asking you to
say
talk
what you
on my own.
said quickly.
Exactly. So what is wrong with you guys?
Because
Why
some
do
other
you
person
why
wants
do
to
you guys
talk.
play these games? You just said something that I didn't say. I'm
You
trying to
want to
correct it.
see, you take long to answer a straight question. What did you say? It doesn't take 10
You
seconds to
know
say
what?
it.
Listen, go ahead and pretend you guys know what you're talking about. Let me
Okay,
listen to you guys.
I will happily pretend that somebody that don't have any evidence for what they are telling me. If you want to tell me something about security, you can provide evidence for me, especially the idea that having manpower on the ground and creating a national this in a grid is not a good idea when
How
you
many minutes did you
enjoying that
spend in the
security in the
military,
United
forefather?
States. You see, I thought you said we're not going to say anything.
Because you're just talking rubbish, bro.
No,
Like,
because I thought you're not going to say anything. Keep quiet. I
yeah, because I don't understand why you guys come on
if
here
you
and
are
you
the
pretend
military,
you don't know
maintain
what you're talking
discipline.
about and you just start talking.
Attention. Behave
So
yourself.
I speak the truth. This is where I am coming from. The Super
This
Tucano
guy is storyteller.
is a good aircraft. The Super Tucano, it's an aircraft. You can even use it to fight. Say we are going to war with neighboring countries. You want to attack the military. You understand the military hardware. You want to do anything. But we are talking a guerrilla warfare right now. Even with the old ones, the old aircraft that we have, we can still use some of these aircraft very well. You
Paul,
understand? With intelligence, we can still use some of these aircraft. You
Paul,
understand? Because it's a guerrilla warfare. It's different
Paul,
from where you say, okay, I want to go attack this place. I want to go attack. I want to get the right aircraft that can help me carry that purpose. I'm
Paul,
looking
that's
for
not
the F-16, the
Paul,
35,
Paul,
the
Paul,
Tucano.
Paul,
No.
Paul,
But what
Paul.
I'm saying is that from where I am coming from, hold on, let me land with my own, like you used to tell people. Let me land. For where I'm coming from, me, I'm just coming from the place of maintenance. For us to keep buying, Jonathan Cry did everything, run to Pakistan, to Brazil, to everywhere. Even, you know why? Because the one we have, we never maintain them. You understand? That's why Jonathan suffered a lot, because we never maintain. So the Super Tucano that you were talking about, you go look again, you discover that Buhari enter, he went straight to DC. You understand? Then they started giving him all these things. That's why we have this current one. But what I'm saying is that if we have, I am just coming from the place of this is our culture. of maintenance and this culture of if you take any training, the next thing you just feel that they're supposed to promote you, they're supposed to promote you. Then they promote you to end up doing almost nothing. You understand? The teaching work needs the right facility to teach. If you don't have all the equipment, or everything to teach, why would you want to teach? Why do they want to send me to all over the world for course? Then I come back to content, train 300 people, 500 people in a class with no nothing, and send them to the field. It just don't make any sense. You understand? These are the things that is killing our military. That's why you see when our military go to ECOMOG, they get all this real-time training and every other thing, they deliver. But when they are doing their own work on ground, they fail us. You understand? So that's where I'm coming from.
See, for me, I like to think that our security services are doing some tasks. They are actually doing it to an extent, given the situation they are facing, like you described. They are actually overperforming. Like if you go to the Nigerian airport now, like when I went to Abuja, I didn't have any real security challenge. Even when you lose your stuff, you can go back and you get it back. If you have security problem or you have disputes with people, most of the time the security services, including the police and all the rest, will help resolve those issues, sometimes even without writing any stuff on the paper. They are doing a lot of work there that is unseen. People just pretend as if we don't have security at all, just because they have a lot of corruption within the system. It doesn't mean they're not doing their job. Even in the hospitals, there are corrupt practices in the hospital, but it doesn't mean everybody that is going in there, they are getting killed because of the reason. The majority of the job that they are doing is actually yielding positive results, even if you have the negative outcomes. Otherwise, even an aircraft won't be able to fly in Nigeria. You won't be able to go anywhere without people robbing you. If you when they remove security once in Lagos, is what led to the creation of the SARS police in the first place, because the whole place was
Okay, bro.
and there was anarchy. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt
You're
me, please.
straying off like you
Don't
do this.
interrupt me. I'm trying to make a specific
When you
point here.
start talking too much, you start straying off.
I'm trying to make a specific point. So that's why they created the SARS police in the first place. The idea that the point I'm making is that the police that and the security forces that we have, based on what they have been provided, based on the manpower they have, they are a stressed security service. You can't have a ratio of one soldier to this thing, almost 2,000 citizens for them to protect. I don't know about you. Have you stood in front of 500 people to protect all of them? Have you ever tried that to see how hard that is? That's how our security, and not to mention that many of them are busy securing
I
assets.
will.
They're not securing human
Thank
beings.
you.
They're actually securing assets. I discovered recently that about 30 to 40% of our police forces are protecting VIPs. 30 to 40%, and I'm sure it may even be to do it why the president recently said that. I think he said something about reducing the number of convoys, one, and I think he said also something about security guard or something like that the officials are supposed to be using, because many of them are busy servicing VIPs in Nigeria. So who is left to protect the people? We all live in countries where you call police 15 minutes, they will show up because they are not very far from you. When they call police in Nigeria, sometimes they will show up the next day, when the bandits will be there for 4 hours acting as if they live there. Sometimes they will stay there till the next morning and they
Which
go
next
away.
day, sometimes you won't see them in a week.
And for that one that the president said is also lip service, so that's a lie. They all do it and they'll keep doing it.
That is a
100%
problem.
lie.
And when people
just-
try to highlight it, then people like I Speak the Truth come here and start telling you that you are talking this thing and he doesn't provide evidence for it. I don't hold my ideas. I don't weld myself to my ideas. I weld myself to evidence. If you provide evidence for your
No,
case,
you actually
I will
don't.
shift.
You weld your ideas to a lot of fantasy, like a lot of people on this panel do.
Then provide
It's
evidence
usually,
and watch me.
how can I provide evidence? That's you telling me provide evidence for my fantasy. How can I
Prove
do
it.
that? How can I prove your fantasy? You're telling me prove which
No,
country.
prove that your own is correct.
Let me finish. You said
Not
prove
my own. Prove your own is correct.
I already did 1,000 times.
No, you haven't. You haven't provided. You have provided zero evidence.
You're stuck on. I have to win the conversation. But
No.
what do you do? You start bringing up all these fantastical ideas
Provide
give me
evidence.
evidence that one country ever had 500,000 people to surround terrorists and it didn't work. I say, well, because it has never happened. Aha! See, I won. Are you serious?
No,
You
you
expect
said,
me to provide evidence for your own
I don't want to
fantasy?
interrupt you. I don't. There's no point. You see, you said that many of them are going to return, it's going to lead to a civil war. It's going to lead to other problems. And I said, show me one example
No, 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 no. It
where.
wasn't that. It wasn't that. It wasn't that. It wasn't that. It was about when you kept saying that they should send them into the forest. And I said, well, we should use that intelligence gathering is the first step to battle insurgency. This is how this whole conversation came up. You kept saying send
Ah,
500,000 people. I said
so
intelligence is
that's
the
how
first.
Israel is doing it then,
Then
just
So,
using only intelligence.
that is true.
hold up, Paul. Wait. How do you think
Everything
Israel is
Israel
doing it?
achieves today is based on intelligence. You understand?
No, I never said it, that we shouldn't use intelligence. I told
Undermining
him
that
that we
Israel
should
can
use
be so
it.
stupid. Nearly everybody that they want to bring down is all on intelligence gathering. You understand? And every other thing. Other than they just like to say they take life, kill
I
like they
did.
like,
I've already
they find
said that
pattern with it.
we are going to use intelligence.
Yeah, then we
Intelligence
say
is the
we're gonna
most
use everything.
is the pound for pound
We
most
train five
valuable
hundred
asset.
thousand. We
Do
train
you
five
know
Then,
hundred
what it
thousand.
means to
One
train
hundred
then,
thousand out of them
500,000
will be gathering
people?
intelligence.
yeah,
Yes,
then,
you can have a
forefather.
very sizable
Also, from the
intelligence
other side,
gathering.
that I speak the truth is coming that if you give all these people guns, even though in the US too, like they put everybody, they recruit all type of crazy people in the military. They go there 3 years, they get out. Some of them start misbehaving in the street. Some of them go 3 years, they say I'm done. Many of them. So even though if we also recruit like the US recruit, because the US is also having menace with all these people that they recruit, they come back, they just discover that I'm not supposed to be in this place. So if we in a country where poverty is at that level, if we recruit massively again, and these people come back and say, you know what, I'm done, I can't do this,
Okay,
they'll
so
still
let's
take the
allow
advantage again
insecurity
and
to be
also hit the
ravaging
street.
us now,
The
David.
bottom line is, regardless of how fantastical and beautiful this idea sound, Nigeria does not have the capabilities, whether training wise, whether in terms of finance or equipping these so-called fantasy soldiers to train or equip 500,000 people at this present time. If
So
Nigeria,
how many
We
soldiers do you think
already have
Nigeria is
it.
supposed to have by now as a country in
I
number?
think, well, but
Do we have
considering
enough? Do we have enough?
yes, it's a everything considered that Nigeria is not presently at war with any external country. Nigeria does have enough soldiers.
In
Now I
comparison,
know this
in
guy is
comparison,
enemy
in
of progress.
comparison with other countries
For
that is
saying
not
that,
at
I've seen
war
it
with
for what you
another
are.
country, but they have serious insurgency challenges like Nigeria.
Like which,
Comparably, do we have enough
like,
soldiers compared to them?
Nobody should trust this guy.
but you
Don't
just
even
like to
bother trusting him for anything. For
be
saying what you said
quiet.
just
He
now,
just
they should
hold on,
never trust you.
Steph. Let me hold on, Steph, please 1 second. Tell me what I said.
You said Nigeria had enough
Wait,
soldiers. You literally said that.
wait. You're gonna kiss your own ass soon. Just calm down. You have all
Okay.
your lips is on your face. You can do the ass kissing on
Okay.
yourself.
Okay.
Just
Maybe. I don't
relax.
mind. I don't mind.
That's nasty, but whatever. So what
Oh,
did
oh,
I
you know that, eh?
say? What did I say with regards to Steph's question to me that was wrong?
They asked you whether we have enough soldiers
And
as
what
it
was
is
my
right now.
what was my
And you
answer?
said yes.
No, did I just say yes, or did I place a caveat on it?
You said yes.
Okay, so this is why I say you need to clean your ears. I don't know if it's old age or you got a buildup of wax, okay?
You
Because the
said
caveat,
yes.
No, he said
beautiful.
yes because we are not at
I
war, right?
said because we do not. I said
Even that,
let
that's
me
my
finish.
point. I heard that second part.
Let me finish. Of course you didn't hear it. But
I heard it.
if you heard it, so why didn't you say it? Because I asked you 3
I
times.
heard it, and I said
So
that
let me
is why I
finish.
think you
I'm
should
tired.
never be trusted for saying that.
I'm tired of dancing in the mud with you. Okay, so let me just finish. So what I said, I placed a caveat. I said I thought about it because this is what people do. They think about things without just jumping and saying, I have to win this conversation. I thought about it for like 10 seconds and I said, well, considering the fact that there's no external aggression or we do not have any external problems with any country, I think we do have enough soldiers right now. And then he asked a separate question, which was, okay, what about comparably with countries that have an insurgency going on? And that was the fact you did not let me answer. But go ahead, put some freaking lip balm
I'm
on and you
telling you
can
that
kiss
for
your own
even
ass.
answering the first one, you cannot be trusted because you
Based
came
on
here first.
what? Based on what?
Hold on. First, you came here to defend an aircraft that originated in the somewhere in the 40s, even if it's a more
This.
advanced one. Can I finish? Even
Are
if it's a
you
more, can I
freaking
finish?
kidding me? You're just going to
Can I
finish.
finish? Even if it's a more advanced one that they bought recently, but yet it's an aircraft that originated in the 40s. Then he went on to say, because Nigeria is not at war, we have enough manpower in our security forces. When you know most self-respecting nations that are not African, black African, are not in that posture, even when they too are at peace. There are nations that have not fought war for 200 years that are far more armed than Nigeria. And yet you made that kind of argument. And you know it because I've had that conversation with you and I've told you about those nations. And you come here and
You
make that
like
kind
to
of comment.
talk. Let
I
me ask.
don't trust you.
Well, that's okay. Just you're gonna have time. You didn't kiss your ass. I was looking at you. You didn't take time to
Ah,
bend
that's
over and
right.
kiss your
Yeah,
so
yeah. I thought he was nasty.
don't
Move
break your
on.
neck.
Come
So
on,
let
man.
me
You don't have
ask
to
you.
be nasty saying all
The
that
guy is
stuff
just
to him,
being
man.
rude. He's
so
just
Come
being
on,
rude.
man.
so
What the
He's
hell?
been rude all day. He's been rude all day.
it's not
He
a
can't
nasty.
have a
Like I
He's
said,
the
you
only
conversation
can
one that
without
kiss
knows
him
how to
talking.
talk
kissing your
nasty.
ass is
That
cool.
one is talk
So
nasty,
let
man.
me ask
All
you.
I asked you was evidence, and it's
So
too much for you to
let
do.
me ask you. Let me ask you a question because you have a problem. You took it back to the to Kano and saying it's in 1940, but you don't but you admit that it is a present new generation aircraft.
So
Mercedes has been in existence since when?
yes, it has been an existence since 1940s, but that is not the same for aircraft.
Whoa, hold up. Don't answer. Don't jump. You have enough
Uh-huh.
time to jump in the pit because I know you know where I'm leading you to. So Mercedes has been in existence
Mm-hmm.
forever. So if someone bought a 2024 S550, are you going to condemn it and say, well, Mercedes been around since the Model T and look at the kind of Mercedes? Or are you going to say, well, oh, yeah, it's a Mercedes, it's a brand, but it's a 2024 one. You can't compare it to something that was made in the 30s. Isn't that the
That is
same argument?
2024, but it's not 1995, it's not 2000, it's 2024. Secondly, aircrafts are not like that. How many aircrafts do you
Forefathers,
know?
what I
Can
just
you
asked
can
you
you let me
was,
ask you the
it was a
question?
very
I
simple
answered the
question.
questions straight. You told me that if Mercedes existed all the way far way back, and we have 2024 one, then it means that aircrafts can also be like that, isn't it? That's what your argument. I'm telling you that aircrafts are not exactly the same. How many other aircrafts do you know that people use that started all the way in 1940? Tell me another one.
Because aircraft technology is actually quite. Let me finish. Because
Give me another
aircraft tech.
one.
Let me finish. Because aircraft technology and the use of airplanes in battle is actually new. Planes are actually a new invention. You are not going
What?
back. Planes, again, are actually a new invention. You can watch all you want. It
Huh?
is, and
In the 40s, they used it
planes,
in the
again,
Second World War.
again, again, planes and man has been fighting wars for millennia. So plane
Yes.
is actually a new invention
Okay.
And not only that, because this is why I say you always ask this
No,
fantastic
no, no.
question.
I understand that you are using a longer period of time. Go ahead.
Finish. Let me finish. Stop jumping down, hoping I'm going to forget what I'm going to say. So this is why I say you have a tendency of not thinking too much before you ask something. This is why you will ask fantastical questions and say, well, prove this analogy to me, and the person's like, I can't prove it because it has never happened. So you're saying which planes have existed? Most aircraft companies are new, and the introduction of airplanes into warfare is actually a new thing. That is just like the
How
introduction.
new?
That is
Because I want to know what you are talking about. I'm seriously listening. How
when do
new
you
are you talking
think
about? What time scale are you using here?
aircrafts did not start getting used in warfare until World War One? And in World War One, it was on a very limited basis. It was very limited. Aircraft that was after the invention.
And cars and
Let me
cars. How long ago?
let me finish, please. You have enough time to pretend you know what you're talking about. So, aircrafts are actually new, a new addition into modern warfare. Aircraft just came after the machine guns and the cavalry. After the aircraft, what's that echo? That's
Aircraft
connecting with
came long time ago. What I just seen is just
so
new inventions, modernized
wait,
inventions of
wait,
what
wait, wait,
has
wait,
been
because
been
I
in
like
time
how you
past.
like
Why
to
is it new?
talk.
I would have
Hold
thought
on, forefathers.
10
How new? Go wait. Let me. So Jefferson, since you want to
You think
talk,
it's the okay? Now I want to ask you, do you think it's the Wright brothers that started doing aircraft?
it's that's not what I asked you. So we're gonna play word salads later. When
So that
you said aircraft
I
are
said
not
you want to go into that.
into you
It's
said
not today it
aircrafts
started.
are not new into warfare. So prior to World War One, prior to 1914, which it wasn't even introduced until like 1916, prior to that period, when were aircrafts used in battle?
Look, aircraft been used in battle in ancient times. The
Ancient
technology
times
was
like
lost
what?
during the
Like
the Atlantis
do
period,
you
and
see
then they
why
had to
it's a
start all
waste
over
of time
again.
to talk to you guys at times? Ancient times
What do you
since
mean
when?
by that? Now you think you know about history? I'll just be looking at you since.
It's
I
not
don't
about
want to just do
history.
competitive this thing.
Jefferson,
Look,
prior
aircraft and so many other
Jefferson.
technology are seen today. It's not today they started.
That's not what I asked you. So
It's not today. If you don't know, I can tell you for free.
good for you. So prior to World War One, when were aircrafts ever
I
used in
know what you
battle?
are talking about. Yes, the White brothers did aircraft around, is
I'm
it
not talking about
late
the Wright
19th slash
brothers.
the early
I said
20th century? If it's
Jefferson,
that one you want to say, that's basic definition.
Jefferson. My question is very simple. Since you decided you just want to jump in and say aircraft have been
Nobody
used
wants to
since
jump in. I don't think
ancient
you can't shout down everybody and think everybody wants to
since
jump in. That's not how conversation works. Sometimes you need to watch your utterances.
since ancient times, you're not gonna play mind games with me. So since ancient times, like you said, when prior
Yes.
to 1914 has aircraft been used in battle?
Okay, let's not dwell on that.
No, we have to.
Let's
No, no,
start
no, no,
from
no, no,
1914
no,
because I
no,
consider
no, no,
1914
no,
quite long
no,
time ago.
no, 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 no. You guys can't keep doing this.
It's not you
Giving
guys. You're talking to
people are
me.
listen. People are listening. Okay, people are here to learn. I'm also here to learn. But what you guys will not do is when your ego gets involved, you start
It's
giving
not
false.
guys.
Let me
I want
finish.
to know what you
Start
are
giving.
talking about, a timeline. If you are talking about 1914, that is old enough for me.
Let me finish. So what people will not do if we're gonna learn. Either we're all gonna learn, or if we don't know something, we keep quiet. That is what happens. You don't come in here and say, I don't like the way this guy talks, so I'm just gonna make something up and just try to prove my case around it. So he said in ancient times, aircrafts have been used in battle, and I'm asking him prior to between the era of 1914 and 1918, when were aircrafts used? Because aircrafts were actually used on a more wide scale level in the Second World War, 39 to 45. So prior to 14 and 18, when were aircraft used? He said ancient times. So you're going to let him answer. Don't throw him a rope. Let him answer the ancient times. It is being used in battle before 1914 to 1918. Exactly. That's what I thought.
Okay, now your timeline, you are using 1914. If you are using 1914, for me, that is a long time ago. I hope we are not using an aircraft that started from that time. But make your point.
There's no other point. The point you keep condemning the Super Tucano, and I'm telling you that aircrafts are actually a new technology, and you
But
them
it's
in
not new
battle.
though.
And
It's over 100 years
can
old.
okay, so again, like I said, just always listen. You don't have to win every topic. Again, what I said, it is a new technology. The aircraft and the freaking buggy, the wheel, which one is older?
I think the freaking buggy.
Now, good, thank you. So we'll clap for that.
But
So the
it
the
depends on the
carrier,
timeline you are using. I'm telling you that for me,
oh my
100 years ago is a long time ago.
100 years ago, in terms of technology, is new.
Of course, then you might as well go to when we first invented the knife or spear or
Okay,
something.
so
But
if you know that, why would you condemn the Super Tucano?
because because I can't understand how you can even start talking from that perspective when we are talking about technologies that transform and change rapidly within
You
10,
are
5
you are
years.
you are criticizing something, saying, well, they started it and it dates back to the 40s. And I'm telling you that it only dates back to the 40s because it is new. It is a new technology, and
Okay.
even newer is its introduction into modern warfare. What is so hard
Okay,
about
try
that?
to understand what I'm saying here. It's like you saying, you know what, I've got a Dell Precision this thing a workstation that is the most powerful one today versus an IBM that was being used in 1955. That is not the same thing. They are not two. They are totally different class of machines now. Even if the timeline is even shorter than the timeline you're
Good.
using for the
Now you're
aircraft.
digging yourself into a hole
Yes,
because
I'm not.
yes, you are. Because if that
I'm
is your
not.
wait. Let me
Go
show
ahead.
you. This is why I
Okay,
said you
put me in the
guys,
hole,
your
please.
you guys just like to talk sometimes.
Let's watch
So
him put
you
me in the
are
hole.
criticizing. You are comparing two different generations of computers. That's what you just did, right?
Yes,
So how on earth are you now comparing a propeller plane from the 40s to one from the 2020s?
because the aircrafts that I'm talking about, the one we are talking about, they are two. They are the same name, but the one I'm talking about, they are not even the same name.
Forefather, what the hell are you
Even if they are
talking about, bro?
computers, they are totally different names.
So it's the name, not
See, hold on.
not
Oh, you're
its
not.
capabilities that
No,
matters.
no. Not only the capability, the capabilities are astronomically different, not the same at all. And what I'm talking about is the processor. Everything in the new
So,
computer is
so,
not
Mr.
comparable
So,
to what
Mister,
was
in
in the new
terms of
computer. It's totally
chronological
transformed.
history, you can check the link that I pasted in the studio about ancient aircrafts. What I'm trying to tell you that all this aircraft technology is not today it started. It started very, very long time ago, and then technology have been evolving
Well, that, those
as the
were
years go
in
by.
this
What you what you
hieroglyphics in
guys
the ancient Egyptian temples. But
yeah.
that said,
Were they
the point,
using were they
the
using
point you are
were they
making,
wait for were they using battle? The link you just gave us, were those aircrafts linked in? Because I'm not
not
clicking it,
known,
but were they using battle?
not known to
They
be
were using some advanced technology at the time. Most of those
That's not
technology
what I
were
asked.
lost, but that's the anyway. That is the technology
Is
evidence for
there
you.
any recorded evidence that that link you gave us, those ancient planes that you giving us from Babylon or Egypt or Assyria, that they were used in battle?
So they're not real, right? They are fake. They're all fake, right?
That's not what I asked you.
Everything is fake,
That
right?
Jefferson, that
No, I'm
wasn't what I
asking you now.
asked you.
Everything is fake now.
Jefferson, I
You
don't know
know,
if it's fake or not. I didn't click it. I'm not even going to waste my time clicking it.
and don't
But
click it.
what
I
I'm
always beg
asking
you to
you,
click. I've shared it.
all
You
I'm
want to look
saying
at it, look
is,
at it. You want to be
all I'm
ignorant, you
saying,
can sit down to be ignorant as well.
okay, good. So those planes that you're showing us from ancient times, were they used in battle?
in battle. They were using
Yeah,
battle.
they were using warfare.
Yeah, at the time, yes. That is very long time ago.
Like how long ago? Like how long ago, Jefferson?
Close to 2,000 years plus.
2,000 years ago, man used to use airplanes in battle. 2,000 years ago, man used airplanes in battle.
Anyway, yeah, I love you. I've shared you the link. You can check it.
2,000 years ago, ancient man used during the time of Jesus, men were conducting battles with planes. That's what you're telling us.
No, but it depends. It's relative. If they fly the plane to a war zone and just drop a stone, it's still a combat.
Steph, are you freaking serious?
So,
but you know, but funny enough, but the technology at the time. Look at
Jefferson, let's not use that one to. Let's not go back that far back in history. The point I was let's not start talking about ancient Egypt and all those things, whether they use planes or not. We are talking about the modern history in terms of aircrafts that were used. The point I was making to him was that Tucano is practically the only aircraft that was present in the World War II that we went on board today, while other nations are buying highly sophisticated aircraft for the same purposes that they are using to fight asymmetric warfare and all kinds of different things. And he's saying that everybody has that is perfectly fine. We use the Tucano. I don't like the Tucano.
Forefathers, is America still using Tucano?
America is using Tucano, but not on their main this thing as their main this thing platform. They are not going to use it to go to Iran. They tried that nonsense. They will take it down.
America was it was in a mountainous region like Iran or Afghanistan. Okay, in those areas, you best believe that for Saudis and for reconnaissance, they will use a propeller plane to gather, at least to gather intelligence or to assist ground forces. You best believe that's what they're going to use. They're not busting out the F-35s and all these supersonic planes. That's not what they're going to do.
So if they're not going to use it, either one, they have total air superiority and they know that those people are not going to threaten them, or they want to cut costs down. It's a fact of the situation. It's not because it's their best.
Forefathers, again, you have to try to listen when people are talking without just.
I'm listening to you. All you keep spewing is that.
Win.
No, it's not about winning. All you keep spewing is that bad aircrafts, we deserve it. Good aircrafts, other people deserve it. That's what you're saying. Good security. Hold on, let me finish. You've been talking. Good security, other people deserve it. Bad security, we deserve it. That is your argument.
This is something I actually don't respect when, and you do this quite a bit. When you feel like you're losing an argument, you try to look for certain people. Either you're going to target, say for example, if my position was Pit OB or something, you frame the question in such a way that it'll make a certain group feel offended. You do it with women, you do it with the Igbos, you do it. So you're notorious for that. At least I've picked it. I noticed it.
Okay. I don't know what you're talking about, but go ahead.
Did I say that Nigeria deserves bad aircraft? And what makes hold on. What makes the Super Tucano a bad aircraft?
Because it's an ancient aircraft that looks like a World War II aircraft that no self-respecting nation actually use as their main kind of aircraft to fight any serious war.
What do you think? What do you think?
Okay, what do I think?
What do you think the job of a light LAR, a light attack aircraft like the Super Tucano is?
Is to attack targets like bandits and all the rest of it, and use for light missions where you use for light mission where you know you're not likely to be shot down. You're not going to go around like any self-respecting nation and go and do that because they are going to bring you down. But with bandits that don't have the right equipment to shoot it down, yeah, you can go with your Tucano to expect to fight.
This is
so the war he's talking, the kind of conflict he's talking about here, is Tucanos. Like I said, if you go around with Tucanos to anywhere where they have a reasonable amount, not even like advanced this in air defense, if you go around with Tucano, they will bring it down. It's not that sophisticated at all.
All right. So this is what you're gonna do, okay? Because you just
Mhm.
yapping a whole lot of nothing. This is what you're gonna do. And we've discussed this, and I promised myself this is the last time I'm gonna have this discussion with you ever. What you're gonna do is go find out what a light attack aircraft is, and go find out its purpose in the military. Find out what a light attack aircraft is used in the Air Force, its purpose, and then you will have your answer. And then go find out about the current generation of the Tucanos and the Super Tucanos and their uses. And then if you still come to this same conclusion, because you're speaking from a position of someone that is not versed on this topic, that's just the truth. But if you still reach the same position after you've gone to do your own research, then I don't know. I just can't help you. But I'm not arguing this conversation anymore. It
I'm
doesn't even
glad.
make sense.
I'm glad you surrendered, because you don't seem to understand the point I'm making. The Super Tucano on its own is not even necessarily the issue. Is that it's our foremost aircraft in terms of being able to fight anything. And we spend years looking to get it. And you say, oh yeah, it's good. Let's get Tucano. Tucano is the no. That is not what we should even be worrying about spending a lot of our money on. We should be, if you have Tucano and you have other forms of aircraft like we do already, you could still use those aircraft. And let's put it this way: even if you use Tucano, because we are not sophisticated enough, don't pretend Tucano is a highly sophisticated aircraft. It's not even close. Don't pretend there. And personally, as a nation, I don't think we should be relying on Tucano to be solving our problems for us. If you want to deal with a problem like the national security problem we have right now, first, you need your most advanced technology, which are the human beings in the first place. You have to marshal them into securing the nation. Obviously, you have to train them, you have to go through all the necessary processes that you have to go through to get those things done. Form a grid, make sure that anybody that is being attacked in that nation, you are able to respond to them. Most these police forces, they don't even have helicopters. They don't have this in when they have to respond to emergencies. Not to mention the fact that we have some of all these things at our disposal already to assist the ground forces to do whatever they need to do. So all this discussion about Tucano, you want to make one argument and say, oh, Tucano is the best, and I make the argument that Tucano is not the best. No, the argument started from the fact that we need a specific security forces in Nigeria. Most people argue that they needed more people. You drifted the argument into Tucano, drifted the argument into all over the place. And from the
No,
argument
I
you
didn't
made
drift you.
today,
You guys,
no, hold on,
you guys
hold
kept saying
on.
the
Let me finish
planes.
my point now. From the
You
argument
guys
you
kept
made
saying
today,
Nigerian planes were
hold
not
on.
good.
You've shuffled and shuffled, and you shuffled us into a position whereby you literally said, and I will still remind you of that we have enough security force because we are not at war
Yeah,
right
I
now.
did say that, but that was way
And
later.
for
So
me,
you guys
that is sacrilegious statement for somebody that claims they know enough about security.
oh
A
yeah.
country like
So
Nigeria, we have
so
enough.
so all I've been doing, if you notice, I do not introduce topics. I don't. Why would I want to discuss?
I go
Why
with
would
your
I
answer.
introduce?
I didn't say you
Why
introduce
would I
topics.
introduce? Yeah, you said I drifted. So I don't. Why would I discuss anyway? So what I did was when you guys say something, I try to provide clarification. That's all I do, and I'm doing it for fun. But
Well, you did drift into those answers. You drifted into those answers about Tucano, and you made it about whether the Tucano is
no,
a good aircraft
well,
or not, on the rest of it.
that's not drifting. That's explaining stuff to you guys because you obviously do not know what you're talking about. Now I'm gonna
Of
ask
course,
you.
I don't.
I'm gonna ask you a question. I'm gonna ask you a question. Tell me one other light attack aircraft that you think is better than the Super Tucano today.
Mm, there are there. The other day we went through them. We went through the
Don't
list.
Google. Don't Google. I
Of
said
course,
you
I'll
tell
Google.
me
Do you
because
think I sit here
that means you
trying to
don't. That means you
debate
don't
this topic
know.
with you?
That means you
No,
don't
just
know.
because you see,
Why? What's
because
the
I don't
point?
have to know. You know that I don't have to know. I can
So
borrow the knowledge of people that actually know more than you. That's what you don't
More than me
understand.
by you going to Google? Are you freaking kidding me right now?
Because they know more than you.
They know more than
I'm
me.
sorry, they know more than
You
you.
don't have to be sorry. If you have to be sorry, just I mean you can apply
Because
to me,
see,
but
you have to understand in life, you don't always rely only on your own knowledge. I told you
why
earlier on.
not?
So hold on, I just told you. You sometimes you rely on people that know better than you.
That's
And I was
life.
willing to learn from you, but you are not willing to share one evidence of your claims.
So everything I said, listen, this is the problem here. I'll tell you something about me, and I've always mentioned that if I don't know something, and if I'm not experiencing something, and if I'm not versed in something, I tend to be quiet about it. I don't. I will not. I will not. I will never ever come on something and pretend like I know what I'm talking about. If
I
I
never
talk
pretend I
about,
know what I'm talking about.
I'm not
I
talking
never
about you.
pretend
I'm
I know what
talking
I'm
about.
talking about.
Hey, listen, hit dog gonna holler. I'm talking about myself.
No, I'm
So
because you are referring to me because that's the whole
no,
point. Because
no,
you
no.
asked me
I'm saying
about
I'm
the.
talking about
I'm telling you, I
myself.
don't
I'm
talk
talking.
about what I don't know. I say I know, but I don't
So you
remember
know,
the
okay,
precise
good,
information.
beautiful. So you know about the Super Tucano.
I
So
know the
tell
ones that are
us.
better than Tucano.
So tell us one light attack aircraft that Nigeria should have purchased that is better than the I mean I can hear you clicking like your life
I
depends.
will click.
So
I will click, and you will cry.
because you
I
call
will
them all,
click
you know,
and
this is
seek information of people that know better than you. Stop
that's
going on.
fine. Nobody knows it all. I'm not God, but
Yes, so then why
it's
are you
very
having a
easy
problem with it?
because you don't know anything about what you're
You
talking. You
don't
don't
know
know
how
anything
to
about
learn. That is your
military. You
issue.
don't know
You seem
about.
to think that because you know it in your head, you know better than anybody else.
Oh, you think?
Other people
Oh,
can make judgments
so
based on what they
so
don't necessarily know
everything I've been
themselves.
saying, you think it's because I know it in my head. That's what you think.
Because you don't share any of your evidence, you use your own knowledge and say
Oh,
you know it in your head. That's
oh,
why you are doing
that's what you
gotcha
think.
question. You know what they call that? They call that gotcha question. Give me the name of one aircraft that is better than the Tucano. You
So to
know we've
show
been
that
through
you
that
don't
list before. We've seen others that are better than the Tucano. We've
forefathers.
been through that list before.
Oh,
This is what they call Akuko Info.
He will see Wahala
your
Akuko
today.
your
Don't
friend,
even
Story
think
your
you
friend
think
Story
over here.
you don't know how to
Story.
learn. If you think you know how to learn, retrace how you
What
learn.
is what?
Oh boy.
Would
Oh boy, you see
you
this my guy here. This my guy. Be like say he did
would
cloud
you
nine. Oh.
Make him suffer. He go suffer today. He go suffer. You see
what?
there insulting me, telling me that I go eat my backside.
No,
You
no,
go
you
suffer.
will
Oh. You go
listen.
roast today.
There,
Yeah, don't worry. He never see anything.
this is the
Make it,
thing
make
about
it did
life.
there.
This is the
My
thing
guy, my
about
guy,
life.
my guy know it today.
It's either like listen, people are listening to us, okay? And
Of course, let them listen now.
people are watching us. And
Yes.
people can easily tell. It's very easy for people to tell who knows what they're talking about and who doesn't. It's very
Actually,
easy. You know, so
see,
and
for me, I'm
this is
not
barring
interested in
this is
polls. I'm interested in the truth.
so this is
You
barring
are the one
any
that has produced zero evidence. You say because you speak nice, people will just believe you. Let the people know now.
because I speak
Let the
nice.
people be on
You know they
notice.
work
This
like
guy
that
has
too.
produced zero evidence for anything
You know they work
for
like
his
that, but
claim.
you
Plenty,
told us,
plenty Oyibo
Now
grammar.
you
Yes, we
but
don't
you
produce
see
the
told us,
claim.
anything.
but you,
Now you produce
Bro,
the claim that Tucano is the
plenty
best
Oyibo
one
grammar.
in
We
the
never
world.
see anything yet too.
bro, you just told us the freaking pharaohs used to fight with planes. Just stay out of this conversation. Like
You
Yeah,
you don't even
produce.
have. You just told us Moses and Jesus were using planes and catching planes for freaking. Just
Hey,
stay out of
hey,
this
hey,
conversation.
hey, Tucano.
Like
Hey,
go
hey,
read,
hey.
go,
I
go
spirit,
read the
don't run
Bible.
away.
Go read
I
the Bible,
spirit
what's
is
the
brother.
right.
They
It's
had
right on
some.
us now.
what's the
fight.
boy talk?
There is
What's
no
the boy
escape from I
talking
speak
about?
the truth here today. Oh. I speak the truth. Show us a proof that Tucano is the best light aircraft in the world.
Because asking the military, and you obviously have no
Oh, I
experience in
said,
military.
show me the
It
proof,
is
not
the
ask a military
best.
man. There's no military man I can ask. Yeah, I will have to have 10 because many of them have different opinions. Show me the
Okay,
empirical proof.
out of everything I just told you, okay, that we've been going round and round for what, like An hour and a half.
So because your mouth is from angels.
Let me
So,
finish.
my guy, they don't do.
So since okay, Pharaoh, just relax. So from everything I just said, and I just told you
why you call me Pharaoh, man?
When it was produced, I told you where it's been used, its uses, how you can retrofit it, what countries
show me
use
evidence that is the best one in the world.
evidence?
And if you show me, I will tell you, okay, my bad, you are right.
Do you see that you don't listen? I just give you 6 reasons just now.
Your reasons is not proof.
All right, so let's try.
Send me a link. Tell me where to check for, or tell me a search to search. I will pull the link and show everybody. Let me find out which is the what do you call it? The best light aircraft in the world. I will see what I can find out.
Aircraft. You don't even know what you're talking about. Like what? Like what's the point of me?
I'm just trying to help you justify your claim. Just give me the word. Let me search it so that you'll be happy. You see, I'm not here to win argument. I told you I don't want to win argument. I'm trying to get you to give me the information so that the viewers can learn too. So tell me what to look for.
There's nothing to look for. All you got to know is that the Super Tucano is undoubtedly, unarguably, the best light attack aircraft, the best LCA on the planet today.
What?
Both for training.
Best
both
light attack.
Are you serious? You're
aircraft.
gonna go for Google. Both for training and both for.
What do you want me to do now in the world?
Whatever you want to do. So both for training and both for combat. The Super Tucano. What did you see? Because it seems like your eyes. Yeah.
What did I see?
Tell people
what did I see? You don't know what I saw. I refuse to tell you what I saw. You liar!
Listen, I know what you just saw. So
what did I see?
People what you just saw.
What did I see? What did I see? You know what I see? What did I see? Let me read.
Tell the people
Hold
what
on.
you just saw.
Hold on, let me read the list. The list No, of course I'm doing it. I'm going. Why would I hide from it? Yeah, we checked the list like last time now.
You should have seen the way his eyes bulged when you saw it.
No, it's not. It doesn't budge. I'm telling you, I'm the one that went.
What did you see? What did you type and what did you see? Don't tell us your list.
So the best light attack aircraft can vary. Hold on. Can you let me read? The best light attack aircraft can vary depending on the mission's operating environment and specific criteria like cost effective, ease of maintenance.
What did you see?
Can you let me read? Okay, you want me to start reading them for you? There is Umbreo, the Umbreo A29 Super Tucano. There is Beechcraft.
Listen.
You don't want me to say others?
Don't play those games with us. What was the first thing you just said?
They didn't say it's the first one. They are just listing them.
First thing you just said.
I said Super Tucano. What?
So why did you try to pretend and just keep it over and read all this nonsense? Because I know what you saw.
Oh, so you want me to stop at only Tucano? You don't want me to read the others? Okay, let me make you happy.
So the first thing you saw was the Ambria that you tried to first tell. You know what you saw. You start reading. You guys play too many freaking games. I don't get it, bro. You saw it. Your eyes bulged. Then now you want to say, let me read this whole speech first. And then you say, it's the Ambria A and D. You saw it right there. What else do you want? You want your evidence. You've gotten it. What else do you want? Why couldn't you just admit it that you saw it?
Fathers, let's give it a speak.
Are you done?
You don't have to give it to me. What did he see? What was the first thing he just mentioned?
Are you done talking?
Oh boy, let this guy talk, sir.
If you are done, you let me know.
What was the first thing you just read out?
I just read it out to you. Umbreo A29 Super Tucano.
Okay.
Right. You want me to read it again?
All right.
You want me to read it again? Okay, now let me read the others. Beechcraft AT6 Wolverine, Kai Ka 1 Wung B, Iomax Archangel, Aero L39 Albatross, And if you and one thing I because this thing is a kind of summary that I just got out just now. If you go to the actual page when we went online and check the images and their flight characteristics, you find orders that outperform
Bro, let's
Tucano.
talk about something else, man. Like I don't
We
know how
did that
you
the
guys.
other day. Okay, let me
Let's
ask
talk
you a
about
straight
something
question.
else. You just sit
Let
there
me ask
and then
you
you still try to
let me
pretend
ask you a
like it
straight
wasn't there.
question now so that
You
people
just
will
sit there,
understand the
man.
truth. And if you are I'm sure you are going to tell the truth. The last time we had the discussion, when we checked the page, did we not see other aircraft that outperformed the Super Tucanos?
No, 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 no,
Okay.
no.
Okay,
This
now
the Super
well,
Tucano
fine,
is the
fine.
best flight
Let me
aircraft.
pull that one up.
Just
He
like you did.
just said it. Now I'm going to pull the information up.
Pull what up? You just sitting and what you like? What are you even arguing, bro?
See, this one was from ChatGPT that just listing aircrafts,
Oh,
the
but when
best ones.
ChatGPT is telling you all this, you
Did he
went to
tell you that
Chat.
he listed them in order of
That's
this
not
thing?
what we're saying. Why would they put that one as number one?
Because it's an aircraft.
Oh, because it's an
Because it's an
aircraft.
aircraft.
So they
I
couldn't
may
go
ask the
from.
question again and they give you a different one next time. They are the
That's
number
not the
one.
point. The point is when you saw it, you tried to pretend like you didn't see it. And you
I
try to
don't know.
read you
See,
try to read
let me
this
see. One,
speech and then you
yes.
try to mumble. You just saw it.
I didn't mumble. I was the one that searched for it and
But
brought it to you.
but you saw it.
You
So why
didn't do
couldn't
it
you
yourself.
why could because it's a waste of my time to do that.
Okay, thank you. It's not a waste of my time because I do
And then you
value
just saw it. But you
sources of
try to
information
still
and proper
hide,
information.
you
Top
still
10
try to hide
air
the
attack
truth.
aircraft. Uh-huh.
Your
So
friend over there, maybe we need to talk about your friend's Egyptian planes. That's what we
let
should
me
do.
let me share because this guy when you talk sometimes you see that at the top 10 light attack aircraft.
Oh my god, this
Oh, he's going to
guy's
cry again now. He's going
this
to cry
guy.
that it's not Tucano that is seen there. Oh.
You guys.
Now I'm providing
Oh, you guys
evidence.
are freaking weird.
I'm going to show you because I didn't make this one. Oh. You know more than everybody because I'm sure you are the experts of all aircrafts in the world.
Yes, 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 actually,
Yeah.
yes.
See,
Yes.
the thing about you is that you've not bothered to check the specifications of the aircrafts.
I
You just say because
am
you like the aircraft and maybe the aircraft performs okay to
you think
you,
I
it
oh
means
my
that it
god,
has
you
the
guys
best
crazy.
performance. I don't know. Maybe these people are rubbish people. They don't know what they are doing. Okay, I'll find another page again. I'll find another. Look at. Are you seeing Umbrella Tucano there?
Oh
Are you
my
seeing it there?
god.
Let me mute him, please. He's just making noise now. See, look at Umbrella Tucano is number 10 on the list. So now I'll go to another one, and maybe might be at the top of the list with the next one. I don't know. Light attack aircraft.
The
They
way
only
you're sharing the screen, why were you reluctant to share the screen on the very first thing that you brought up?
because why are you being so negative?
No, no,
Because
no,
I
no, no,
was
no.
trying.
Why were you so? Why are you
Oh, I think my
reluctant
guy the Jones here. Waiting to happen
to
now.
bring that
You're being
up?
so
Oh,
negative, man. I
so
because I was typing it on a different screen, but I thought I should share with you because you seem to disagree. When I asked you the
So
question that we saw others that were better than Tucano that
that's
day,
not.
you said it's a lie. Now I'm
Don't.
showing you the proof.
I said it's a lie. You think I
well
You
now
lied?
said
wow, this guy
Tucano was
guys
the
know they
best.
understand what happened here. Oh. Sure. Now so they want
You were saying
one.
Tucano was the best. I'm just trying to show you that
What's
I was telling the
what's
truth
wrong with
that
Pharaoh?
Tucano wasn't the best in the list of
They call
aircraft we
me
saw that
Pharaoh.
Based
day.
on what
Why they
are
call
you
me Pharaoh?
saying the Tucano?
I said it based on
You are
specifications.
yo talking to you is like talking to a freaking wall.
You know, I
Like
remember that day what you said. You said,
it's like talking to
let
a
me tell you, I
wall.
remember what you said that day when I told you about the specification. I remember you saying something
I
about
mean who get money?
it's not necessarily
But
about the
who get go?
specification.
May they razz this guy. Let's say this guy they need razam. Now wait himself.
Leave him.
Razam.
What is Razam? What do you mean by that? Even I don't even know what you mean by that. I think that's how he talks. Speak the truth, argues about stuff, and
Go, okay,
sometimes he's
you go
accurate.
razam.
Sometimes
You
he's
go
just
razz this
stubborn and
guy.
he doesn't want to agree that he's wrong. And he's accusing me of doing the same thing when I'm the one showing him evidence.
Yo, I just
This
wish
is
I
not
could.
right.
There's
This
a
is not
lot of
right.
things
I
I just
refuse to
can't
believe
say,
it.
man.
This is not right. I'm the one that show you evidence. I'm not hiding away from it. I'm showing you. Okay, let me see. Top 10.
Again, no, you got therefore knock out
You
like
are
5K dollars. Knock out like this one. You know, in fact, you
Ah,
never
no,
go
no.
come.
Don't say that now. Don't say
now.
that.
Hold on.
Don't say
I
Let
that.
him
just
keep running his mouth. This is
Don't
what you
say that.
guys do. You run your fucking mouth, and then when I get on your ass, you start getting mad. You start saying I'm disrespectful.
No. I'm not.
You,
I'm not doing that. See.
but
Put that
you've
one.
been talking.
You
You've
must
been
be
getting
happy with this
mad.
one.
You've been getting mad personal for a minute. I
Uh,
just been
I
listening
speak
to
the
you.
truth.
Like,
I speak the truth. You must be happy with this one. Look at Tucano. It's at the top of the list. Yeah, even if it's not top aircraft, but it's at the top of the
others
list.
listen.
Eh.
I mean, you've heard me in the
On the
back.
food
I don't know
chain.
if you've listened to me in the background. I've told y'all a lot of things in the back. Like, I don't know what else to tell you, man. Like, I'm having fun at this point. It's funny, but yeah, like, let's talk about something else. You don't even know what you're talking
All
about.
right. Let's move on. I think it's about time. This is getting a little bit grazing and boring discussion. So, what do you want to talk about? I speak the truth. Peter
No,
Obi.
whatever. Huh? Who, Peter B? I'm down for whatever. Like,
I don't want to bring Peter Obi up here
nah, but why
before you
not?
get I speak the
Bring
truth
him up.
going.
Bring him up. Whatever.
That
Like,
one
uh,
go dilute the
whatever. Bring him up.
but I speak the truth.
Talk to
In
me.
terms of percentages, what are the odds that if Trump wins, America could go into a civil war? Percentage?
If he wins,
Yes.
there's not gonna be no war if he wins. I don't think.
I think 0% there's not going to be a civil war, or at least a major unrest.
Who's gonna fight? Why?
Because I think that there is a kind of a kind of separation now between some powerful entities in America versus where Trump is. If you look at all the party members that used to be Republican moving towards Kamala Harris, it's a little bit concerning. And even his own former vice president, the arrangement of the alignments of power, and if you hear some of the language of the far right, I'm concerned. And I don't even know how Americans think that they can get away with this peacefully. There is a massive demographic change that is happening, and the white population have been warning you people that they don't want to go down like this without this issue being addressed. And America is not addressing it. My fear is that when Trump comes into office, that is going to come to a head sooner or later. Within the next 4 years, it's going to come to a head. That's if it's not sooner, just after the election. And I
Who's
think
gonna?
it's going to win.
Who's you think? I don't know. I don't know who's gonna win.
I suspect. I'm not 100% sure, but I suspect that it's going to, given the way the poll is moving now.
What's the
Except something
poll say?
changes. The poll, in terms of momentum, is moving towards Trump. Harris was leading in the last 2 weeks or so. But since the Gaza mess, everything is getting worse and worse. It just seems to be, she just seems to be losing momentum from the last 2 weeks at least. She'll be losing them, and now the poll is neck and neck. In the battleground states, Trump is leading in some of them by 1 or 2, and that 1 or 2, Trump leading, that tells you that the underlying current is going to win by a larger number. That concerns me a lot
I don't know
because
about that. I just
his
want to
supporters are
know.
more passionate.
I don't think so. I don't
You don't
think
think
so.
so?
No,
Hmm.
no. I personally think like Gen Z are gonna be the deciders of this election. So most of the people that are just voting for the first time, getting of age, and I don't think people are paying attention to them. But then again, I don't know. I really don't care who wins. I think, like I said, I've stated my position. Two bad choices. Um, but I think overall Trump is worse for the country and the world at large. But I just want to know why you think if Trump wins, that there's going to be strife or civil unrest.
One, years before Trump won the first time, I think a couple of years before he won the first time, I've listened to white supremacists talk about how they want to break the country up. And that is because of the demographic shift. They don't want to become minorities in their own, like they like to see their own country. And they were serious about it. These are not just fringe. These are top white supremacists on YouTube talking, they're having these conversations, and then you start hearing that same narrative in the American news outlets. They are also complaining about the same thing, to the point whereby you saw that protest where they come out on the street saying Jews will not replace us and all the rest. And there's this big replacement, this in fear that the Europeans have now. It's spread all over Europe now, not only in America. Then you also look at the fact that demographic shifts in any society that I've asked about, I've tried to find anybody that would tell me that demographic shift has happened where a people were once majority and they become minority peacefully. I've never seen it happen. Nobody has testified to that, that they've seen a country or a society where there is one group, let's say that is Yoruba, then over time, within a relatively short period of time, then it become majority Igbo within a short period of time peacefully.
Yeah, but
They've never seen that happen.
I'm saying, like, if Trump wins,
That's why I'm worried, because those
sorry,
forces
I
are
said
beyond
something.
the
Some
control of
lady
individuals.
named Liz wrote. She said 2:45 a.m. EST. Y'all arguing about planes and all fun. Yeah,
Hey,
that's
who's
what
that? Let me see that.
Lizzie.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so that was fun. So no, I don't. I'm just trying to figure out, like, who's gonna fight? Why?
Why? Because they don't want to be part of your country. You see the poll of
Who
Republicans.
who though? Who
The
doesn't want to be?
The
But they
Republicans
won.
and
If
many
they
white
won, why
people,
would they want to? Why would they want to fight?
because they believe that the other side will want to fight them, and Trump is saying he's going to go after them anyway. He's going to go after them anyway, and the other side may want to fight back because they believe in something else. Now, let me. I've showed you that this is Mackinda, this thing that you don't like to believe in. They believe in something else. Trump doesn't. Trump believes in the opposite of that Mackinda
Here we go again.
theory.
He
Oh
I'm
my
like,
God!
this
See,
guy,
now you
you
want to
are
start again.
insufferable. Like,
Why do you always use
where
all these terms? You know you can make your point without trying
no,
to
it's not,
throw
but it's
people
not
off.
an
Because if we start
insult.
having that the conversation in that way, like where I try to throw you off the actual points,
When
I
I
can
say
throw you
you,
off the actual
what
points by saying all these things.
what does insufferable mean?
Yes, you don't have
Wait,
to
I'm
do
not
that. You can just say
why not?
you are inaccurate because that thing
Inaccurate
that
is
you're saying, this is why
actually
you are inaccurate.
no, I'm not gonna say you're inaccurate because I'm not dismissing. Saying you're inaccurate is dismissing your opinion, or to say like you lied or this. I understand where you're coming from, but I'm saying is if I say you're inaccurate, what am I saying you're inaccurate about? The McKinley theory exists. It exists.
Yes.
It is a
And
theory.
and
What
you
I'm
don't
saying
think
is
that it applies.
exactly that is why I said it is insufferable. So if I say you're inaccurate, that would be a lie on my part. So I'm not going to say
You see,
that you're inaccurate.
you know why
That
you
would
don't
be
think it
more
applies?
insult to you.
You know why you don't think it applies? Because you never thought through the process, try to find out why things are the way they are, like I did. So when I saw it, it didn't shock me.
Profiles, I knew about the McKinley theory
No, my
in
point is that no,
college
no, no,
classes. Okay,
no. My own, I don't have. I never saw it before. You see, you
I
have to
know
understand where I come from.
you saw
I
it
come from
one
a
day and you
totally
came the next day and you started
no,
telling us about
no,
it.
no, no. That's my point. My point is that I have made this argument before now, and there is proof of it actually being codified, and the behavior it marries into the behavior of what you are seeing. It's almost like when I'm talking about security issues, then I went and found out that even Michelo Machiavelli actually stated the same things.
Yeah, but it's not anything new.
It's not.
It's
Don't
not
you
that, yeah,
get it?
but
It's not new.
no, it's not a new. It's not something like, oh, look, I just split
It
atoms
is
into
not.
six. It's not new. It's not. It's a theory that since certain incidents started happening in international relations and in political sphere of Western Europe and even Eastern Europe, of course, the intelligentsia will always come up with proposals and theories and assumptions and suppositions, and this is what they did. So the McKinsey theory is not something like, oh look, they want to. It's still relevant today in terms of the like saying, okay, well, this is why they want that part of Russia, but saying they have to take this part and that part. Again, it goes back to modern warfare has changed. This is why political scientists have said that theory is outdated. The Ottoman Empire does not exist anymore. When McKinley wrote that, McKinley actually revised it in, I think, 1943. You
Yeah,
know that, right?
that shows you how
Exactly.
modern it still is.
Okay, so he revised it over three decades later
To the
from
current form that it is in.
which is still is not relevant because places like, for example, okay, so that theory is not relevant.
I don't
We're
know
going to
why you
keep
can
going
dispute a
over it.
theory like this. Let me read one of this thing. I think this guy had it in this thing. I was just because I wanted to talk about geopolitics, and I saw this video about the art of geopolitics. I didn't know Makinda was in there too, but somewhere in the middle, he was. You can't talk about geopolitics without mentioning this guy. It turns out I never knew about him before. But let me just show you the three statements because I highlighted it here where they actually use the three statements. It says, who rules East Europe commands the heartland. Who rules the heartland commands the world island. Who rules the world island commands the world. The world island, is Africa and the Asian plate, which includes Russia and the rest of it. That theory still holds today.
No,
Tell me where
no,
it's wrong.
not wrong per se. Why it is not relevant? The the places, for example, the way he suggested that certain. Okay, so first and foremost, the theory relies on the fact that there's one superpower, just one. The way the world is set up now, today, it is almost impossible that there will be only one superpower. That's number one. Number two, the ways he suggested that certain places will be captured required naval power. Well, those theories were made before things like ballistic missiles were invented and created. So, just even for those two reasons, that theory is out of the way. It's not about just ruling one part. That one entity that's going to rule the heartland has to rule the remaining regions that he mentioned in his theory. It's not you focus on the fact
Can
that, oh,
you
they
can
have
you
to.
let me respond to what you just said?
Yeah, go ahead.
So my response is it's not necessarily about the outcome. It's about the struggle to reach that outcome he defined. That if you control these areas, you will control the world. That has been the struggle since that time. As a matter of fact, there was a time when you can argue in the 90s and early 2000s, America came close to accomplishing all of them. But Putin forestalled it because Boris Yeltsin was almost ready to give up Russia for everything. The mafia was controlling Russia already. And they were literally referring to Russia as a third-rate country on CNN. I remember hearing that with my own ears. And
Forefathers.
I was a little bit surprised that they were using that word to refer to Russia. But within 4 years of Putin emerging, that dream went away. America's power started receding. China emerged, and here we are today. But the
Forefathers.
point of let me repeat it again. The point, the relevance of that statement is the struggle they are all trying to achieve. It's not whether it has happened, whether one power has controlled everything, because that's where you seem to be coming from. It's the struggle that they are in.
So again, this is not new. All right. Every from the time man knew how to fashion weapons using rocks, and the time he knew how to smelt iron. What man did was wage war and battle against his fellow man to capture where it had the most resources, whether it was land, whether it was mineral resources, or whether it was where it had water. So wherever was most habitable was where man wanted. It is nothing new. What you keep conflating is bringing in the McKenna theory, trying to use it to prove your point, but then discarding the essence of the theory itself. And this is why I said, just like every other person, this is why subconsciously you
What is the
cannot
essence
use
of the
it.
theory?
The essence of the theory is whoever controls the remaining regions controls the heartland. It is not saying you have to control one or two and a half or 1.5. Whoever controls everything controls the heartland.
And you
But
think
this is what
America is trying to control? Let me
so
ask you a straight
wait,
question
hold on,
now.
hold on. So hold up. So this is
You
where
are
you keep.
really blocking questions.
No, I'm not. I'm not running from questions. Hold up. So just hear me out. This is where you keep conflating issues. Everybody, there's no denial that people want that part. There's a lot of mineral resources in that part of the world. Even the wheat in Ukraine and the wheat extending into Russia, to Tajikistan, and all these places. Nobody's denying that. But you keep saying they keep going. You keep no. You haven't said how one power will control all three other regions, but you focus on the heartland. That's fine if you want to do that. But you cannot quote Mackinder. This is what I keep telling you. You cannot use Mackinder to buttress your point if your position is not capturing basically the rest of Mother Earth, but focusing just on the central heartland. That's
The
just my
the
own
the
point.
the question I wanted to ask was that one, it's not about the I keep repeating it, it's not about the outcome, it's about the struggle that we are seeing, how it makes sense to anybody. If you don't know this theory, if you think about it closely, you come up with the theory based on the behavior of the superpowers in the world. So regarding the Mackinder theory, where would you say that Trump belongs to in that equation? What is he trying to fulfill there versus what the other establishment were trying to fulfill?
What do you mean?
What is Trump? What? How does Trump affect that map versus how Biden and the Democrats affect the map, and maybe the Cheney and co
Again,
affects that map?
again. Now I'll play by the rules a little bit, but then I'll run away from the game. Again, the McKenna theory is outdated. We can't use it for this argument. Now, let's just even play and say Biden and them have some imperialist um desires. Okay. Biden does, but if we're to listen to Trump, Trump hasn't stated at any point that he's interested in anything happening outside the United States. He hasn't said anything. So I don't see, he doesn't care about anything past California or to the north towards Vermont or Maine. He doesn't care. So he doesn't have this tendency to say, like, I want to cause strife over here so we can capture it. No, he's not even that smart. I guarantee you, he probably thinks Burundi is a freaking coffee shop somewhere in Croatia. He doesn't care about all these things.
And
Biden,
okay, good. I that's a fair answer from you. Where is Mackinder from?
what you mean? I
As a
don't know.
nation, where is he from?
United States, England? I don't know. I don't
Yeah,
remember.
he's British.
Hmm.
And the guy where Trump belongs to in that equation, that is for me what makes him a dangerous entity. That is why they are having, in some sense, it doesn't necessarily make sense just because he wants to make nice with Russia. This in Russia, he will change the equation of that what has been happening in the last how many years until he came to office with the first time. But the first time they didn't give him a lot of chance to change the equation because everybody was haunting him about Russian this in association. So what he wants to do is make nice with Russia, where the Atlantic Ocean, the East Western Europeans, and Russia, they make nice because Trump is more of a racial person than a tribal or strategic kind of person. He doesn't care too much about all those things. He cares more about Russians as being Europeans. That is why, hold on, that is why he doesn't like the Chinese. He doesn't care, although he's somebody that anybody can get around by just complimenting him. But instinctively, he doesn't like the Chinese. But somehow it's okay with
You really, you
the
really,
Russians.
you really
So
think very highly of Trump. You think Trump knows all these things you're talking about?
I never said he knows. I said
So you say
what
he
he
wants to play
represents, he
nice
wants to
with
change
Russia
it.
because
Yes, you don't understand it because I'm telling you what Trump is doing is what would make sense in my own original universe. My own original universe is that generally nations are segmented into racial this in blocks,
right.
apart from Russia being isolated from Europe. And the fact that Russia being isolated from Europe never made sense to me because ideology is not the issue. America is are associated with a lot of people with different ideologies, religion, name it. But somehow Russia is separated. Why is it so important for the US to keep it separated? That is where the problem. That's when that this Mackinder theory explained it. Because they have to keep Russia out of it, otherwise America's power will wane. But
But
Trump
again,
doesn't
this
care
is
about
not.
that.
Excuse me. What do you mean Trump doesn't care about it?
He doesn't care about that type of waning of power. According to him, for him, as long as America, Russia, they are nice together, they are powerful, that's all he cares about. He doesn't care about, let's think about strategically trying to isolate
Yeah,
Russia
but
so that our power doesn't wane.
so basically we're saying the same thing.
In what way?
I just told you he doesn't care. Like you think he
Oh, no, no,
knows
I never disputed it with you. I agree with you on that point. But
yeah.
I'm coming at it from a different point of view, saying that that is why the other side that understand this equation are going to consider him extremely dangerous.
Who's the other side?
The Dick Cheneys, the Condoleezza Rices, all of them that are rushing to the Democrats now. It was in other words, I don't know whether you should call them the old American establishment or kind of. They will consider him extremely dangerous because he is now going against the grain. Something that
He's
Clinton, the Bushes, all of them, in all the parties told that line.
yeah, because he's a very unintelligent man. He's very unintelligent. Listen, he's
If he's unintelligent,
if
I don't know why he wants to embrace Russia then.
yeah, he wants to embrace Russia because he's very unintelligent and he doesn't know playing trying to play nice with Putin or thinking Trump can have any influence over Putin is like putting a pigeon, putting a chessboard and asking Trump to play chess. It's no competition. What's the pigeon gonna do? Just sit on the board and just kick the pieces around and fly off. That's Trump. He can he's not on the same level as Putin. Of course, someone like Putin wants him there. Hey, is it greedy? Yeah, because for the old establishment, for the security of the United States, but you don't want someone that's gonna go there and be in a room alone with Putin, no stenographers, no security
Mm.
advisors, and we don't know what he tells them. We don't know what he hands them, and then writes. No, Putin is gonna run roughshod over this dude like there's no tomorrow. And if you think these people are not trying to destroy the United States, they're trying. Just like the United States, of course, is trying to destroy Russia and its influence in Africa and in Asia. It's a battle. But you want to put
Uh,
Trump at the helm of affairs to be the captain of the United States team? Like, are you freaking kidding me?
if Russia cooperates with Trump and gains acceptance into Eastern and Western Europe, it's over. The party is over
What do you
for
mean?
the current world order. At least in the current form, they will have to that America's power on its own. In other words, the Anglo-Saxon power will not be as great
No, no,
as it
no,
used
no,
to
no,
be.
no. I didn't. I get it. I didn't understand what you meant. Like, if Trump lets Russia get where?
If Russia becomes close to Eastern Europe, and in other words, Russia even becomes close to Western Europe too, because there's no reason. It's not a taboo that they should be enemies. They shouldn't even be because they are kind of related.
Well,
But
how's that going to benefit the United States?
oh, of course, it doesn't benefit the United States.
Exactly. So this
Uh,
is what the old order is fighting against.
but that's my point. It doesn't benefit the United States individually, but racially, from the point of view of Trump, it benefits the white people,
And what is race
Europeans.
going to do? The race is going to like pay for whose bills? Like the color of your
Um,
skin is going to pay
because
whose bills?
because Trump believes that if a nuclear Russia as powerful as it is, America as powerful as it is, work together and maybe bring India along, China will roast. And maybe there is a strategy there that is extremely powerful.
China is going to roast. What do you mean China is going to roast?
They, with their pressure, they can do what they are looking to do with this Russia to in China instead. Isolate China.
You want to isolate the biggest producer of goods on the planet. That would be your, if you were an advisor to Trump, you would advise Trump to try to
I'm thinking that
isolate
Trump
China.
is Trump is already thinking that to the point whereby if in the White House the last time he
No,
lost the election, they were
Trump
worried
is
that he
not.
was going to attack China.
Well, he's not dumb enough
That's
to
how
go down there.
that's how
He's not.
afraid they were.
He's not that dumb. But if you were an advisor to Trump, you would say, "Well, this is going to be our foreign policy. We're going to isolate China."
Yes. Yeah, yeah. That's
Okay,
what they wanted to
all
do to
right.
Russia. They will try to isolate China.
Okay, so America isolates China, and then all these cheap goods that America loves so much, where are they going to be getting them from?
Maybe they will start making it themselves. They used to do it once. They can start doing other things. I think
Maybe.
no, no. I'm telling you, I don't necessarily know how they're going to do it, but I think it is clearly doable. It's not like they cannot manufacture all these things themselves if
So
they want to.
you're gonna say we want to mass produce computers, for example. We
A
want
lot
to
of American citizens will be happy to have those jobs.
hold up, sir.
Mexicans, South
Hold up,
Americans.
sir. Hold up, sir. Because I say you like suppositions a lot. So we want to manufacture these computers, and we're gonna sell them at $1,500 a piece. How much are you gonna pay the workers per hour if you someone to assemble computers for you in the United
I
States?
don't know how much you're going to pay them, but I can
No,
tell you
just
that it's
take a
going to.
guess. I've been taking
No, no,
wild
no. Hold
guess.
on. I'm just saying that it's going to be more expensive.
Just
Let's
take a
give it.
just
Let's
just
granted that.
just take a wild guess. All
I
right, so
don't know.
let me help you out so we can stop dancing around the ring. You think maybe $3 an hour will be good?
Of course not. That will not be
Oh,
good.
okay, so let's try five.
Mm-hmm.
You want to
ten
pay someone in
dollars,
America five?
fifteen dollars.
You want to pay someone in America $10
Even
an
if it's
hour? So,
$15, most of the time this is are done robotically now anyway.
okay, so you think the American entrepreneurs or CEOs are willing to pay that high of a money to someone to assemble computers when they can just get a 12-year-old in Wuhan or Beijing and give them 25 cents and a can of Coke to do the same job?
See, I can speak for Americans or I can speak for Europeans. There is also Africa as an option, given that our population is burgeoning at the
Yeah.
moment.
And then who's going to
If
build the
they
factories
really
in
want
Africa?
it, But let me finish. If they really want it, but they may not want to do the same thing as they did in China to this in Africa, because they will fear that technology is going to fall in their hand. They may not want to repeat that again. They may want to do it themselves. It's not inconceivable. They would rather do that than contemplate a situation whereby China dominates them in the world. They are not going to want to do that.
So let's just say they went with your point and said we want to do it in Africa. So they're going to take funds. They're going to look for hundreds of billions of dollars and go invest in this hostile territory where the people can barely stand themselves even when they speak the same language. So it'll take them decades to build factories. Meanwhile, while they building these factories, what happens to the economies?
They already have started decoupling more than 5 years ago.
No, that's not what I asked you. So they can take this to Africa to seek cheap labor.
Mm-hmm.
First, they have to look for money.
Mm-hmm.
Funds have to come out from somewhere. Then you have to build the factories. While you're building the factories, how many years does Trump have in power? He has only 4 years. How many years do you think these factories are gonna? How much time do you think they're
I
gonna
think you are
take
mistaken, because the process has already started. You think it's going to start now? It's already started
in
years
Africa?
ago. No, I'm not talking. Okay, you're talking about Africa. I'm talking about in the America. In America itself, they already transferred most of the sophisticated technology to America, like chip manufacturing and other kind of manufacturing. They're
I
already
mean,
moving it
chip
to America and Europe.
manufacturing has always been either in China or the United States. The point is, listen, it's not happening. You want to? What are you thinking? You're going to just halt the world economy or totally crumble it just because you want to spite China? It's not happening. China is
Okay.
already in a power position because of its technology and the size of its economy and the fact that it produces, most importantly, cheap labor that benefits the rest of the world. If you paid someone 20 cents in China, you best believe you're paying that same person $25 in the United States to do the same job, or they're not going
No,
to do
not
it.
necessarily. If
Mhm.
everybody's salary goes up and cost of items go up, they sooner or later they will all converge. And they used to be like that once. Sometimes you forget that America used to manufacture its own things once. You make it look like they've been always be relying on
That's
external
not the point.
um this thing. And then, as a matter of fact, a lot of citizens will be very, very happy for that to come back. So that they are already they've been lamenting because of their manufacturing
The
jobs.
jobs coming back is not the problem. America is a capitalist society. Businesses are not charity organizations. They are not nonprofit organizations. They are for maximizing profit to the fullest extent as they can manage and make. You grab as much as you can for as cheap as possible. So if you think the United States are gonna forego China and its cheap labor and then come to the United States to pay 10, 20, 30 times more than they can afford for production of goods overseas in China, Vietnam, Philippines, and Thailand, and all those other places. I mean,
I see.
how do you
My,
think that
my
is going to work?
my take is that if they decide to truly move, they've not. I don't know whether they've made a decision on this. But if they decide to shift direction, like the way Trump may want to do, um, then that will be a drastic shift. And to an extent, even the Biden administration is already doing it. Biden administration is very, very hostile to China throughout its administration, and that started well before his time in office. Trump too was very hostile to China. So on that front, both of them are aligned. But the
Hostile
difference
how?
is that eh, the Biden is
Hostile how?
hostile to China in that they perceive China as their primary threat in the world today.
Yeah, but how? We're talking about trade. How? How does
There
that?
has been they have been putting massive tariffs on Chinese products. They are even trying to ban TikToks inside this in America.
Forget about
So
TikTok. How much tariffs do you think if they put?
let me check. I think there was as
What?
much as 100% tariff now.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
100% tariffs on what?
yeah. I think I've
On
heard
like
of
what?
yes tariff on.
Who
Yeah,
do
I
you
think.
think? Who do you think? Who do you think pays tariffs?
What do you mean? Who do you think pays tariff? I don't know who pays tariff. What are
If
you trying to
America
do?
imposes a tariff on China, who do you think is responsible for paying that
It's like
tariff?
the Americans that pay the tariff now.
Okay,
But what does that mean? That means that Americans won't buy Chinese products. That's the whole point.
Americans won't buy Chinese products that
Because
they
it's too
need.
expensive.
Okay, so that is why they will not impose these tariffs on Chinese
No,
goods.
they don't want to buy Chinese product because now it will enable the local manufacturers to have incentive to actually manufacture because the Chinese product is too expensive. So the local manufacturers become more competitive
So
to the American market.
I have $5 or $10 million just as a, let's say I have a business, and what used to cost me $5 to make in China is going to cost me $75 to make in the United States. And you really think I'm going to invest my money in the United States?
Um, if it's the Americans, they made their strategic choice. Yes, you will
Oh,
invest in the United States.
so you think, oh, yeah, American businessmen are going to take their hard earned money and say, we're going to forego or profit because we have an idiot as a president. Because why again?
Because they will toe the line because they've already been toeing the line. They're already acting on it. This
No,
is not something they are playing around with. They are
no,
already doing it.
no. That's not how it works, forefathers. What they're going to do is that they're going to take their money and they're going to move it overseas. They're going to go invest in other parts of the world. And what you're proposing is going to crumble the American
They
economy.
can go to other parts of the world, but they cannot go to the parts of the world the American government doesn't want them to go. That's why they are not investing in Iran or North Korea or all those other places. You can't go to areas
Forefathers.
American government don't want you to go.
Why would you even bring Iran and Iraq and all these other countries
No,
into
I'm
a
telling you that
business
America has a
discussion?
shape. America's this policies does shape the behavior of that business. You are saying the business you're going to up and go wherever they like. America policies shapes the behavior of their businesses. They can't just go wherever they like.
So you,
If America
I'm so
says all our
tired of.
businesses leave China tomorrow, they will leave China.
Oh, they'll leave and then they'll come to the United States to produce it for 50 times more than it costs in China.
You
And
know
then they'll
that they will
and
leave.
then they'll pass the cost on to the consumers, and the consumers then will not be able to have the same standard of living because their purchasing power reduced. And then what's that going to cost to the?
They will see their jobs start returning. And I believe that
Ah,
many Americans will be happy to have their manufacturing. They've been complaining about it. They will be happy to have their manufacturing jobs back. That is common sense. That's in the zeitgeist already. It's not me making it up. They will be
uh,
happy to have their manufacturing jobs back. That's why Pennsylvania is popular today in terms of people are fighting to get their votes because they have all these unions that feel like the establishment has hoovered up all their jobs to China. If the jobs start returning back, living standards will actually increase in America because most of the lower paid jobs that the poor people rely on, they are not paying very well because the alternatives are being supplied to the rich from China. But if that option is
exactly,
no
because
longer,
it's simple
but if the
economics.
option is no longer available anymore, what are they going to do? They have to bring it back home or send it to Africa or some other part of the world. They don't have a
So,
choice.
so, so what they're gonna say? What to Africa?
The jobs now to if they want to maintain the cheap products, they will send it to
Uh,
Africa for manufacture. And it's not so bad. Africa
So
is quite
they'll
close
they'll
to
go
the US too.
invest. Forefathers.
Hmm.
We said this at first. Where's the money gonna come from? And why would anybody want to go invest there?
America can literally print money. So don't bother about where the money is going to come
So why
from.
haven't they done it all this while? If it was such a this is just like that 500,000 soldiers thing we
Because
were
this
just
is
talking
why you
about.
should have
Like,
listened to Mackinda, why they didn't do it.
oh my God.
You should have listened when he was teaching. You wouldn't have asked that question, why they didn't do it. And I knew that answer before you even asked the question.
Oh,
That before Mackinda, I discovered Mackinda even. So they didn't do it because it's not in their interest to do it. It helped them. It helps them keep China away from the Soviet Union during that time. That's why they decided to do that deal with this in China, and they also want to work with India to bolster India as a potential this in counterweight to this in China. They are even offering India a nuclear submarine. The other day, French minister went there offering them nuclear submarine. Who does that? It's only when they know that you are useful to them for something, like
no,
with against
well,
China.
because India is aligning with China, with Russia, with BRICS, and they're gradually staying away and drifting from Western hegemony. Of course, you're going to promise them those things. It's not because of any economic reason. If anything, it's more because for military
Strategic.
reasons.
Yeah.
So for more military reasons, that's why they are trying to bribe places like India and the Philippines, and even to a little extent Nigeria before Nigeria balked because they wanted a base in Nigeria. So and those things come with incentives, and Nigeria like no. So it's not China is too strong right now for America to add more to its external debt. China's too strong. Do you know
it's
the
not
how
it's not that
cheap?
strong. Okay, yeah, it is strong, but what do you mean by that? That will stop America from doing what they want to do if they fear
Well,
that
why?
it's too strong,
Okay,
but China could swallow them. They will not want to
okay.
be swallowed.
So if I was to buy a Chinese good cheaper, it could be produced cheaper. Why would I want to come pay 10, 20, 30 times that amount in the United States to get the same goods produced for me? Yeah, the quality might be better, but why would I want to do that
I
if
don't
the
think you are going to
Chinese?
pay 10, 20, 30 times more. You're going to pay just about five
How much
times
do you
more.
think they pay those people in this? Even 5 times more. It's a lot in business.
I agree with you. It's a lot, but remember, the economy is spinning around. Many of our Americans are really relying on benefits. It's not going to make too much of a difference to them. At the same time, the incomes will start rising. American income has come down. The working class income has come down. It will start rising to where it naturally needs to be. And Americans will be some rich people, depend on the condition, whether they truly don't like Africa that much, they could decide to put up with that. Or they might decide, you know what is wrong with this anyway? We might as well go to Kenya, go to Ethiopia, let's do business, come to Nigeria. Nigeria is just in terms of the ocean, is right facing this thing, New York and all the rest of it.
So
So they can do
how
business.
long do you think it'll
Yeah.
take to set up all these things that is already
Uh
well
to set
established
that those
in
our things up,
Southeast Asia?
it's going to take a longer period of time.
Who
But that is a
cares?
strategic shift. If you cannot kill
Nobody's doing
China,
it.
you might as well shift.
You can't kill China like that. What you're proposing is just like that saying, if you're gonna dig a grave for your enemy, you better make sure it fits for two, because you're gonna fall in it too. So if
Yeah,
America
but they
trying
don't have a choice. Don't you see that they are worried that China is getting more power? They can't sit there and just keep trading with China, where China gets so strong
America
and completely
has no
overpowers them.
America has no choice but to keep flooding the mainland with cheap Chinese goods. America has no choice, not in the foreseeable future. And Trump, if you think Trump is going to come and he's going to just impose all these tariffs and give all these executive orders, or there's going to be some kind of bipartisan law. Oh, everybody come back home. We're trying to crumble. It's not happening.
Okay, you see, now this is where we diverge because somehow you underestimate the will of your ruling class to do what needs to be done. The will of your, and not just your ruling class, we're talking about the five eyes here. Their will is stronger than people you like to give them credit for. If they feel China is a threat to them, they will pivot. They might pivot to India actually, because India has the
If you
numbers.
do a lot of suppositions,
Of course, this is a thought experiment now.
if we're talking about what is on the ground right now that could very well be happening or getting set in motion in the next few weeks. So if it's not
It's a
America,
thought experiment. The idea is that alternatives to for cheap products, you can say India, and India is getting more and more expensive anyway. You can also say Africa, but Africa is quite behind in terms of infrastructure to be able to meet the requirements in the short term. You can also argue back to their countries, and to me, that is the one they seem to be doing, especially for the higher technological aspect of their manufacturing. They are literally bringing it home, and whether they are going to bring the lower level manufacturing back home, I don't know. Depend on what they see in Asia. If they feel like they want to pull away completely from that area, they are going to start looking for somewhere else. Maybe southern in America, there, Mexico, South America. Look at they have options. It's not like they don't have options close by. They do have some options there. So my take is that I don't know how it's going to shake out on that front. That one is the minutia. I tend to look at the map, and I feel like the reason why they don't like Trump, and that could be a big problem, is because Trump is changing that map, that big map that they don't want changed for decades now. And that there could be, and in the context of America, the demographic shift that is happening, the economic issues because of the Ukrainian war, there's too many things that are aligning. And then they tried to kill Trump a few times already. You know, too many things are aligning
I don't know if I
that could be
believe all those
problematic.
stories that they're trying to kill him or whatever.
So, what do you think was happening then?
It's starting to look like it was made up.
It was a setup, but there's no proof.
At
That's the problem.
least there is proof. Okay, so how are you going to try to kill a presidential candidate? And I'm not saying the first one, because the first one where he was raising his fist like it was Malcolm X, and no, I'm not talking about that one. I'm talking about there was
Second
an
one.
incident that, well, maybe it was the second. No, I think it was actually the third one. There was an incident that happened in California where apparently there was a guy that he had bypassed the first security, and then when he got to the more stringent security before getting into VIP access, they found him with weapons. But not only did they find him with weapons, they found him with body armor, they found him with different licenses and passports, different identities. But now here's where I said, okay, very interesting. They let him go. They
Wow.
let him go
Maybe it wasn't a
exactly.
threat then.
Oh, you don't think a guy with guns trying to enter and gain access to Donald Trump was not a threat? And he had mysteriously, he's in his vehicle. He didn't go hide it at his grandmama place. He didn't go hide it in a storage. He didn't go hide it in a hole in the woods. He had different identity cards, different passports, all kinds of different identification on him, knowing that there was a chance that he was going to get caught. I don't know. Some of these stories are starting to sound crazy to me. They're preposterous. I don't know how to say
This
it.
for me, it sounds weird that people want to kill Trump. I didn't think that people felt so strongly that they want to try to assassinate him a couple of times. I would have thought Kamala Harris should be the one they want to take out. And at the same time, yeah, to an extent, it doesn't add up fully to me. And not just once, 3 times they are trying to get to this one guy. I'm not so sure about that. But history has a funny way of shaping up in its own way, and people don't care. His followers don't care about it. They just care that they are trying to knock him out. I
Because
was
it sounds crazy. It just sounds unbelievable. Once we get it. Once the theatrics with ones we get it. Two,
mm,
when you start saying two, three, and then nobody's been in court, it's like, okay, you really let someone that supposedly has a motive to harm a presidential candidate, a former president, and he had all this evidence on him, you let him go with a citation to show up in court. A
wow.
citation. Are you serious?
Hmm.
Like,
That one looks like it sounds like more like a setup. But we'll see.
set up, or maybe didn't exist, or they planned it. I don't know.
Whatever,
It's not
whatever they did,
sounding
it
believable.
doesn't. That one doesn't sound right to me. You shouldn't
Yeah.
let. You can't let somebody that try to, or you suspect of doing something that,
In the
or
same
planning that
United
something on that
States where
neighborhood
if
go
you
away.
reach in your pocket and you try to get your license out, they'll Swiss cheese you. This is the same United States. You had someone that you could
Mm.
assume that this was their intentions, and you just let them go. Yeah, show up in court next week. Go pick up the rest of your fake documents and run to Venezuela, or wherever the hell you want to run to.
Yeah, as always, I speak the truth. I enjoy talking to you. I wish we started talking. We should have a session where we just exchange like this, because
Yeah.
it tends to be more organized, and we tend to get somewhere. People seem to respond better to it because it makes more sense. That's why I like to have this other conversation. But when people are many, you can't do that. They won't let you because
No,
everybody wants to talk.
because you trying to show off.
Oh, shut up. I don't know what you're talking about. You are the one that spent time insulting me
No,
left
that's
and
what.
right.
Yeah, because I need to talk. I need to talk this to you like that. But it's still like because it's like I'm arguing with this cup. After a while, it's like, damn, like,
See, but me, I go with evidence.
nah,
I'm not
nah,
that
bro,
welded
bro.
to ideas.
You
Um,
it's like I want to win this argument, so I'll just bring up whatever. I'll just say like your boy came up
I,
and said in ancient times, and you couldn't even you were so ashamed you couldn't even call it out. Your man said during Jesus'
no,
time,
no,
2,000.
don't even
Your
go
man,
there. Don't go
nah,
there.
no.
Don't,
Your man said two
don't go
thousand
there.
years ago they used to
No,
use gold.
I don't want to start. I really want to start two fights on
And
two
then
fronts because you are
and then,
crazy and
and
he's
then
crazy. So I have to
no,
go for
I'm
one.
definitely not crazy. So then you said, "Oh, I'm gonna find the top. Yeah, I'm gonna check this like the top." And then you checked it, and your eyes just bulged like it was gonna pop out of your skin. And I'm looking at you like, "Read it, go ahead, bro, read
What
it."
do you mean
And then
by
you
just
start doing the
bulge?
real Nigerian thing, right around it, and then read it, forefather. Oh,
Why?
it's embryo. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. So there's
You
another.
really talk
Yeah.
nonsense, eh? You really talk nonsense.
Yeah.
Why would
You
my eye
make
bulge? I was busy reading. You are the one that saw
I
that
was
my eye
watching y'all
bulge.
like, yo, he's gonna see that he's gonna,
Why would I
you,
hide it? I wouldn't
you
hide
know,
it. I
you
was the one
know,
that looked for it.
as
I knew
human
he
beings,
existed.
as
Hmm.
human beings, there each person has a certain characteristic they display, whether they're happy, they're under pressure, they're scared. We all have some people who might tuck their ears and nose. I can tell very easily when you want to start switching the subjects around.
I
And
don't
then you
switch any
saw,
subject around.
oh my God, you saw it, you said, oh, let me just read. Yeah, nah, nigga, just
No, no, no. I want to
read
read
what you
what they are
saw on the screen.
describing. Just see, there's justification to read what they wrote because they could be saying from top down is this is the best aircraft. You don't want me to highlight that. It's important that I read that. But
No, I was just
you
saying
cut that out. Then I could just say, oh, the aircraft is just listed. No, in any, it's not listed in any order.
it doesn't
So
matter.
that
Just
is why it's
tell
important to
us.
read those things.
No, it wasn't. Just tell us the first aircraft you seen. And that was it. That was it. That was because you
That
saw it, and then you was just like, you look like you was like,
what's wrong with you? That was Chat GPT.
You
The
was
question
like
was,
about to pass
what
out.
is the
Like you should
best
have
light aircraft in the world? Instead of that, ChatGPT said, oh, because they are versatile, they have different reasons that the top performance include these ones.
yeah, but the very first aircraft you see, it was like you seen a ghost. Like you was just like,
You are crazy.
I'm like, yo, read it, man. And you been around the bush.
What? I wasn't beating around anything. You know
Yo,
your
fuck
problem.
man.
You know your problem because you saw that okay, the aircraft was listed, so you want me to freeze there. I didn't
No,
want to
because
freeze
I
there.
knew what you. I was like, that was all like, yo, don't waste your time. You said I should check. I said no. If you want to check it, check. Because I knew what you was going to
You
say.
wouldn't even let me read the second aircraft. I had to leave
Because
you to
we don't
to be
care about the
satisfied
second
first.
one. We were
Of
like,
course, I
what's
care
the
about the
first?
second aircraft.
What was the first one? You said, "Forefather started mumbling."
It's
It
see,
be it'd be
it's
like saying
Umbrella now. Come on,
it
we
be
know
it,
Umbrella makes good aircraft
it,
generally,
it'd be like saying the
but
time of Pharaoh. They used
oh,
aircraft to
stop
carry
going
Jesus.
on. You're just trying to twist up the. I was the one that searched information, and I told you I was going to share it. And when I saw it, you're like, "Oh, your eyeball, you don't want to read
You
it." I was like,
did
"Who
because
told you I don't want to read
it
it?"
was it was just too obvious what you seen.
But
Like it
you
was
don't
too obvious.
know. What if I said it wasn't? You don't
Then
know
you've
that
been lying. Then
I
you've been
was
lying.
intending
But
to read.
I already mentioned how I saw it right away. The moment you saw it, your
I
whole
intended
body
to read it.
counted. Yo, if
You are
I
you
guarantee
are
you,
just you say I want to win. You are the one that truly
I
want to win.
no, I guarantee
I saw it. I said, okay, let me read it. You wouldn't let me read it. You said just
no, I said
list it.
just
List it.
just say the first thing you seen. I don't care
But
about
it
number
wasn't the first thing
10.
I saw.
Yes, it was.
There
Now
was
you
a
gonna lie
there were
again.
sentences that they wrote on top of it
Nah,
that I
nah,
wanted to
nah.
read.
Forget the sentences. We don't care about the sentences. What was the planes you saw? What was the first plane? Yo, you were shivering.
No, I wasn't
Like
shivering.
what? If you were not sitting
Why
on the
would I be
chair,
shivering?
you could have passed out. Like you could have just
I was the one that brought the aircraft. Why would I pass out? I knew I was going to see something like that. Why would I pass out?
you could have fallen over. I was like, look at him.
What
You
is
were
there to
about to
flip
kill
over? I knew that when I saw the aircraft as one of the ones listed, I said, okay, let me read all of them because they didn't read them in order. If I mean they wrote them in order, I would have said, okay, I agree with you. They didn't put it in order. That's
Yes,
why I
but
wanted to read that so that you don't say that I was trying to deny that they were
no,
not in
no, you
order.
don't listen. Even if they had, say they had top 10.
I mean, they were in order.
Yeah, say they had top 10. It'd be there, right? But most lists, and
But that
forget
was the
about
point I expressed to you. I said, did we not check a document that shows that the Umbrella was not necessarily the best in terms of all the characteristics?
because it
You
is.
acknowledged it, or you denied it again. Then I said, and I went and pulled that information
No,
out.
I didn't deny it. Listen, for I was, like, I don't like saying too much, but yeah, like, no, it was, it's you, if you have friends that are in the, that know these things, no, you ask them and they'll tell, I mean, your chat GTP has told you. Mhm.
Yeah. All
Yeah,
right, time to round up for the day. Thank you for joining us. I speak the truth,
yeah, man.
and Jefferson, you got Jefferson cross, man. He was coming at you like a bull. He
Forget
wasn't
it.
having it.
How to say I'll put Jefferson, man.
If not now, I appreciate you. I know you are still there. They both live in the same house. Clearly, you can see the background. They have their piano, living large. They are all doing very well for themselves. I appreciate you all too in the chat for joining us. Info, Tilig, Lized, yes, Daddy TV. Who else is there? Come on, everybody is there. You all know yourself. I appreciate you all. There's going to be another show today. Dr. Damage is going to be here doing some interviews. And this evening, if we are going to be doing it live, we are going to be discussing more esoteric, philosophical, psychological things are not always as traditional, like talking about wiki and stuff like that. You know what I mean? We're going to be talking about things things that we don't normally like to talk about. I appreciate you all. Thank you all for coming in. Let's close out with our national anthem.
I take a break.
Our eyes, oh, come Freedom, peace and unity. Hey, that's so. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Arise, oh compatriots. Nigeria call obey to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and might, one nation bound